on the committee.
Has what Speaker Pelosi done ever happened before? The idea that she's going to pick and choose, you're not going to get an outcome.
She denied Republicans Jim Jordan and Jim Banks.
With respect for the integrity of the investigation, with concern that the American people want to know the truth, I could not appoint them. I said that while this may be unprecedented, so was an attack on the Capitol.
The first hearing for the committee will take place on Tuesday morning, with or without new nominations from McCarthy. The minority leader says Republicans may hold their own investigation, but Republicans can't call committees as the minority party in the House. Senate Republicans have already rejected establishing a 9/11-style commission on the insurrection.
Nancy Pelosi shouldn't be picking the Republican members of a commission if that commission is truly independent.
Representative Liz Cheney is currently the sole GOP member on the committee appointed by Speaker Pelosi. The only other Republican representative who voted in favor of creating the panel is Adam Kinzinger.
There are some members who would like to be on it, but we'll see.
For the first hearing, the panel will focus on law enforcement with testimony from 4 police witnesses. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thanks so much for that, Lauren. If you're just joining us this morning, everyone, on Live Now from Fox, here is a Live Now look. In Tokyo, Japan, protesters taking to the streets over the Olympics. They say even though the pandemic is not in the same situation as it was last year when the Olympics were postponed, still a very serious pandemic situation out there, and they do not want the Olympics to be happening there in Tokyo, Japan. So you see protesters there on the streets holding signs, chanting, and the like. We will continue to bring you any live feeds from there right here on Live Now from Fox. So good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you are a Live Nower who watches on YouTube, had a little bit of issues launching this morning, but I think the stream is finally up and running. Don't forget, you can go to livenowfox.com. Again, it's livenowfox.com. See all the different ways that you can watch us right there and take us with you wherever you are. Continuing on to your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. We're going to head to the U.S.-Mexico border out here, and that's because Fox's Bill Melugin has been providing some exclusive looks of the situation out there. The current latest that I have, concerns at the border are mounting as the number of illegal crossings reach the highest level it's been in more than 2 decades. The mass migration raising red flags over COVID-19 and private property in the region. Bill Melugin is in Del Rio, Texas, with the details.
Illegal crossings at the southern border are now at a 21-year high, with thousands of people entering the country every day. Yet President Biden on Wednesday night touted his administration's so-called progress on the border crisis.
There were thousands of people in custody with the Border Patrol. It's now cut by 90%.
The almost continuous stream of migrants has become problematic for farmers in the area. The American Farm Bureau Federation sent a letter to the Agriculture and Interior Secretaries requesting aid to help cover the impact to their livelihoods and damage to properties near the border crossings.
With, all the more people coming through, there's way more fences that are cut, tied up, gates left open, your cows are always out.
And these farmers might need to brace for more destruction, with some in Washington pushing for a repeal of Title 42, which allows Border Patrol to quickly return illegal immigrants to Mexico due to coronavirus concerns. This as COVID cases surge at the border. In the first 2 weeks of July alone, there was a 900% increase in confirmed cases amongst migrant detainees in the Rio Grande Valley compared to the previous 14 months. That's something some lawmakers say will only contribute to the public health threat.
The border is already in crisis, and the president and his team want to end the emergency safeguards at our border.
And the growing number of COVID-19 cases nationwide could end up delaying the repeal of Title 42. Reporting in Del Rio, Texas, Bill Melugin, Fox News.
Again, everyone, Bill Melugin has been at the U.S.-Mexico border providing some updates out there for us that we have been able to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. Some exclusive looks there at the situation. Well, meanwhile, firearms experts say 2020 was one of the deadliest gun violence years on record, but 2021 could soon take the title. Fox News correspondent Ashley Stromier has more on new efforts launched by federal officials to address some of the roots of the problem.
Federal officials have their sights locked on combating an escalating crisis, with Attorney General Merrick Garland announcing his plans to reduce gun violence, specifically by targeting illegal gun trafficking.
People who lie in order to get illegal guns are feeding the gangs that are then using those guns to kill people in the target cities. So we do not regard this as a minor matter. We regard this as a major matter.
According to the nonprofit research group Gun Violence Archive, so far this year there's been more than 300 mass shootings, resulting in roughly 11,000 deaths. The violence is especially visible in Chicago, with 4 mass shootings breaking out Wednesday alone, leaving at least 3 people dead and 17 hurt. And officials are partially attributing the chaos to illegal firearms.
Our guns are not originating in Chicago. They're coming across the border.
We want to know, where did these offenders get those guns? And we want to hold accountable to those traffickers that are getting blood money for the guns that are wreaking havoc in many of our communities.
But authorities say new technology is helping them track down both the buyers and sellers of illegal guns. Adding, in the end, their goal is to restore peace in cities overrun by crime.
Violence, to interrupt violence, and to provide the kind of relationship between the police and the community necessary to build trust.
Meanwhile, federal agents are being placed in local police departments across the country to help apprehend fugitives wanted for violent crimes. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
Again, everybody, here on Live Now from Fox this Friday morning. It's July 23rd, 2021, less than an hour away from the opening ceremony in Tokyo, Japan for the 2020 Olympics. And a lot of people out there are not happy that it is happening with the current state of the pandemic out there. You see protesters taking to the streets, chanting, holding signs, standing, walking. A lot of mask wearing happening out there. But again, a lot of people are not happy that the Olympics are still taking place as COVID cases in the area continue to rise. But again, the Olympic Games opening ceremony is about 48 minutes away this morning out there in Tokyo, Japan. We will continue to monitor any and all live feeds that we get for you. Meanwhile, everybody, we're going to head all the way to the western U.S., take a behind-the-scenes look at Cal Fire, and that's because of the situation that's going on out there. Multiple fires burning across the state, and Cal Fire is sending in air support to help firefighters on the ground. Fox's Olivia DeGennaro shows us the nonstop operation already in effect at Cal Fire's aviation headquarters.
We know fire season seems to get longer every year. The fires seem to be more devastating, and you might have already seen planes flying out of McClellan Park here over Business 80 if you drive through this area.
So far this year, we're about probably at least 163,000 acres above what we were last year.
Cal Fire says they are sending out massive air tankers earlier in the year than ever before to help knock down flames up and down the state.
Without them, I think we'd be seeing our fires getting a lot bigger, a lot quicker.
They run a 24-hour operation out of McClellan Air Park, making sure each tanker is fueled, maintained, and filled with retardant to be ready at a moment's notice.
We just get an airplane started and off we go.
Dale Dahl has been flying air tankers for over 20 years. He says he used to work 4 or 5 months out of the year, but now his job is nearly year-round.
In the last 5, 6, 7 years, things have really, all the citizens in California know firsthand, personally, just how busy, how much every year this gets. It's more and more and more.
In fact, just after he spoke with us, Dahl got an assignment to fly over the Dixie Fire, and within minutes, he was in the air and on the way. Cal Fire's goal is to have an aircraft over every new fire within 20 minutes of getting the call. The agency already has the largest aerial firefighting fleet in the world, and they're in the process of adding even more tankers to their lineup.
I think we will continue to see our aircraft starting earlier in the season, going later.
Doing everything they can to keep wildfires from destroying homes and taking lives. In McClellan Park, Olivia DeGennaro, Fox 40 News.
From the West Coast all the way out to the East Coast, everybody, here is a live now look at the sun rising out here in downtown Orlando, Florida. We saw some pretty serious thunderstorms move through the area last night out here in central Florida. Downpours. I was on the Florida Turnpike and people were pulling off on the side of the highway because they just thought the storms were way too intense. They were pulling out under overpasses to try to weather out the storm. This is a live now look. You see Lake Eola right there, downtown Orlando. Some clouds still in the area, but a gorgeous sunrise for sure. Great way to start a Friday morning. A lot of people already in weekend mode. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. I continue to monitor the protests happening in Tokyo, Japan over the 2020 Olympics. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
dall'apertura della cerimonia.
All right, everybody, back here on Live Now Fox. We have two different vantage points in Tokyo, Japan, continuing to monitor this. They're actually chanting no Olympics out there. The Tokyo Olympics opening ceremonies will begin today in, matter of fact, about 40 minutes, as some competitions have already started. It's the second time the games will be held in Tokyo. The first time came in 1964 with 93 countries competing. 16 countries were making their first appearance in the Olympics at the time, with 5,151 athletes competing in 33 sports. The delayed 2020 games will look and feel much different. Again, they officially open today, even though some competitions have already started. The games are set to end on August 9th, and this all has to do with the coronavirus pandemic. The games have been delayed by about a year. Some of the familiar faces, Team USA, Kevin Durant, Simone Biles, and Katie Ledecky. They're the familiar faces donning the stars and stripes for Team USA this summer. How many nations are competing? There will be about 205 countries competing in the Olympics this year, with more than 11,200 athletes attending. So a lot different from the situation the last time the games were in Tokyo, Japan. There are 6 new sports debuting in the Olympics this year: 3-on-3 basketball, BMX freestyle, karate, skateboarding, sport climbing, and surfing. Of course, Tokyo officials have vowed to host a safe Olympics despite the lingering threats of the coronavirus. There will be no fans in attendance, foreign or domestic. Only athletes, national team members, sponsors, and media members are allowed at the games this year. Some athletes have already tested positive for coronavirus and have had to stay home. Guinea decided to pull out of the game over coronavirus fears out there in Tokyo. As you can see with the protest here, the International Olympic Committee relaxed some aspects of its protesting guidelines. Athletes are not allowed to protest during competitions and are not allowed to protest on the medal stands. Any kind of political statement will need to come right before events or while walking to the media. The U.S. women's soccer team and other squads knelt before their matches. But it was just yesterday the IOC, which stands for International Olympic Committee, reversed course and will allow photos of athletes protesting on the Tokyo 2020 social media channel and highlight reels in the future. Again, the U.S. women's soccer team and 4 other squads knelt before their matches on Wednesday. The Guardian reported the Olympic social media teams were banned from posting and photos of the athletes protesting. So definitely a situation unfolding out there. We will continue to monitor here on Live Now from Fox. It's been nearly a year and a half since the coronavirus started impacting the daily lives, not just of Americans, but people worldwide. So the debate to vaccinate and mask up continues here at home as well in the U.S. So I do want to share with you this story here. A professor at Emory University is urging university officials to make vaccines mandatory across the board. As Fox's Deidre Dukes reports, the professor believes vaccines across the board are the key to helping us get past the pandemic.
Emory University strongly encourages everyone to get vaccinated, but faculty and staff aren't required to get the vaccine. Emory University professor Clifton Crace is urging the university to make vaccines mandatory across the board.
Faculty and staff at Emory are passionate teachers and researchers, and we really want to do our job. The problem is not having vaccinations across the board compromises that really important goal.
A goal Emory University professor Clifton Crace says several colleges and universities across the country have already adopted.
And following. Including our historically Black college and universities in Atlanta, and literally everyone from Harvard University to the country's largest institution for higher education, the University of California system.
The university did require students who plan to attend Emory this fall get vaccinated. The professor is circulating a petition asking the university mandate all faculty and staff get the vaccine. In a written statement, Emory University spokeswoman Laura Diamond stated, Emory University strongly encourages everyone to receive the COVID-19 vaccine to help protect themselves, each other, and our entire community. Emory requires all faculty and staff to be either fully vaccinated or submit to weekly screening testing after July 1st. Diamond went on to say that University President Gregory Finvez explained this protocol in a June 3rd message to the Emory community, and additional details were provided in a follow-up message from Emory's Associate Vice President and Executive Director for COVID-19 Response and Recovery. Professor Craze maintains mandatory vaccinations will reduce the risk of transmission and allow for students and faculty to resume normal activities.
And what that really means is being in the classroom, not wearing a mask, interacting with my students, and working in an environment where we can move about freely, knowing that it's a safe space.
Faculty and staff are required to share their vaccination status with Emory by July 1st. Indicator Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from our East Coast hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for choosing us this morning to start your day. We are in your morning brief, the top stories, not just from across the country, but worldwide, getting you up to speed with everything that has happened, everything that's currently happening, and everything that is going to be happening. That is who we are and what we do. When news breaks, we've got live cameras there. We bring them to you here, live, raw, unfiltered. Very little commentary from your Live Now host. We let you see it unfold and make your own opinions. But we're going to head back to Washington, D.C. right now, and that is because the debate over whether a mask mandate should be reimposed nationwide continues as COVID-19 cases surge across the country. White House correspondent Peter Ducey has details.
Every time I hear that, I wonder when he's coming.
The president hosted a large, mostly maskless bill signing today indoors shortly after the White House disputed a report in the Washington Post that the Biden administration may soon suggest masks for the vaccinated.
The report on it was a little breathless.
In Philadelphia, officials warn about the Delta variant. Quote, "It means all of us going back to wearing masks in public." That's as vaccinated people develop mild symptoms, despite what the president claimed.
The various shots that people are getting now cover that. You're okay. You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
There have been multiple breakthrough positive tests of vaccinated staff at the White House.
How many breakthrough cases have you had? I don't have more details on that. I will see if there's more we can provide.
Turns out that's a dead end.
No, I don't think you can expect that we're going to be providing numbers of breakthrough cases.
The attending physician on Capitol Hill is hinting at a return to indoor mask mandates there, according to Politico, something a Republican doctor who's in Congress warns against.
There should be no need to retrogress into a masked up Congress or a masked up state.
So far, CDC guidance has not changed.
You should certainly be wearing a mask if you are unvaccinated. If you are vaccinated, you get exceptional protection from the vaccines, but you have the opportunity to make the personal choice to add extra layers.
But the president made it sound like masks were a thing of the past.
Let me repeat, if you are fully vaccinated, you no longer need to wear a mask.
That could change as variants spread.
A lot of people got the vaccine because they were hearing him say, if you get the vaccine, you don't have to wear masks anymore.
And that continues to be CDC guidance.
And you can say that that's going to be the guidance forever.
I am not the CDC director.
I was inside an event at the East Room earlier this afternoon. Dozens of lawmakers, very few masks. That's because that's what the CDC guidance is right now. And officials here follow that CDC guidance to a T. If it changes, events around here might start to look very different very soon because that guidance could change at any time. Remember, when the CDC decided that vaccinated people didn't have to wear masks anymore, that update came out of nowhere. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Taking a Live Now look, everybody. New York, just outside of the Fox News headquarters this gorgeous Friday morning. You see New Yorkers out there getting their day started. I'm going to head to Fox 5 New York, see what the current weather conditions are like. 67 degrees. Expected high of 82 degrees today. That's a pretty pleasant summer day. More Live Now from Fox, everybody, is 2 minutes away. Don't go anywhere. are now less than 30 minutes away from the Olympic opening ceremonies out there in Tokyo, Japan, everyone. And protesters, they have taken to the streets. They want it known that they are not happy about the Olympics happening out there in Tokyo, Japan during the coronavirus pandemic. They're holding various signs, they're chanting, they're standing, they're marching, and they are making their voices heard. There are a lot of mask wearing. There is a lot of mask wearing going on out there, but not a whole lot of social distancing, as you can see there. But again, they are saying that they are not happy that the Olympics are happening in Tokyo, Japan, 1 year behind schedule due to the coronavirus pandemic. So yes, still called the 2020 Olympics. The Summer Games. Team USA does have a presence there. We're hearing athletes have tested positive for COVID-19, which means they are likely out of the games there. But you see the situation there. Some of the competition has already begun, but the official opening ceremonies, again, expected at 7 a.m. Eastern time. We are not sure yet if we will have a live picture that we can bring you of the opening ceremonies. If we do, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, everybody, we're continuing on with your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. Let's go from Tokyo, Japan, all the way out to Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., because we can go from destination to destination just that quickly here on Live Now from Fox. Okay, infrastructure. Is there a deal? Is there not? A procedural vote failed earlier this week due to infrastructure. So what are the latest talks? How are negotiations going? Let's find out.
Negotiations for the $1.2 trillion infrastructure package are chugging along, even as the details remain in flux.
We're looking for this bipartisan effort to get this infrastructure bill passed.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer adamant, though, that the Senate pass the bill before August recess.
I laid out that precise schedule at the end of June, and I intend to stick with it.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi talking tough on Thursday, repeating the fate of the bipartisan infrastructure bill in the House depends on whether the Senate takes up the larger human infrastructure package.
We will not be taking it up until the Senate passes the reconciliation bill.
The White House believes infrastructure talks are gaining momentum.
We're very close to a point where there's going to be a vote.
The administration is citing a new report from the International Monetary Fund, which states the new administration's policies have put the U.S. economy on a strong footing as another reason to pump trillions of dollars more in investments to sustain the country's growth. A move Republicans call a mistake as prices soar in almost every sector, from clothing to used cars.
It's like they have systematically identified the worst idea for American families on every single issue and set about rolling them into one huge, reckless proposal.
Though the president points to economic growth as an incentive for infrastructure investments, a new report from the Labor Department shows initial jobless claims jumped to 419,000 last week, up 51,000 from the week before, suggesting that the country's rebound in the jobs market may be slower than expected. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
All right, everybody, I have a just-in notification for you right here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Here is a look at a Disney cruise liner in Port Canaveral, Florida. Now, I'm not positive if this is the Disney Dream. I'm pretty sure it is, following the announcement that just came out minutes ago. At Disney Parks on Twitter, tweeting this just in. Beginning August 9th, the Disney Dream will kick off our long-awaited return to cruising with 3- and 4-night cruises from Port Canaveral, Florida. They also tweeted a video for important details to plan your next Disney Cruise Line vacation. So again, that is a little bit of new news this morning from the Disney Cruise Line, taking to Twitter to share it with everybody on social media. We are a very social show here on Live Now from Fox. We monitor social media, all the different live feeds, breaking news, not just here across the country, but worldwide. And we bring it to you live, raw, unfiltered. That is just who we are and what we do. So thank you so much for tuning in. Did you know that we are now a 24/7 operation? All you have to do, everybody, take us with you on your smartphones, your tablets, your laptops, wherever you are. Live Now from Fox can be there with you bringing you news instantaneously as it is happening. That is the beauty and the magic of this show. You can turn us on in your car over your Bluetooth radio. Just listen to us as you're driving along. If you're a passenger, you can watch. You got to be safe out there on the roads, everybody. But I wanted to bring you that latest news again from the Disney Cruise Line this morning right here on Live Now from Fox. We are continuing on with your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. Let's get the latest in terms of business headlines this Friday morning.
Economists were hoping this week would see a new pandemic low in the number of people filing for unemployment benefits for the first time, but it didn't happen. There were 419,000 new claims for unemployment benefits last week. The Dow Jones estimate was for 350,000. The economy has expanded at a robust pace so far this year, though, and is expected to continue into next year. Companies are continuing to report better than expected earnings for the spring quarter. Among upbeat reports on Thursday, American and Southwest Airlines, AT&T, and Domino's Pizza. The company saw U.S. sales rise 3.5% in the quarter, even though people have returned to eating in restaurants. Tesla CEO Elon Musk now says the electric car company will most likely start accepting Bitcoin for payments again once it is satisfied with the amount of renewable energy used for the crypto coin. Well, there's a shortage of starter homes for first-time buyers. According to Freddie Mac, the supply is near a 5-decade low. For comparison, back in the 1970s, 418,000 starter homes were built. Last year's number was only about 65,000. The shortage is hitting housing markets in at least 10 states, including Florida. And Gap is changing its reward program. It is combining the programs of its 4 brands, Gap, Old Navy, Banana Republic, and Athleta. Members of current programs will have their balances converted to rewards points. There is also a do-good component, which allows customers to donate their points to nonprofits. For more stories, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Brett Larson.
Man, the sunrise out there in our nation's capital on Capitol Hill, Washington, D.C. just got better and better this morning. By the way, everybody, if you had a chance, if you're still waking up, it's still nighttime where you are, or the moon is still visible, I know there's clouds and rain and other types of weather across the country, but if you have a chance, try to get outside, look up at the moon. It is gorgeous this morning, evening, however you want to refer to it, but just past 6:30 here on the East Coast, which means it's 3:30 in the morning on the West Coast. Could depend. Some say staying up late, some say waking up early. Just if you have a chance, take a look at the moon. It's pretty cool. All right, we are going to head back west to California, where there is a rideshare shortage and essentially sticker shock from passengers who are trying to take rideshares like Ubers and Lyfts. Let's get the details.
Ride sharing in the era of COVID. I first ran into this when I started flying again back in March, and talking with some of the travelers out here at the airport, they're still having many of the same issues.
I've seen things on like TikTok and Instagram about Uber and Lyft increasing their prices, but wasn't really ready for this.
Mike Soferenko from Orlando grudgingly booked a $72 Uber from SMF to South Sacramento, a ride he had been waiting for about a half an hour when we caught up to him.
It's another 11 minutes, babe.
$60 for SUV to take all of us. Then it said driver's not available, so I hit it again, and then it surged up to $100.
Chris Whitehead says his family ran into the same issue on the Anaheim end of their trip to Disneyland. An airport spokesperson says SMF monitors the transportation options to and from the airport and estimates waits for ride sharing used to be 4 to 10 minutes. Now they can be about 30 to 40. With the evening surge pricing potentially driving the price of a downtown fare, which normally is about $25, up to $120.
I mean, that's pretty much half the cost of the flight to get here from Florida.
Uber attributed the higher wait times in part to a lack of drivers, saying in a statement, with the economy bouncing back and more people beginning to move, drivers are returning to the Uber platform to take advantage of higher earning opportunities. In the past few weeks, we've seen a modest decrease in wait times for Uber rides, and we hope that progress continues in the months ahead. However, frustration with ride sharing means some are rediscovering, or depending on their age, discovering another option. When was the last time you considered taking a taxi?
A long time ago, but I'm not really feeling the Uber Lyft right now with like the wait and whatnot, so.
Offering a $35 flat rate to downtown, Tony Rahim admits that even with the heightened ride sharing costs, the airport taxis aren't always the lowest price. but it's worth checking.
A lot of people got used to only looking at Uber and Lyft.
Now when they see the price, they know they will come into the taxi.
In Sacramento, Karma Dickerson, Fox 40 News.
All right, everybody. Interesting story out there in California. Likely the situation happening in cities and states across the U.S. But right now, we're going to head on out to the Windy City where Fox 32 Chicago's Joni Lum is joining us live to talk about what the weather is currently like out there in Chicago, Illinois, and what it is going to be like through the weekend. Hi, Joni. How are you?
Good morning, Pilar. You know, you and I both know that this is the best time of day when the sun is rising. And in Chicago, this is the perfect time of day because it's still kind of cool, but the humidity is really high even right now. So you can tell that it's going to be a hot one ahead. And we haven't had a lot of real hot days here in Chicago. So the Office of Emergency Management in Chicago has issued a warning, that hot weather combined with humidity can definitely affect your health. This is a look at Monroe Harbor. Isn't it gorgeous? And right now we don't have direct sunshine, so it's not heating things up even more. But the lakefront is beautiful, and a lot of people are going to want to seek relief here at the lakefront. Here in Chicago, summer really races by. A lot of people want to be outdoors to enjoy it while we can. So city officials are urging people check on relatives, neighbors, and friends during the next few days. They're reminding people to stay hydrated because if you need to be inside, you don't have air conditioning, then you're going to take some other precautions like keep the lights off, take a cool bath or shower. If you're driving, a reminder, don't leave anyone in the car, including your pets. OEMC here in Chicago trying to gear up, and they're ready in case they have to issue excessive heat information, including warnings or emergencies if necessary. A number of neighborhood festivals are happening this weekend. That's great news because all these things are returning and people are excited to make up for last year when we couldn't go to anything. So they might be outside, they might be out of practice, and so they might forget to hydrate or seek shade or those kinds of things. Perhaps that's why the warning has come out. Here in Chicago, we have not forgotten that in 1995 there was a deadly heat wave here, and that's why the city officials are so responsive and want to let people know that they should be checking on their neighbors and hydrating when it's going to get hot. But for right now, it's pretty nice out here. Pilar?
Yeah, absolutely. Joni, a lot of people don't keep in mind when they look at the temperature, they're like, oh, it's only 85 and the like. But when you're talking about real field temps, especially in any city that gets humidity, it can be pretty dangerous. Because I know out here in Orlando, it's only been in the 90s, but the real feel has been in the hundreds. And that's pretty dangerous. So people got to stay hydrated. They got to make sure they got their sunblock, their hats, their sunglasses, and just stay protected and stay cool. So thank you for that update out there. We appreciate it.
That is some serious heat. All right, have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye. All right, everybody, we are taking a live now look using XRAD radar at what the current temperatures are like out there in the Midwest. You see Chicago, Illinois, they're clocking in at about 75 right now. Remember, Live Now from Fox would not be possible without the help of our Fox-owned and operated stations across the country. They are expected to reach a high of 86 degrees out there today. I'm going to look at the weather conditions as well. Tomorrow, 89, though. Remember, the real feels with humidity much higher out there. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on our friends out in the Windy City. Again, you are watching Live Now from Fox. It is Friday, July 23rd, 2021. Please, if you do have any weather warnings where you live, take precautions. We are going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. We continue to monitor the situation unfolding in Tokyo, Japan. Everyone, the crowds, they continue to grow. Now less than 15 minutes away from the Olympics, the 2020 Olympics, that is, opening ceremonies out there. Some competitions, they've already begun, but a lot of people out there in Tokyo, Japan say the Olympics are not welcome there due to the coronavirus pandemic and cases. They're holding signs that say various things. They are chanting "No Olympics" as they take to the streets. And a lot of mask wearing out there, but not a whole lot of social distancing. The camera here keeps changing a little bit. We do have another vantage point, but it is a photographer actively walking around the crowd, so it's not the most stable live picture. But let me see if I can bring it to you. You see the police there talking to the crowds, trying to do crowd control. This big sign right there coming through says "Olympics kill the poor." They do have signs in both English and in Japanese as they are taking to the streets out there in Tokyo, Japan. Again, everyone, we will continue to show you these live images and monitor these feeds, bring you any updates as we can right here on Live Now from Fox. It says "No Olympic in Tokyo 2021" there. A lot of people very unhappy with the games going on a year behind schedule due to the coronavirus pandemic. We do have some more top stories, everyone, in your morning brief. We're approaching the top of the 7 o'clock hour here on Live Now from Fox as well. We're going to bring you back here to the U.S., and that's because fentanyl is the main driver of drug overdose deaths in the country, and much of the illegal supply being trafficked across the border is making its way to a new distribution hub in the country. Fox News correspondent Brian Yennis has more from New York.
Fatal drug overdoses spiking to record levels in the U.S. last year. A majority of those deaths blamed on fentanyl, an opioid used for pain treatment that is 100 times more potent than morphine. According to the DEA, approximately 90% of fentanyl-laced drugs can be traced to the southern border. In the month of June alone, more than 1,000 pounds of fentanyl were seized there by Customs and Border Protection.
In terms of the major traffickers, they could care less. They're really just merchants of death. They don't care.
Once it's trafficked across the border, fentanyl makes its way, often on produce trucks, to New York City, which has become a major distribution hub for the lethal drug. Fentanyl seizures there are up 236%, with 806 kilograms seized, enough to kill more than 400 million people. The special narcotics prosecutor in New York City saying lethal amounts of fentanyl are now being mixed into all major drugs, including pills, meth, heroin, and cocaine.
It's coming in very large volume. And so instead of just being mixed in with heroin now, it's being pre-pressed into pills that look just like pharmaceutical pills that you might buy from a manufacturer.
Drug overdoses in the city are up 22% in just the last year, 75% of those deaths involving fentanyl.
It's finding its way into drug markets across the country where it hadn't been seen before.
In the U.S. last year, more than 93,000 people died of a drug overdose. In New York, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
All right, but again, here on Live Now from Fox this morning, we continue to monitor the situation unfolding in Tokyo, Japan. The opening ceremonies for the 2020 Summer Olympic Games expected in about 10 minutes. Again, we are trying to wait to see if we might have a live camera in there for the opening ceremonies that we can bring you. But protesters have taken to the streets. They are not happy that the Olympic Games are going to continue during the coronavirus pandemic. One more top story ready to go for you, everybody, here on Live Now from Fox this Friday morning. Fully vaccinated Americans are getting COVID-19, but health officials say so far it's not a major cause for concern. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has more on why medical experts say these rare instances are only showcasing how important vaccines truly are.
COVID vaccination rates in the
New COVID-19 cases are on the rise, tripling over the past 2 weeks, especially in areas with low vaccination rates. But now health officials are trying to calm nerves surrounding COVID-19 breakthrough cases when a fully vaccinated person contracts the virus.
We are still at war with the virus.
So far, breakthrough cases are rare, but they do happen. At least 2 fully vaccinated Washington, D.C. political staffers tested positive for the coronavirus this week alone.
It's certainly gotten people concerned about the possibility for more infection.
And it's a phenomenon that could become more common, especially due to the more highly contagious forms of the virus, like the Delta variant.
It's going to make even the average healthy person sick now.
But breakthrough cases don't mean the vaccines aren't effective. In fact, the shots let the body develop an immunity to COVID-19, so it can help fight it off if you're exposed. If anything, health officials say these instances show just how important vaccines are as they keep people from getting seriously ill and dying.
Our vaccines that we're using in this country are very effective, I point out, to the situation regarding advanced disease leading to hospitalizations and deaths, where it's still well in the 90% of effectiveness.
Currently, medical experts say breakthrough cases are not a threat. However, if their numbers continue to rise, especially if they go up sharply, they also suggest that maybe vaccinated Americans should strongly consider COVID-19 booster shots to further protect themselves. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, you're taking a live now look at the White House in Washington, D.C. Good morning. It is Friday, July 23rd, 2021. We are so happy that you are here. Man, I'm going to take you out to Port Canaveral because as I was talking, they just changed the live picture there. Look at this cruise liner, everybody. It is massive. We believe this is Carnival's Mardi Gras. I can't be too sure though. But look at all the other boats out there in Port Canaveral on the water as well. Cruising is back for a lot of people. They are excited to hit the open seas again. Before we reach the top of the 7 o'clock hour, we are going to take one more commercial break. Remember, we are monitoring the situation in Tokyo, Japan as closely as we can. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Happy Friday. A lot of people, they're looking for some lighter, happier news this morning, perhaps even funny news, comedic news. Right now, we are taking a Live Now look at an amusement park in Wildwood, New Jersey. And that's ahead of this next top story that we're going to be bringing you from Fox 29 out in Philadelphia. You know, a lot of people, they're thrill seekers. They like to get on rides, take risks, feel the adrenaline. But what happened to one teenager has essentially gone viral. Our Fox owned and operated station, Fox 29 Philadelphia, covered it, and I just had to bring it to you here this Friday on Live Now from Fox before we get to the top of the 7 o'clock hour. Friday, not Friday, it might involve an animal.
Now a video going viral. You have to see this one of two girls on the spring shot ride at Maurice Piers in Wildwood.
After being launched into the air like a human cannonball, surprise, they picked up an extra passenger mid-air. You saw it, we're going to loop it again. So this happened earlier this month. We've got Georgia on the left, who was celebrating her birthday that day, and her friend Kylie there on the right. Georgia was just screaming. She had no idea what was happening right next to her as Kylie was just accepting her fate and that face full of bird.
Was that terrifying? Did you know it was going to hit you? Like, what was going through your head when you saw it getting closer?
I knew there was no going back. It was just going to hit me. And I didn't know what to do. So I wait for it to spin over. And then I just grabbed it and threw it off me quick.
Yeah, it looked like you just flicked it out of the way. Georgia, you were just busy screaming right next to her. Do you have any idea what was going on over there?
No.
I asked the girls if they will ever go back on any kinds of slingshot rides. What do you think they said, Thomas?
Probably a big no.
It was a hard no from both.
Terror times two. What are the odds over that one? All right, Scott, hopefully the forecast not that terrifying. Right now.
Again, everybody, that segment, it has just gotten so many people talking about it. I want to show the video again, so I'm going to fast forward here a little bit. Here we go. I want to watch it. Could you imagine being on this ride and seagull right in your face? She pulled it off of her and she just kept screaming like, nobody's business. I'm still going to enjoy the ride. I don't know if I could do that. All right, everybody. It is top of the 7 o'clock hour here in just seconds. We are currently joined by Dr. Mike Sirigliano to talk about the coronavirus pandemic, the latest that is happening here ahead of the weekend. So, Dr. Mike, good morning. How are you? And thanks for joining us.
Well, Regina, have you ever seen the movie The Birds? All right, that you have to watch it because the birds are getting upset. In fact, in that neck of the woods where I'm not far from, the seagulls, if you have a sandwich in your hand, they will grab it. They will come down, steal your sandwich. That's what they do.
I have not seen it, Dr. Mike, but it sounds like I'm going to have to.
Oh, it's a classic. It's a classic horror show.
It might need to be something that I do this weekend for sure. Hey, Dr. Mike, Olympics, they are officially beginning like right now. The opening ceremonies are slated to start like right this second. Tokyo is posting its highest number of new cases in 6 months. In fact, 75 people with Olympic credentials have tested positive. What does this mean for the Olympics?
Well, I would say if you're in an airplane, put your seatbelt on. There may be some turbulence ahead. And so the problem right now, Regina, is that vaccination rates are low in Tokyo, and they've already had 75 cases of people who have become positive, turned positive, who are Olympic certified. That means they are the people who are able to get in and out of the Olympic villages, and they have credentials to get in and out. So if you remember, the only successful way that we had sporting events during the heat of the battle with this was with the NBA and the NHL, where they had a very strict bubble, if you will. That's really not going to be able to be happening in Tokyo because you have people from all over the world coming. You have all kinds of forces at play, and numbers are going up. Throw in the Delta variant, which is extremely contagious. So I'm a bit concerned about all of this.
Dr. Mike, one of the things I want to ask you is why do you believe some athletes do not want to get vaccinated?
Well, Regina, it comes back to people being fearful of side effects, being fearful of the fact that the vaccine is a new vaccine. The bottom line is that if you look at people who are hospitalized now who are unvaccinated, many of them are saying, can I please get the vaccine? And unfortunately, it's too late. And so you need to get the vaccine so that you don't get COVID-19 and end up with the long lasting effects, these long hauler effects, if you will, from COVID-19. It's a real problem.
Dr. Mike, why should athletes who have already been vaccinated need to continue to be tested on a regular basis?
Well, I think that you can still get the virus if you were vaccinated. Remember that. So they're called breakthrough infections. The good news is that if someone is vaccinated, they don't get all that sick and they don't die for the vast majority of people. But in this setting, everyone needs to be tested, vaccinated or not, for that very reason. And they have to have strict protocols, very little interaction. It's very sad. It's sad because if I have trained for 4 years or 8 years or 12 years or since I was a kid for this moment, and then to have all of this going on, it's just tragic. But my favorite expression, it is what it is.
Dr. Mike, we're seeing a surge in COVID-19 cases, states like us right here in Florida. What do you think this means? What should be done?
Well, all of the states have low vaccination rates. And the bottom line is we need to get places like Texas and Missouri and down south, get people vaccinated. There are reports of the numbers going up even in Philadelphia. And now they're just saying, in Philadelphia, we don't mandate it, but we recommend that you wear a mask indoors, even if you've been vaccinated. And I've been saying that all along. I have a daughter who's 9. She's not vaccinated. I'm wearing a mask. So what can we all do? Well, we can get vaccinated and be cautious, especially if you live with someone who is not vaccinated or at high risk, someone who is on cancer treatment. You better be wearing a mask, even if you've been vaccinated, to be safe and secure.
Dr. Mike, is it true the CDC is saying that the Delta variant of the coronavirus now accounts for an estimated 83% of cases in the U.S. as it continues to surge largely among unvaccinated populations?
Well, Regina, this virus, this form of COVID is extremely dangerous. It's extremely contagious and is deadly. And so if you are out there, again, I want to emphasize, listen to me, get vaccinated to prevent problems. Our vaccines are quite effective, even against the Delta variant. And remember that people who are unvaccinated end up being almost like incubators for new variants. Remember, this virus, as long as it circulates the planet, is going to find ways to survive. That's what viruses do. But if we're all vaccinated, the majority of people, it makes it much harder for that virus to be transmitted and to cause problems.
Dr. Mike, of course, here at LiveNOW, we have to monitor everything related to coronavirus to bring it to our viewers. One of the things that I noticed this week while listening to coverage of it is that the Delta variant might have different COVID-19 symptoms. Is it true that it's mostly like runny nose and sore throat versus like loss of taste and smell that we'd heard before?
It has morphed, if you will. Now it's more of nasal congestion, sore throat. That's one of the signs. And boy, is it tricky for people like me who have to deal with this, especially when the fall comes. And do you have the flu? Do you have respiratory syncytial virus? Do you have Coxsackie virus? Or do you have a COVID-19 virus or another corona type virus? So what we do is we do a panel and we swab people and we see what you have. But at this point, I'm still testing for COVID-19 first and asking questions later.
That's another thing I wanted to ask you. So say somebody does have something else, strep throat, RSV, like you just mentioned, and the like. You're testing for COVID first, but do you completely rule that out? Like, because some people could get like a strep throat and a COVID test at the same time, and would one impact the other? Could one produce like a false positive?
Well, there are certainly tests to check for strep. So there's rapid strep tests. And basically, if you go to your healthcare provider, they're going to have the ability to test you fairly rapidly. And there are good tests not only for COVID-19, but also for strep and for influenza. So these are all possibilities. Now, looking at someone is 90% of the picture. And Sir William Osler, the father of American medicine, said, listen to the patient, they will tell you the diagnosis. If someone comes in and I'm looking in their throat and they have that white exudate, that white patchiness in the back of your throat, you have swollen lymph nodes, high fever, that's probably strep throat. And so we will treat them appropriately. But again, it's important to rule out COVID no matter what.
All right, let's start talking kids, Dr. Mike, because school has begun for some students. My niece and nephew, they're already back in the classroom. A few weeks away for most other students here. The American Academy of Pediatrics has come out with new mask guidelines for children in school. What differences exist between the new recommendations and the CDC guidelines?
Well, basically, it's a world of difference. The Centers for Disease Control basically said, if you're vaccinated, if you're a teacher or a student, you don't need to wear a mask. The new guidelines from the American Academy of Pediatrics says everyone needs to wear a mask when they are at school. I welcome that. Now, of course, there's going to be all kinds of gnashing of teeth over this because, it's an infringement on my personal rights and all of that. But the bottom line is that 12 and under, these kids, these young children, are not vaccinated. And how can you tell whether one, can you imagine the challenge of finding out who's vaccinated, who's not vaccinated? You wear a mask, you don't wear a mask. Forget about it. Bottom line is, I agree with the American Academy of Pediatrics. Everyone wears a mask. My kids will be wearing a mask when they go back to school. And my son is already vaccinated. He'll still wear a mask.
Dr. Mike, according to President Biden, children under 12 could start getting vaccinated within months. Do you think that's a realistic goal?
Well, I hope so. I want my daughter, who's 9, to get vaccinated as quickly as possible. It may be a little longer than that. You never know. The studies are ongoing. Most experts feel that the data will be back by September. Then they will apply for emergency use authorization, at least for the messenger RNA vaccines, the Pfizer, Moderna ones, could be sometime in the fall. I hope and pray that it comes out as quickly as possible. I would run today to get my daughter vaccinated if I could, Regina.
Final question, Dr. Mike, coronavirus related still. Say fully vaccinated, whether it's Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Pfizer, doesn't matter. But especially with the news that's coming out about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, the side effects, the fact that it might not be as good against the Delta variant, as effective that is. Can people say, hey, it's been a month or 2 since I was vaccinated. Can I go get another series of shot, different type of shot?
I don't know that anyone is recommending that. If you have been vaccinated, by the way, the Centers for Disease Control has still said that Johnson & Johnson vaccine, the benefits far outweigh the risks. And so bottom line is, we wait and see whether we're going to need a booster shot or not. We don't know the answer to that. There's a lot of questions we don't know the answers to, like if you're immunocompromised, do you get a booster? Which booster? Do you switch them up? Do you mix and match? That may be the case where if you got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, now you get the messenger RNA vaccines. Yeah, but we don't know. And I have a phrase that I tell the medical students all the time. In God we trust, in everyone else, show me the data. And the bottom line is, I want science. I want data. Show me the hard facts, not hearsay, the facts, just the facts.
All right, Penn Medicine's Dr. Mike Srigliano joining us live yet again here on Live Now from Fox. By the way, I don't know if you can see us, but you've been talking to Pilar all morning.
Yikes, Pilar!
I'm
okay. Sorry, I thought you were... Well, you know what? You're both angels in my life.
Thanks,
so
Dr.
there
Mike.
you go.
Hey, we'll see you next week. We really appreciate it. Thanks for joining us yet again.
Thank you, Pilar. Love you, Pilar. You're
Take
the
care.
best.
Bye.
Say hi to Regina since I shouted her out all morning.
She heard you. She says hi back. We'll see you soon.
Okay, see ya.
Taking a live now look, everybody. This is the Clearwater Beach area here in Florida this morning. Gorgeous live picture of the water and the clouds out there. Hope you guys are all having a great Friday so far. We are going to a 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. More coverage from our Fox owned and operated stations from across the country when you return. Here's a live now look, everybody. The Olympic ceremonies, the opening ceremonies, that is, they're underway right now in Tokyo, Japan. Here's an outside live look at the stadium there. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox, 7:15 here this morning, this Friday morning. Hope you've had a great week and your morning is going fantastic so far. If you happen to be in a city where it's still a little bit dark outside, you might want to try to go look at the moon. It is pretty cool this morning. Of course, clouds and other weather can prohibit some people from taking a look at that. But speaking of the moon, the space race, billionaires going to space. There's been some pretty exciting launches lately, and Fox 11 Los Angeles is talking about them this morning on Live Now from Fox.
Billionaire space race, as some of the world's wealthiest people spend huge sums of money to reach for the stars.
Yeah, on Tuesday, Jeff Bezos and his Blue Origin crew launched the new Shepard rocket and capsule into space. He's not the only billionaire, of course, with space dreams. Richard Branson successfully blasted off on Virgin Galactic's VSS Unity, both spending billions to kickstart their space tourism program.
So the criticism has been intense, many asking, with all the problems that we have here on Earth, is this really the time to be spending so much money on a space adventure? Joining us now, Shannon Sterone. She's a freelance science writer for The Atlantic who recently wrote a story on this topic. Good morning. I think you were you put pen to paper. A lot of people here, when we were watching this, there were other people here in the studio who kind of had this same sentiment. What was the crux of your argument there?
Yeah, the crux really is the title says it all. Space billionaires, please read the room. It feels really just like poor timing. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Countries, still a lot of people in our country waiting for vaccines. To have this really audacious, loud, egotistical space race, space race between two of the richest men in the world, feels just in really poor taste. And I felt like calling them out was something that I should do.
Well, you specifically say there's a climate crisis on Earth, so let's stay on Earth. But then you also point out that Bezos donated or pledged to spend $10 billion with a B dollars on the climate crisis. So there's that. And then what about the fact that this does help us get to that next step when it comes to space tourism?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's really important for us to distinguish space exploration with space tourism and what these companies are trying to do. Their motive is really not scientific in nature. It's to have a company where people pay $500,000, $250,000 to have 4 minutes of weightlessness in suborbital space, which granted is very cool for those people that can afford to do that. But you mentioned we are in a climate crisis. It is not something that is going to benefit us. It's not going to benefit humanity. It will be fun for the space tourists who are wealthy, who can do that. But at the end of the day, this is not really going to move humanity forward. Jeff Bezos has a long-term vision for going to the moon, for having low Earth orbit spheres that people can live in. But I think that an implication of who's going to live in those spheres, if it ever happens, are the people who can afford to buy these flights, which are people who are profoundly wealthy. So this is not benefiting the climate crisis. This is not benefiting, us normal people. It's for a specific subset of the population. And I think them selling this as I'm going to benefit, this is going to benefit humanity. I want to help everybody. My argument is that you cannot help people in space until you help people on Earth. There's no clean slate. You don't just start fresh on the moon or in low Earth orbit. You have to start here.
I feel like this is, though, kind of like the age-old argument when it comes to space exploration, right? With our government in the past paying large sums of money to go into space and lots of people questioning whether or not it was the right investment when some of those dollars could be spent right here on Earth. We've heard that before. And then you hear all of the advancements that have made by us going into space, and certainly the government is no longer pushing investing as much money. And so some would say we need these companies to go out into space. In fact, Jeff Bezos, there was even a story about how there were plans to bring some of the trash that had been accumulated here and to put that into space. I mean, what would you say to that for people that are saying, we need to keep advancing this forward and all of the different technological and science advancements that are made that we make in space that we can bring here to home?
Yeah, that's a great question, and a lot of people feel that way. I think there is a big distinction, though, between what they're developing technologically with what will actually move us forward. And the thing is we cannot move forward in space. Having suborbital flights is not a revelation. NASA and other countries have been going to this altitude for decades. So what they're doing is unique for the commercial space economy. This is a completely new thing. These flights were important in that for that purpose only, I think. But moving humanity to the moon, moving people to space is not it's not a feasible solution for the problems that we have. And them marketing that as such is really false advertising. And Branson wanting to clean up space junk, that is a very real problem, but it's really easy to say those things when we don't actually have solutions. We haven't practiced solutions for how to do that. So it's great to start saying things like that. And these guys are A+ marketers. They know how to sell things. They know how to make money. This is a perfect example of that.
I quickly want to ask you, though, it was wonderful, right, to see 82-year-old Wally Funk finally be able to accomplish what she couldn't simply because she was a woman back in the still is a woman, but in the 1960s because of her gender, she couldn't go into space. So that was phenomenal, right?
That was wonderful. I loved seeing Wally. She was so full of joy in that flight, and she's waited so long, 60 years to be able to take that flight. And that was really the highlight, I think, for most of us, seeing how happy she was.
I will say a lot of people, you're not alone. And a lot of people think that so much money can be spent on bringing clean water, bringing sustainable energy to our country. There's a lot of people who are hungry. And if these efforts and this money were spent on that, maybe we could really solve problems immediately here on Earth. So thank you for your time, Shannon. We're going to make sure that people read your article there. We know you had a lot to say there, but we appreciate your time this morning.
Space Billionaires Read the Room. It's in the Atlantic. You can look it up yourself. All right, Shannon, thank you so much.
Thank you, Shannon.
Taking a live now look this morning, everybody. This is Flint, Michigan. You can see a little bit of cloudy conditions out there. Maybe wet streets, raining as well, because we're seeing a lot of reflection from some headlights out there on the street. Happy Friday, everybody. Good morning. Thank you so much for tuning in to Live Now from Fox. We are actually going out to Fox 2 Detroit for this next story. Disturbing new details involving the arrest of lead federal investigator in the plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. That same FBI agent has testified several times in court about the alleged scheme. Now he's facing charges, accused of assaulting his wife. Many believe his arrest could impact his credibility in court. This is a story that myself and Fox 2 Detroit's Ryan Armani talked about yesterday.
Tonight, disturbing new details involving the arrest of the lead federal investigator in the plot to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer. That same FBI agent has testified several times in court about the alleged scheme. Now he's facing charges, accused of assaulting his wife. The agent is accused of beating and choking his wife after they attended a risque party on the west side of the state.
The incident leaving her bleeding with head injuries. Fox 2's Taryn Asher joins us tonight with details. Taryn.
Yes, we are talking about the FBI special agent at the center of the case against more than a dozen men in the plot to kidnap and kill the governor. His criminal case could hurt his credibility.
He was allowed personal bond, allowed to walk out, where my client, who committed no violence, started at $10 million.
Nicholas Somberg referring to his client, 26-year-old Joseph Morrison, one of a total of 14 men accused at the state and federal level in the plot to kidnap and kill Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
The most specific thing he said was when he said 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm going through Governor Whitmer's door.
Okay. I mean, sounds like a poem to me. Would you agree?
Well, at the end of the day, when he put together a team that didn't, in fact, plan to go through her door, it, I think, takes on a little more context.
Yet the FBI special agent Richard Trask, who worked with the informants and provided key testimony here at the preliminary hearing, was able to walk out of jail for a much smaller bond. And Somberg adds Trask is accused of a lot more violence, slamming his wife's head several times against the nightstand after they argued at a swingers sex party near Kalamazoo.
But that's just going to go to their character and their credibility. Look at the FBI. Look at the guys they're hiring. These aren't Boy Scouts. These aren't clean-cut people. They're going to swingers parties and beating their wives, which is, worse than my client ever did.
And Somberg claims poke even more holes in the case against his client. Morrison is accused of making a terrorist threat and hosting live militia training at his Munith property.
Keep moving.
But his attorney says FBI informants can be heard on recorded phone calls pushing Adam Fox, the so-called ringleader of the plot, to train at his client's house.
Insisted on doing it with other FBI agents in the background telling him what to say. And this was after my client had already told him, no, he's crazy. He's a loose cannon. I don't want to deal with him.
That's why Somberg filed an entrapment motion at the state level. He feels the criminal charges FBI agent Richard Trask is now facing will help his client's case, but feels their defense is strong without it.
Came out that there's a dozen informants that came out as well. So how many informants do you need until it's actually your plot? And now you've sort of become the criminal that you're trying to stop.
Attorney Sonberg says they are still waiting for a response from the Attorney General's office on their motion to dismiss the state charges on the grounds of entrapment. They're expected to be back in court on the 23rd.
Well, these charges are going to make it tough for the FBI agent Trask to do his job.
Well, absolutely, because first of all, as his case plays out, he's not allowed to carry a firearm, and we don't know if he's suspended yet, but one would assume that's probably going to come with the criminal charges. We haven't heard yet back from the FBI, but still, that's going to prevent him from testifying further in this case and really, helping to facilitate it. So. This is a very complicated case as it goes, with lots of layers at the state and the federal level involving so many people and so many attorneys. It's going to be interesting.
But this changes everything.
It changes some.
Yeah, no question
for
about
sure.
it. All right.
Thanks, Taryn.
Thank you.
Big thanks to Fox 2 Detroit for that. We will continue to monitor any updates for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But we are taking a Live Now look at New York, New York. Not exactly sure what freeway interchange this is there, but you see cars on the roadway zipping on by. Freedom Tower standing tall and proud on the top right-hand side of your screen. We are going to take a 2-minute commercial break. There is plenty more Live Now when you return. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was in Fort Pierce yesterday at Indian River State College speaking about a new law that provides free book deliveries to the homes of elementary school students who read below grade level. But I'm pretty sure he also talked about the coronavirus pandemic out there. Let's listen in to these remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
You remember we had the tragedy at Surfside, kind of pushed all that off the calendar for a couple weeks, but we're glad to finally be here to be able to do this, to sign the bill which creates the New Worlds Reading Initiative. The program will deliver free books to students in grades K through 5 who are reading below grade level. And to fully fund this initiative, we allocated $200 million in the Florida Leads budget. Each month, they'll receive a new hard copy book to their home to help let them read and to improve their skills. We're not just talking about any book. In the coming months, Commissioner Corcoran and the Department of Education will create a selection of high-quality books with diverse subjects for each grade level. The program will also include training materials for parents to help engage the whole family in reading. We know that book delivery programs like this are successful because they engage parents in the process, which helps improve the child's reading and their overall success in school. We also, in addition to the $200 million to fully fund the book delivery program, I'm also announcing $71 million for early literacy initiatives through CARES Act funding, bringing our total investment in literacy to $270 million. Now, the additional Now, the additional $71 million includes $61 million to support direct student interventions, including targeted individual or small group literacy tutoring for students in kindergarten and first grade, $4 million to provide elementary school principals and assistant principals with effective practices to help them focus on improving literacy within their schools, $3 million for literacy coach boot camps to improve the skills and proficiency of literacy coaches, and $2.8 million to continue statewide progress monitoring through the Department of Education for grades K through 8. So this is really a big deal. We think that this will make a really big impact. We have the money that's being put in now. In the future, the program will be funded through tax credits that people can take primarily off their corporate income tax, and we think that that'll be a good revenue stream to be able to do it. This is really important. I mean, I have 3 young. I got a 4, a 3, and a 16-month-old at home. I can tell you my 16-month-old loves having books read to her, and it makes a big difference. And you can see how that, and then obviously as they get a little older, they'll be learning to read for themselves. It's really, really important. So I just want to thank the legislators who are here today for their leadership. I want to thank Commissioner Corcoran for really stressing. I mean, obviously, I think we all knew that this is something that's probably pretty important, but if you look at the statistics and actually see that we can pretty much tell if you're not proficient in reading after 3rd grade, the chance of you all of a sudden getting on the dime and doing well is very, very low. So if we can get that, if we can get the proficiency, we can improve outcomes down the line. So I'm going to invite Speaker Sprowls to come up and say a few remarks, and we'll have Representative Trabulsi and Richard Corcoran.
Well, thank you, Governor. It's great to be here with you today. Great to be with Representative Trabulsi and Senator Harrell and Representative Snyder and former Speaker Corcoran, Commissioner Corcoran, to talk.
Guys, I think we may have just barely missed the fireworks there in Tokyo, Japan, at the stadium where the opening ceremonies for the 2020 Summer Olympic Games are underway right now. I tried bringing it to you as quickly as I could, but I think we missed it. I'm going to keep a very close eye on this feed, everybody, and if any more fireworks light off there, I'll try to get it to you ASAP right here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, though, we've been listening in to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis talking about a reading initiative. And then he also made some COVID-19 related remarks. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. It's Friday, July 23rd, 2021. Thanks for being here.
Corcoran, to talk about the boldest literacy initiative that any state is pursuing in the United States of America. And I can tell each and one of you that are here, I know we've got some parents that are here, we've got some kids who are going to sing to us a little bit later on, but I can tell you that the reason that we are here today is because of the hard work of the legislators behind me, and because we have the boldest governor in America when it comes to making sure that every one of our children can read on grade level. And, you know, we went back and we looked at this, months back. Of course, the governor came in and made literacy a priority, made making sure that early education was a priority. But if I told you that 88% of individuals who don't graduate high school in the state of Florida were struggling readers in 3rd grade, 88% who didn't graduate were struggling readers in 3rd grade. If I told you that 50% of our kids who enter kindergarten weren't ready to read on grade level, if I told you that 60% of our 4th graders weren't reading on grade level, we would all agree that nothing could be more important to make sure that at 3rd grade our children are learning on grade level, because it is going to impact the rest of their life and their ability to learn. And all of those statistics I told you were true. And what's more, Florida's doing well. Our teachers, our principals, they're succeeding in the classroom when it comes to our national peers. They're doing awesome. And they're succeeding and they're overachieving. But I can tell you also this, and this is an alarming statistic, and I said this, when I became a speaker, even though our teachers and our principals are doing a great job in teaching our children to read, if we remained on current trends, it would be 250 years before every child in Florida would read on late grade level. But we're lucky. We're lucky that we live in Florida because we have a governor who's willing to say that's totally unacceptable. You have a legislature and a commissioner of education who's willing to say that is totally unacceptable. We will not accept that for the future of our children. And here we are today with the New Worlds Reading Initiative. And why would we call it the New Worlds Reading Initiative? Because nothing opens up new worlds for children like reading a book and falling in love with a character and being with them as they go on in their adventures. And every child who learns to read gets to experience that. But we also know that struggling readers, the vast majority of them, don't even have a book in their home. How could you fall in love with reading or a character or an adventure if you don't have a book to touch and make your own? And that's going to change because of the work of the members behind me. The New Worlds Reading Initiative will get children who are struggling readers. They'll get a package at their home. Not a package for somebody else or for a parent, but for them with their name on it that says, this is yours. This book, this adventure, it's yours and yours alone. And what's more, we realize that that kid's not going to just start to read by themselves. They're going to need help, and they're going to need help from their parents, which is why this bill contains not just funding for that, but for wraparound services for families and for parents to help teach our parents to teach their children to learn to read. We're working with the Lassinger Institute at the University of Florida, who's come up with a presentation that is nothing short of inspiring and amazing to make sure that we can educate our parents on how to teach their children to read that book that comes to their home. And we can tell you that we are going to make 2030 our target, to make sure that as many children in Florida will read on grade level by 2030. People will say, well, that's a moonshot. And they're right, it is. It is a moonshot, which is why the first year of the book theme for the Lassinger Institute is going to be books about the moon, to get the kids excited about that adventure and all that's to come. I couldn't be more grateful for Representative Trabulsi for.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will have a live report with Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan when you return.
President Simpson, who made this bill a priority. But lastly, Governor, I would say that without you, without your administration, without the leadership of Commissioner Corcoran, we would not be here today. And for that, we are very grateful. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Governor DeSantis. Thank you. I'm so happy to have you here. So you know, this is the first time a governor has ever visited Indian River State College. Oh, wow. So we are very proud to have you as our first. I watched you on TV last night in Miami. I don't know how you made it here today, but I am very, very grateful. Thank you so much. Speaker Sprouse, you are a great mentor to me. It's been a pleasure working with you this past session. I am honored to have carried this bill and honored to work alongside you. The only thing that disappoints me is that I only get one more year with you, but it's going to be a great one. To the other representatives here, it's again been a great pleasure working with you over this last year. We've had plenty of conversations about House Bill 3. And you guys have been there right beside me, and we do it as a team, and thank you for everything that you do. I appreciate that. Again, thank you to IRSC for having us here. My home is here too, on the IRSC campus as a state representative, so I'm thankful to have you, my home in Fort Pierce and my home at IRSC. Andy Treadwell and John Barbieri and President Moore, you have been more than gracious and accommodating and just made the doors open for us, and for that I'm very appreciative. Since I'm thanking people, I have to thank my family, because without you, I could not be where I am today. I'm so proud of you and so thankful that you pushed me forward and said for many years I was there for you and encouraged me to go be me. So thank you very much. I love you all. The New Worlds Reading Initiative is so exciting. The governor and the speaker have touched on most of the highlights of this bill, but I can tell you that this does open new doors, and we've...
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are taking a look at Clearwater Beach, Florida. One of my favorite live images to bring you here on the show, just because it's so peaceful, so calm, so beautiful, but we are seeing birds flying by in this live picture out there. You see waves coming in and plenty of clouds out there. Not too far away from Clearwater Beach is Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan joining us live this morning on Live Now from Fox to talk about a convicted murderer, the latest in the case ahead of some sentencing. Good morning, Kelly. How are you?
Hey, good morning to you. I'm doing just fine this morning, Regina, and I hope you're doing well. This morning is going to be a difficult day in court, though. We have the formal sentencing for Ronnie O'Neill. Now, he's been found guilty at this point of killing not only his child and the mother of his child, but also of attempting to kill
his son, an 8-year-old boy at the time. Now, O'Neal, before we get to the formal sentencing today, again, he has been found guilty. A jury deciding to give him life in prison. Ultimately, though, the final decision up to a judge. But before we get to that, O'Neal is filing a motion that the court will have to hear. He's filing a motion for a new trial, claiming that he was denied the ability to testify in court during his trial. Interesting to hear today how exactly he plans to argue that, given the fact that he did represent himself at this trial and jurors heard from him on a daily basis. But the motion was drafted by the defense attorney that was assigned to O'Neal for the penalty phase of this trial. And while O'Neal allowed an assigned public defender to help with closing arguments, he largely ran the show as he crafted a self-defense argument during this murder trial. O'Neal also told jurors that he'd been framed by the state, and his strategy, often confusing and sometimes heated, at times even we saw O'Neal shout at jurors. Now facing a mountain of disturbing evidence and witness testimony, including testimony from O'Neal's own son, jurors ultimately found Ronnie O'Neal guilty for the murders of his daughter, Renivia, and her mother, Kenyatta, as well as the attempted murder of his son, Ronnie. And with the death penalty on the line, jurors instead elected to recommend life in prison. Now, after court, the day of the actual guilty verdict, we did hear from Kenyatta's mother. We also heard from her sister, both expressing that the family had wanted the death penalty. But of course, in Florida, death penalty cases must be decided unanimously by the jury. So at least one juror decided against recommending the death penalty. As I said, ultimately, his sentence is going to be up to a judge. Very likely that he will receive life in prison, as the jury has suggested. But before we get to that today, his family members and the family members of the victims are going to have a chance to speak in court and deliver their final thoughts.
Yeah, Kelly, we were streaming some of that trial, and it was pretty interesting testimony there for sure. So it'll be interesting to see. What time does the sentencing hearing begin at today?
Typically, court cases begin at 9, but as I said, there's a motion that's been filed ahead of time, so it's unclear exactly when we will finally get to the sentencing, if that does happen today.
All right, Fox 13's Kelly Callan out there live for us in Tampa, Florida. Thank you so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. Speaking of being live now, everybody, this is in New York, courtesy of Fox 5 New York. Sky Fox flying high above. Look at that, the harbor out there, absolutely beautiful for sure. Man, you can't get any better views than you can catch right here on Live Now from Fox. Gorgeous Friday morning. The Big Apple seeing a lot more tourists now that millions of Americans are vaccinated. They're being comfortable with travel again, taking to the skies, taking to the roadways. I'm actually going to go on over to Fox 5 New York's website to see what the weather conditions are supposed to be like this weekend. Currently 67 degrees out there. For some of us, that's a little cool. The expected high going to be 81 degrees today. In terms of weather for the rest of the weekend, tomorrow 82, Sunday some showers, 84, and Monday as New Yorkers head back to work, maybe some to school, 87 degrees out there. We all know with humidity as a factor, the real feel can be a little bit different. Again, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are very happy that you are here this Friday morning. Don't forget, you can always go to livenowfox.com. That's livenowfox.com. See all the different ways that you can watch us. All right, well, we were listening in to Governor Ron DeSantis doing a news conference about a reading initiative, but he did also take some media questions and talk about the coronavirus pandemic. So I do want to bring you those remarks this morning here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, we're excited about this program. We think it's going to make a difference, and we think we're really leaning in on a very difficult problem, but a problem that if we can make some improvements, we're going to be doing very well. Excited about the upcoming school year. I think if we remember this time last year, there was many parts of the country wouldn't open their schools. We thought it was very important that parents had access to in-person education. We were able to do it. It was unique circumstances. I think our school districts, most of them did a really, really good job. And I know a lot of the teachers were instrumental in getting the kids back in as well. So we want to thank everyone for doing that. We look forward to this upcoming year to be a normal school year, be in person and live like normal and learn like normal kids. There's been talk about potentially people advocating at the federal level imposing compulsory masks on kids. We're not doing that in Florida, okay? We need our kids to breathe. We need our kids to be able to be kids. We need them to be able to breathe. It's terribly uncomfortable for them to do it. There's not very much science behind it. There's some schools we had didn't do masks, others did. The outcomes were not meaningfully different. And so I think it's really important that parents obviously can equip their kid to go to school however they want, but there shouldn't be any coercive mandates on our schools. And so we want to make sure that that is it. As of right now, all the school districts are going in that direction, but there is going to be, it looks like, a campaign from Washington to try to change that. And I've talked to Chris Sprouse. If we need to bring them back in to be able to do something from the legislative perspective, he's all in to be able to do it, and I know that people will do. At the end of the day, we got to start putting our kids first. We got to look out for their education. Is it really comfortable? Is it really healthy for them to be muzzled and have their breathing obstructed all day long in school? I don't think it is. And I look to think, I have a 3-year-old son. You got people like Fauci saying he should be muzzled, that you should be throwing masks on these 3-year-old kids. It's totally unacceptable, and certainly unacceptable to have any level of government imposing that on parents and on kids. And so we look forward to a normal school year. Obviously, people parents can make decisions how they want to, and we wouldn't restrict that. But we certainly will not have any mandates on students and on parents in the upcoming school year. Yes.
Hey, Governor, there's a group of physicians in Florida meeting right now concerned about the rise in COVID cases. They're critical of your policies as it relates to COVID. What do you say back to those doctors who are concerned and critical of your policies?
Where are they? Who are they from?
There's a group down in Miami. They're meeting on Zoom right now. A group of physicians.
Well, look, so if anyone is calling for lockdowns, you're not getting that done in Florida. I'm going to protect people's livelihoods. I'm going to protect kids' right to go to school. I'm going to protect people's right to run their small businesses. We have a situation where we have 3 vaccines that have been widely available for months and months now, and people need to make decisions what's best for them. But to have the government come in and lock anyone down or restrict anybody is totally unacceptable. And it's easy for some physician to advocate that because it doesn't affect them. It does affect the people in this state. So we're going to lift people up. We're not locking people down, and we're going to make sure that folks are able to exercise their decision making, that what's best for them. And I think millions of Floridians have obviously done that for the last year and a half. And so we want to continue to support their efforts. Yes, sir.
What message do you have for people who haven't been vaccinated up to this point?
Well, we've had this available for everybody in Florida since April. You know, it's interesting. People said, because I had mentioned the data yesterday about how it is true, people who have been vaccinated are testing positive. And so we just have to be honest with that with people. Biden said last night, if you take the vaccine, you will not get COVID. That is false. We know that's false. People have tested positive. But I think what it does do is it really prevents against severe outcomes, particularly death or a serious hospitalization. So we just have to be honest with people. But I don't think telling noble lies to people, which a lot of the people in the bureaucracy and the medical establishment tend to do, I don't think that that's very helpful, because I think people look at this, and if they don't trust the information comes out, then they're going to obviously do whatever they need accordingly. But it's interesting, you know, I had mentioned that favorable data. People are like, oh, it's the first time he's ever mentioned that. Like, people actually saying that. Some of the news was saying that. I'm like, were you asleep in December, January, February, March when I crisscrossed every corner of this state? I showed up at nursing homes. I showed up at hospitals. I showed up at senior communities. I showed up at pharmacies, and I was criticized for doing that by a lot of the people in the peanut gallery for whatever reason, bogus reasons. But nobody leaned into this because we have a very elderly population, and we wanted to be able to provide them access. But at the same time, we've never had any mandates in the state of Florida, and we will not have any mandates in the state of Florida because ultimately people need to make decisions about what's right for them. But I can tell you, with having 85% of seniors that have been vaccinated in the state of Florida, that has had a positive impact. The nursing home fatalities are down 95% since the vaccines rolled out, and the overall senior fatalities are down over 90%. So let's focus on trying to prevent severe clinical outcomes. These positive tests, I mean, the media will try to do that. They try to create a hysteria. They try to do that. Obviously, in Florida, we're not getting swept away in that. I mean, we're going to protect folks' livelihood. So that's not. But I worry about in some of these other states, what they're going to be doing. You saw a lot of these places like UK and Israel had huge explosions of positive tests, but they didn't have the similar level of clinical outcomes that they did 6 months prior or whatever. So I just think at the end of the day, we've worked really hard. We've provided really unprecedented access to so many different avenues that that was what we set out to do, and we did it.
Governor, what would you say
anybody else?
Somebody to be vaccinated that hasn't.
Is there anybody else that hasn't asked the question? Yes.
Okay, now with all the illegal immigrants and knowing that they have so much COVID over there, but they getting vaccinated, I never hear anything about it before they're released.
So the question is about the southern border. I mean, for example, there's restrictions on U.S. citizens whether you can travel to Canada or Mexico. And obviously there's other restrictions in international travel for just American citizens, and that is justified because of COVID, is what they say. But I was at the border last weekend, and I can tell you, people are pouring over across. Our guys have worked to interdict. They interdicted 3,000 as of, I think, yesterday, made over 100 felony arrests as of yesterday with criminal aliens. Different parts of the border. We are in the Del Rio sector, not as good for drug running as McAllen, but there's been a lot of drugs interdicted by Texas DPS and others. But when someone comes pouring across, what they do is they hand them over to the feds, and the feds just release them. So they're releasing huge amounts of people into the country, and these are not just people coming who are Mexicans coming. There's people from over 100 nationalities that are coming through there because they know the easiest way to get into the United States without having to go through the rules is to just somehow get there and come across the southern border. Yeah, they give you a citation. They tell you, show up for this court hearing for your deportation. Call this number and you schedule your own hearing. Well, think about that. How many people are actually going to call and schedule their own hearing? It's like if someone robs your house, how would you feel if a cop told the person, hey, you're suspected of robbing this house, call this number and schedule your burglary trial? Not something that would be very, very good. So there's huge amounts of people pouring in, and they don't have any regard. COVID is not even anything they're even talking about. They're just they don't get shots. They don't. I think that they do. They may do some testing. I don't know. But the bottom line is, these are folks coming in from a whole bunch of different countries, mostly very poor countries that have, I'm sure, very minimal vaccination rates. And so that's just what's happening. And again, you got to ask yourself, why would you be restricting American citizens because of COVID, but then letting foreign nationals come in potentially, or just come in anyways? You don't know folks who've been involved, any of these criminal aliens that have come over. We've had people in Florida killed by people that were here illegally and had already been deported. And you look at that, you look at the victims' families, and it's like, had the government just enforced the law, that would not have happened. Then you look at other folks who, especially in North Florida, we have all the methamphetamine problems in a lot of those rural counties. 95% of the meth that comes into our country now comes across the southern border. Having a porous border makes that obviously all the more easy. And then just the sheer volume of people, that is going to put a lot of stress on school systems, healthcare, all these other things going forward. And in fact, I was shocked when we met with our guys, the Florida guys over there. They said 70% of the people they interdicted were trying to get to Florida. 70%. I mean, that's incredible. But you think about, if you're talking millions and millions of people over a 4-year period potentially, that is, because just in Texas, they've already hit 1 million people that have crossed, illegal crossings, and it's a record. They've never seen anything like it. So I think you extrapolate that out, you're looking at a huge, huge influx. And put aside the narcotics, put aside the criminal activity, just the fact when you have that many people, and you have to ask yourself why. It's a deliberate choice because the program that we had in place previously worked. It worked to stop the flow. You didn't have massive numbers of people being able to come through because you had remained in Mexico, you had safe third-party agreements, you had a whole bunch of other things. And so it was frustrating to be out there. I mean, our guys have done well. They all volunteered. When Arizona and Texas asked for mutual aid, we always give each other aid in emergencies. We've gotten a lot of aid in hurricane situations. But I also told my guys, I'm like, look, I want to help, but I want to make sure this is a mission that you guys are comfortable with. And they all volunteered to go. Everyone that's been over there has been a volunteer, and they want to go back. And so they're invested in it. It's an important mission, but it's frustrating because the ramifications of that are a deliberate choice that's being made right now, and it's not a choice that's going to be beneficial. Yes, ma'am.
Have there been any communication yet from D.C. or the President's office regarding the request to send help to Cuba, given the police on South Korea?
So the question was, I wrote a letter to Biden early on in the crisis with the Cuban uprisings about the regime immediately moved to snuff out internet access because these folks communicate with each other. They beam the images throughout the rest of the world. And what the regime fears the most is the truth. And if they can document that truth and send that around and send that out, that is one of the main weapons to cripple the regime, is hold on power. So they did that, which we expected. So I wrote Biden a letter saying, let's restore connectivity. There's a variety of different technologies that we could potentially use to do it. There's different ones that require different things, but I think at the end of the day, they all require at least the federal government's approval to be able to do that. And as of yet, we haven't gotten that, and we haven't had anybody respond to me in any way about that. But I think that would be something that would be it's timely. Honestly, it's kind of the least you can do at this point to just simply help them restore connectivity, because what those folks are dealing with is 62 years of tyranny and 62 years of dictatorship, and that island would be so successful if it was a free country. And you look at a lot of the people that in the exile community that came to South Florida, we have some of the most successful people in our state in all fields from that community. But if they had been stuck under Castro, they would have never been able to do anything with their lives. And so you basically have had a prison for 62 years, and these folks have had enough of it. And ultimately, of course, it's their fight, but to the extent we can be helpful with that, I think we have a responsibility to do it. So I'm still waiting for the response on that. Okay, guys, I'll see you later. Thank you.
Before we go, the kids wanted to sing a song.
Oh, yeah.
All right, everybody, you've been listening in to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis taking a live now look at the Olympic Games, Summer 2020 Games out there in Tokyo, Japan. There were protests out this morning in the streets of Tokyo, but the opening ceremony, it already took place out there. You're going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back.
Tell me you're in the Olympic Village without telling me you're in the Olympic Village. Tell me you're in the Olympic Village without telling me you're in the Olympic Village.
That video is so good, I had to show it to you twice, everybody. Olympic rowers Sean Kirkham and Michael Brake filmed themselves testing out the sturdiness of the cardboard beds at the Olympic Village in Tokyo, Japan. The New Zealand team sharing this footage showing a bed bending as Kirkham sat down on it. Brake, who recorded the video, said, quote, "Tell me you're in the Olympic Village without telling me you're in the Olympic Village." Other Olympic athletes took to social media to debunk the claim, sharing videos of themselves jumping on the beds without causing damage. The official Olympics Twitter account thanked Irish gymnast Rhys McClenaghan for, quote, debunking the myth out there. Protesters, they are still in the streets over the Olympics, even happening right now in Tokyo, Japan. And unfortunately, we just lost that live image, everybody. So I'm going to take you out to Clearwater Beach, Florida. I'm going to take you out to Polk County, where Sheriff Grady Judd held a news conference about a drug trafficking sting. You're watching Live Now from Fox. It's Friday, July 23rd, 2021.
The Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Brannon Shealy. When you work together, good things happen. And that's what happened in this particular investigation. These guys were known as the Bell Gang. Today we talk about the Bell Gang has the Bell Gang blues because they're locked up in the county jail. But let me tell you how this began. It goes back as far as March of 2020 when FDLE and Lake Wales Police Department were investigating a group of people that were dealing in cocaine, methamphetamine, and cannabis. You know, all three of those low-level nonviolent drugs people want you to think are low-level nonviolent drugs. In November of 2020, the Sheriff's Office was investigating a gentleman by the name of James McClain. And as we did our deconfliction on the investigation, our undercover detectives determined that we were all working the same group of people. So we began a joint investigation. Now let's fast forward. As this investigation occurred, our detectives thought the best way to deal with this is with what we call a Title III in federal courts or 934 in state courts. It's a wiretap. It's where we listen to their phones. We go online with them with a court order. So our detectives working together in February of 2021 went up on the first telephone, and they went up on the phone of James McClain. James is 34 years of age. He goes by the street name of Mook. He was dealing in meth, cannabis, and he was a major distributor for the Lake Wales area. And interestingly enough, during the investigation, James told our undercover folks, when they asked him, "Why is this methamphetamine blue?" He said, "Oh, we dyed it blue in recognition of the Democrat Party." of the Democrats. Now, I'm not sure the Democrat Party would be proud of that, but that's why it was blue, according to him. From that telephone, they listened into Vincent Thomas. That was the second phone they went up on. He's also, as you see on our chart here, he's 35. He's a major distributor in and around the Lake Wales area. And he's also a rapper. He's known as Cheese. And you'll hear more about him in just a second. And then the third one whose phone we went up on was Patrick Fields. Patrick Fields is known as Big Pat. He's also a rapper. In fact, on the street, he's known as Big Pat Bank Account. That's right. If you look to see their cars, you see that they're bragging about jewelry and guns. They're really proud. And then I always like to talk about Earl Thomas. Now, Earl Thomas is the father to Vincent. Like father, like son. What do you think about the county jail? Well, son, you got me in trouble again. That's right. Like father, like son, only Vincent is the distributor, and Earl was selling drugs on the street level at his car wash. See you later, son. Give me a kiss. Now, what did this result in? Well, we charged 32 people criminally. 29 of them have been arrested. 3 are still at large, and you can see we've designated the ones that are at large. So, hey, you can go ahead and turn yourself in, or you're just going to go to jail tired from running, but you're going to jail. We served 8 search warrants, 7 of them in Lake Wales, and 1 of them in the Frostproof area. On one of the search warrants, we had to use a SWAT team, because when we went there, the guy threatened to commit suicide and he held himself hostage. But after a while, we were able to get him out of the house without there being any injuries. It was touch and go for a few minutes, but once again, we had our best trained deputies and law enforcement officers there, and we were able to work through that. We seized 11 firearms. 2 of them were reported stolen to us. So let me let you see this. And let me let you see the marijuana. And Chris, can you hold that for me, Chief? And then you tie that to the money. And then there's people out here every day in the media saying, oh, this marijuana is low-level, non-violent. People are dying because of that. And it's not low-level, non-violent, and neither is the other drugs. You think about that the next time somebody tells you cocaine, methamphetamine, marijuana, it's just low-level, non-violent. They're lying to you. So let's look at their previous charges. 8 of them are previously convicted felons. They had a total of 314 previous felonies, 331 misdemeanors, for a total of 645 previous crimes. Well, that didn't seem to teach them that they need to go by society's rules. So here's what our Lake Wales FDLE agents, Lake Wales police officers, and our detectives from the sheriff's office did. We added another 301 felonies, 134 misdemeanors, and 435 total charges. We seized $88,000 in cash, $89,000 in jewelry, and street value, we seized $283,000 in narcotics, $460,000 worth. And they were marketing themselves, as you might well expect that they would. In fact, they were marketing themselves because they look cool in the community. And we have, or we'll show you, some video of the vehicles they had. That's right. They thought they were cool. Well, how cool are you today? Can y'all make up a rap song about this? Well, I'll help you out. You see, we got you gold. We put your tail in the county jail. You think about that, brothers. And you know what? This, you could call it the Bell Gang Blue rap song. How's that? You may think it's cool, but it'll end up with you arrested every time. It's not bad if you got it legal. Now, I wanted to give my colleagues a chance to talk. I explained they didn't have to do the rap song, but we are all excited because it took a lot of work by a lot of great detectives to make this happen, all in Lake Wales. So we'll start with my friend and just a great police chief, Chief Velasquez.
Thank you, Sheriff.
You can dance if you like, though, by the way.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you also not having me do the rap song. It'd be hard to top that. This is a great example of people working together, of law enforcement agencies working together. The criminals don't follow any kind of a jurisdiction. They don't stay within boundaries. They go wherever they want. And by us partnering and working together as a team, we did the same thing. So wherever they like to go, I can guarantee you that we'll follow them. The community asked for us to help and to step up and to deal with these drug dealers, and we responded. This is just a great example. 32 people with warrants, and a good number of them, most of them already arrested. I can tell you right now, and our message is very clear, that we know who the others are, and we're hearing a lot from our friends here on the wall, and you're next. So thank you.
And we'll ask our RAC, Brandon Shealy from FDLE, if he'll speak.
I just want to echo what the chief and the sheriff said, and I want to extend our appreciation to the men and women of each respective department. They put in 16 months of very hard work, and this is what happens. This is a success. It's the safety we provide our community, and this represents exactly the type of cases and the hard work, collaboration, and partnership we need to have to make sure that our citizens are safe here. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you very much. Now, I asked Chief Stewart if he would speak, and he said no. He said, I'm satisfied just to be standing there. Then he added, but you could tell them we rang their bell, and that's exactly what we did. But there's more bell ringing to come. So if you think this is the end, it's only the beginning, and these folks like to talk. Are there any questions for us?
Can you elaborate on how important it is to get these drugs off the streets, especially when there's so many young people around this area?
These are the folks. Now, some of these people were users of drugs. For example, Angela, we have a warrant for. She was not selling, she was using. But these are the folks that are dealing with this drug at the ground level. We call it ground zero. It's where the drug is going from the dealers or from the distributor to the dealers, and they're handing it directly to the people in the community, to include our children. And that's why these are the most dangerous. And they carry these guns. You know, they carry these guns to protect themselves from each other. They don't fear the police, but they certainly fear each other and the rip-offs and the home invasions and the drive-by shootings. And that's what makes this so very dangerous. We know that when we work together and good things happen, and make no mistake about it, your local police hears it on the street. But for us to be ultimately successful, we need to do this wiretap, to ferret out the people who were big time involved in distributing drugs on the streets of Lake Wales. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the criminal charges we have now. And a lot of these cases are 15-year minimum mandatories. I'll never let up saying there are people that think we need to do away with the minimum mandatories. Oh, let's just do away with them. Oh, so they can distribute these kinds of drugs to your children and not be held appropriately accountable? Oh, so they can just have their guns and they brag with their gold and their fancy cars. When you show a bunch of kids cash, they think it's cool. And you don't think they should be held ultimately responsible? Fortunately, the overwhelming majority of the Florida legislature gets it. Our governor gets it. And we're going to keep locking people up like this because this is where it's going to the kids on the streets. I think this makes a significant dent in the Lake Wales area because this was a network of drug dealers and sellers and some users. Does that mean that we've stopped all drug sales in Lake Wales or Polk County? Obviously not. There's competitors out there, but I consider that more opportunities to make more arrests. I'm very comfortable with it. And heck, who knows? We may end up making another rap song.
What was your reaction to figuring out how many people were intertwined in this and it just kept growing?
We truly expected that, but that's why these types of 934 investigations are important, because otherwise you can't always sew together the distributors and all of their partners. And we were able to do that. This takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of legwork behind the scene that you don't see.
You said that you guys aren't done yet. There's a lot more to do. Going forward, do you expect that there to be a lot more cases like this? Or?
Well, first and foremost, we're going to work with the state attorney's office and see if we can bring additional charges to them. I like racketeering. Racketeering is a 30-year minimum mandatory, or I'm sorry, it's a 30-year felony. It's a first-degree felony. So it's not a minimum mandatory. It's a 30-year felony. So I want to look at racketeering charges, at least for the kingpins here. In addition to that, some of these people are going, oh, wait a minute. You know, I'm just selling drugs to get along here, and some of them will cooperate or are cooperating and are pointing out other drug dealers and other distributors. We're coming for them, as the chief said. So it's like dropping a pebble into the water. It started out as a little ripple, and now we've got some big waves, and we hope a tsunami overcomes these drug dealers as we try to wash them away into the prison system, because that's where we can make a difference when they're not on the street selling drugs and not on the street pointing guns at people. And make no mistake about it, they don't carry these just for looks. They don't carry these for any other reason than self-protection and intimidation for whoever they're dealing with at the time. Anything else?
Sure. Any idea where these drugs are coming from? Are they going into the county, or are they coming to Miami?
Well, most of your drugs comes from a variety of areas. Now your marijuana, we see some of it local, but this is pretty good stuff here. So somebody's growing it. One of the guys we arrested actually works at a medical or at a marijuana growing facility But the drugs that we caught him with was that he was buying from someone else. So it wasn't from the facility he worked at, but he actually worked in a Lake Wales facility that legally grows marijuana, at least by state law.
Detectives in Polk County arrested more than 24 people in a drug trafficking sting following a 16-month undercover investigation. You're streaming live now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Before we begin, I'd like to wish a happy birthday to a guy in the back of the room, Caleb Smith. Happy birthday. He's a good man. As lawmakers, we are here to serve people. Our main mission is to work on issues that will positively impact the constituents we are sent to serve in Washington. And to do that effectively, we need to engage directly with the American people, to get a sense of their major concerns and what's happening in their day-to-day lives and how we can make it better. Over the past week, I set out just to do that. Because Democrats' reckless spending has led to inflation, I've asked American people to send me their stories about the soaring inflation, but how does it personally affect them and their families? The stories that I heard are just devastating. There's a few here I'd like to bring up. First, Chuck from Arkansas. He writes, I'm on a fixed income. I'm retired from the state police and the National Guard. My everyday expenses are up. My small amount of money is worth less. For example, I just bought gas for my truck. Last year it cost $35 to fill up. This time it costs $92. How many of us across America have actually felt that as they fill their cars up? Katrina from Idaho, gas is $3.78 a gallon. Milk is almost $3 a gallon. We have cut spending at the grocery store a bunch since prices have gone up. No extra outings or eating out. Home improvements are on hold till prices come down. Mike, a lead pastor at the church. My wife and I can't do as much as we used to do for others. So we're not liking that. We're on a fixed income and working on building a church congregation from scratch. We are seeing many who are going without food, medication, etc. So we're taking food to them to hopefully make their lives easier. Inflation is destroying America's ability to strengthen their financial security. As I watched a clip from the president's town hall last night, I couldn't see a person more out of touch. A small business owner struggled to survive through the pandemic. He's got government now competing with him, paying higher unemployment, an extra $15 an hour, where he can't bring people back to work. And what's the president's answer? Just pay more. I wish the president understood what it was like to own a small business. For all the small business owners, they're the first to work, last to leave, and last to be paid. What they just went through in the pandemic, so many of them did not make it. They shut down and all their investment is gone. They're trying to survive today, and that's the response they get. Price is going up. Now, this is not just Republicans sounding the alarm on inflation. Larry Summers, who served as Treasury Secretary for President Clinton and Chief Economic Advisor for Biden administration, has been warning since February that Biden's big spending agenda would lead to inflation. Unfortunately, Larry was right. And last week, Biden's own Treasury Secretary, Janet, acknowledged that Americans have to brace for several more months of rapid inflation. So it's just not the three stories we told. It's not hope we can tell them. The White House tells them, the Treasury Secretary, prepare for more, eat less, drive less. This week, the president, in his choice words, that prices are now up. And what has he proposed? More spending. Not working together. Not finding that you can put an infrastructure bill together to build more roads for less. But it has to have Bernie Sanders' approach of $3.5 trillion. If the president won't listen to us, the president won't listen to his own economic advisors back when he was vice president, I don't know who he'll listen to. But America deserves more. Republicans will continue to work to bring inflation down, secure our borders, and stop crime in the streets. Because unfortunately, since Democrats have taken the majority, we took the majority in the House, the first thing they did was defund the police. I watch in my own home state, people just walk into stores and walk out without paying. I watch stores, big name brands like Target, just have to close down because they can't survive in a big city like San Francisco. We watch crime continue to rise, where we see young kids walking the streets of New York being tackled as one person's running from another being shot. Or in Chicago, where they defunded the police, where a man and woman are pulled from their car and shot on the street dead. We watch a border wide open with the new policies of this administration, where fentanyl has increased by more than 300%. That goes to every single city in America and adds to the deaths of our youth and others. It is time to stop that, to make sure the next century for America could be theirs. With that, let's open it up for questions. You know we wrote your question down. Should I answer it before you ask it? But go ahead.
In your view, what is so wrong with having Liz Cheney and potentially Adam Kinzinger serve on the select committee? Potentially they could provide some level of ideological balance to this committee. What is wrong with having one or two members of your conference joining with Democrats to investigate what happened here?
You know it, and we predicted it back at the very beginning. This is a sham committee that's just politically driven by Speaker Pelosi. When we proposed to do a commission back in January, she said no. She just wanted to make it political. When we responded back to her, she waited 10 weeks to say it.
You're streaming live now from Fox. We are taking a look back as Representative Kevin McCarthy holds his weekly press address from Washington, D.C. Switching gears now. Next week, thousands of people hoping to end the decades-long communist regime in Cuba will march in Washington, D.C. The Cuban Freedom March is next Monday, July 26th, and the organizer of that event, Elian Collazo, is joining live now from Fox. Good morning, Elian. Now, although you've called Florida home since you were 8 years old, your roots are in Cuba, your family and Some of your friends are still there, so I'd like to know specifically what prompted you to organize this event.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. And what prompted me to have this event is the importance of the moment and what is happening right now in Cuba. It is a moment like no other before, and the people of Cuba are asking directly for freedom. They're asking for libertad. They are asking for down with the regime, abajo la dictadura. And my whole family is in Cuba, besides my parents and aunt and an uncle that live here in the United States. And they're directly affected, by the abductions, the lack of food, the lack of everything that's happening in Cuba. But most importantly, the lack of freedoms that the Cuban regime has taken away from the Cuban people.
Elian, as I mentioned, the protest is taking place on July 26th. Is there anything significant about this particular day?
Yes, the significance is big because this is the anniversary of when the 26th of July movement started by Fidel Castro. They celebrate this in Cuba. The Cuban regime celebrates this as a day of celebration. But we know as Cubans that this is the day when the terror and the horror that our people are passing through right now really truly began. So we want to use that day to send a message to the administration that the steps that they took yesterday it's a start, but we need internet for the Cuban people. We want to send a message also to the world, and most importantly to the Cuban regime that's oppressing our people and killing them, abducting them arbitrarily.
Elian, right now we are showing some video of people who are protesting and demonstrating on behalf of the Cuban people. I'd like to know what's happening to people in Cuba who are choosing to speak out.
Yeah, what's happening is pretty horrific. There have been trials, champ trials, kangaroo courts. There have been, and that's for the ones who have not been abducted and have totally disappeared. There's a list of confirmed around 600, almost 700 people, which we have turned into the UN, and nothing has truly been done about it. But there's deaths, and families are scared to report those deaths because they're scared there'll be reprisals against their younger siblings, other parts of their families. So what's happening in Cuba right now is that those who are protesting live in a state of perpetual terror. There is terror across Cuba. There is terror across the street. It is a police state. People cannot live in peace, in prosperity. And this is because of the dictatorial communist regime that they have chosen to silence the voice of the Cuban people.
I think many would describe these details as horrific, and we've seen many American lawmakers and officials speak out against the retaliation that we are seeing from the Cuban government against its people. Most recently, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis this week speaking out several times. This video courtesy of Hannity of Fox News Channel. And Wednesday, he sent a letter to the president writing, "Technology exists to provide internet access to Cuba remotely using the innovation of American enterprises." Elian, what message do you want to send not only to the Biden administration, but to Congress?
The message that we want to send is loud and clear. The Cuban people are not yelling abajo con el embargo. They're not yelling down with the embargo. They're not yelling we need vaccines. They're yelling libertad, which directly translates into freedom. They're yelling abajo con el comunismo, down with communism. They're yelling abajo con la dictadura, down with the dictatorship. And for there to be any movement in which the world can continue to see and continue to focus on the voice of the Cuban people, we need the Cuban people to have access to free and unrestricted internet. And that's the first easy step that can be done. And it can be done with American ingenuity. It can be done with the best technology companies that are right here in America.
You mentioned that your whole family is still in Cuba. When's the last time you've spoken to them?
Well, I haven't spoken to my grandparents since about 2 weeks. It's been very difficult to get a conversation in to people in Cuba. that is unrestricted and uninterrupted, and in which you can bring up the things that are happening in Cuba. So it's been about 2 weeks since I don't have a conversation with my family over there.
2 weeks is a long time not to speak to your loved ones, and I know that internet access is restricted, but if there's any chance they could possibly see this interview, is there anything that you would like to say to them?
Yeah, what I would like to say to them, and I'll say it to them in Spanish, lo quiero, I love them, and Cuba va a ser libre. Cuba will be free.
Elian Collazo, thank you so much for joining us today on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. Time almost 8:40 here on the East Coast, and we are continuing to bring you all breaking news, live events, and also exclusive interviews. We just had a live conversation with Elian Collazo, the organizer of the Cuban Freedom March, which is taking place on Monday, July 26th. This is something that we are paying very close attention to here on Live Now from Fox. However, I do want to switch gears for a bit and bring you all the latest coronavirus news, courtesy of Fox 5 Atlanta.
2,300 new confirmed COVID-19 cases yesterday alone. And state health officials say infections, hospitalizations, and deaths are rising. Testing positive can be a frightening ordeal because you don't know just how sick you might get. But if you have COVID-19, there is a treatment that may keep you out of the hospital. The Fox Medical Team's Beth Galvin joins us live now to talk about how all of this works. This is encouraging news. Beth, good morning.
And good morning, Portia. And we're talking about monoclonal antibodies, and that's a treatment for people who are at higher risk of developing complications from COVID-19 who test positive. And I want people to really know about it because it's an important option that can keep you from getting sicker, you know, as your disease progresses. So what monoclonal antibodies do is that they're molecules, and you get an IV infusion of these antibodies, and they kind of grab onto the cells of the virus, and they keep the virus, they grab onto the virus, keeping the virus from getting into the healthy cells in your body. And that's where the virus wants to replicate and, you know, make you sicker and sicker and sicker. So what they're doing is they're kind of blocking the virus from being able to replicate and make you sicker. And it's been shown to be a really effective option for some people who, you know, we're concerned about them, that if they did get sick and they do test test positive, they could be the ones that end up in the hospital or having a really hard time, Portia. So it's important to know that this resource, this treatment is out there for you, and it's being offered at 15 different centers here in the metro area.
So if a person tests positive, how do they know if they actually qualify for this type of treatment?
So there's a few criteria, and I think we have a list for you, but you need to test positive and you need to have a doctor's referral in order to get a monoclonal antibody treatment. You need to be 12 or older. And your symptoms need to be mild to moderate. So you can't have really severe COVID. You can't be in the hospital already, because this doesn't really help those folks who are already hospitalized. And you need to start the monoclonal antibody treatment within 10 days of having your first symptoms of COVID-19. You also, finally, importantly, need to have one of these high-risk conditions, Portia, that may predispose you to having a tougher time with COVID-19. And there are things that are quite common.
Like what kind of conditions are you talking about, Beth?
So we're talking about, I think we have another list here. So it's anybody who is 65 and older is considered at higher risk for complications from COVID, but also people who are obese, women who are pregnant, people who have chronic kidney, heart, or lung disease, people who have diabetes, a weakened immune system, those with sickle cell disease, and there are other conditions on the list. So just really important to, if you do test positive and you do have one of these conditions that I'm mentioning, it's important to really reach out to your doctor and say, hey, is this an option for me? Can I get a referral to do this? Because I've talked to people who were really frightened, had hypertension, had diabetes, and were really frightened that their infection could go south, reached out to their doctor, got in at one of these centers, and were able to get this treatment, and it really kind of turned things around. Within a couple of days from them, they started to, instead of feeling steadily worse and worse and worse, started feeling better, Portia.
And Beth, tell us just a little bit more about this treatment. What is this procedure like, the process like?
It's an IV infusion. So you would go, it's an outpatient treatment. So you would go to an infusion center, and as I said, like 15 different hospitals in the area are offering these. You go in, they put an IV in your arm, and they infuse you with the monoclonal antibodies, and then you need to sit there for a while just to make sure that you're okay and you're not having any kind of reaction to them. And then you can go home, and then you're going to recover, at home, like you have been quarantining, hopefully, at home. And, that's basically the treatment. It's relatively pain-free. It takes about an hour and a half when you consider, going in and getting observed and everything afterwards. So it's not a big commitment. And, I think it's a real option. Also really important to say that the antibodies themselves are paid for by the federal government. So you will not be charged for the treatment itself. You may be charged, or your insurance may be charged, for the infusion fee that the center can charge, but it makes it a much more affordable option for people who maybe don't have insurance. So definitely talking to your doctor about, hey, can I get in and do this? You can also, if you don't have a doctor, you can go to an urgent care, or reach out to an urgent care and say, hey, can I get a referral for this? It doesn't have to be your doctor. You can get, really any kind of urgent care doctor could also do this.
Understood. And Beth, I think you mentioned at the top of this interview there are 16 different facilities. Where do you go to get this treatment?
So 15, and they are kind of all over the metro area. Many of them are tied in with the big hospitals like Grady Health System or Piedmont Atlanta Hospital. So they have facilities set up to do this and to keep everybody separated and safe and everything. And so sometimes there's a little bit of a wait list. So I would initiate this conversation with your doctor sooner rather than later, because you want to hit that 10-day window when this treatment is really going to help you. But it's really important to know that, we're having a lot of people who are testing positive. If you test positive, you have some options. There are other options if you end up in the hospital to treat you, but this is one that can keep you out of the hospital, hopefully. So definitely something to know about if you've got diabetes or high blood pressure or you're obese, and you're at risk of complications, Portia.
Good to know it's an option that's available to so many different types of people with health conditions. Great information, Beth. Thank you so much.
Summer travel is back, and unfortunately that means cyber criminals are ready to take advantage of those who are traveling. Fox 5 DC recently caught up with a cybersecurity expert to talk about tips for those who are traveling this summer.
Summer travel is back, and cyber criminals are ready to take advantage of many who are looking to finally get out, with travel anticipated to break records this year. Threats Prevention Manager at Checkpoint Research, Brian Linder, joins us this morning to share 5 cyber safety tips you can use to keep your information safe. Good morning to you, Brian. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Jeanette, good morning. And yeah, you're right. We're expecting vacation spend this year to be over $150 billion, so 160% increase over 2020. It's going to be a great summer for a lot of families, but let's be aware of some of the cyber risks that are out there. Number one, try to avoid any public Wi-Fi hotspots. I mean, it's really appealing to jump on a Wi-Fi network, but it's not uncommon for hackers to sit at cafes or airports waiting for travelers to go on public Wi-Fi so they can prey on you, steal your personal data. So avoid that wherever possible.
I have a question about that really quickly.
Oh, sure.
Is there an alternative? I mean, because I know I'm guilty of it too. You're waiting for your flight, maybe it's delayed, and you want to keep yourself busy. What's an alternative?
Obviously, stay on your cellular network. Most of our phones have really strong cell networks. We're on the 5G networks. Use your device on the cell network. Stay off the public Wi-Fi if possible.
Okay, all right, so let's move on to number 2. This one, I was just traveling last week, and I was kind of trying to cover my computer as I was putting my information in. You say beware of shoulder peekers. What is that?
Yeah, watch out for people looking over your shoulder while you're entering credit card details or logging into websites. It's smart to have a screen protector, a privacy protector for your laptop or your mobile phone to keep people from stealing your credentials over your shoulder if possible.
And for those planning trips, they'll likely go online, book travel, but right there could be some risk. How's that?
Yes. First of all, I mean, obviously, we're all looking for a great deal for a vacation. But if the offer is too good to be true, it probably is. Ensure the travel site you're using is credible. Scammers like to imitate authentic sites and pretend to offer luxury vacations, discounted trips, all in order to steal your personal information. So make sure you research ahead of time and always use a credit card for travel rather than your debit card so that those fraud protections are in place should you get tripped up and fall victim there.
I'm curious, is there anything that's like an immediate red flag when you go on these websites that should just tell you something's a little off?
Well, misspellings, grammar errors, and above all, most of all, if it is too good to be true, it is. It probably is. So look for strange text that's written strangely. Look for things that just don't feel right. Usually people have a good sense of that, but watch out for anything that just seems too good to be true. It probably is.
You don't want to ruin your trip before it even starts. All right, this next one here. Be suspicious of ATMs. So you can take your money, but be picky about where you're taking it out.
Exactly. Watch out for these ATM machines that sit on vacation in tourist spots. A lot of times bad actors are putting skimmers in these machines, which the money still comes out to you, but they're capturing your personal information. They're then stealing your information to make, duplicate credit cards. So use official bank ATMs. Go to the bank, your official bank lobby. Use those ATMs. Stay away from those ATMs in like tourist areas if you possibly can to avoid being a victim there.
Okay, and then the last one here, don't share your location. We all like to humble brag sometimes and let everybody know where we're going, but you're saying don't do that.
No, don't do that. Humble bragging is fun. Sharing your location with your friends and, wherever you are is great, but it's dangerous from a security perspective. Avoid announcing your vacation dates and location on social media and also in your out-of-office messages at work. It creates an open invitation for all criminals to either invade your home, and it also provides clues for bad actors to stage cyber attacks against you. Don't do it.
Really quickly, because they're wrapping me here. So there are going to be some folks who will say, no, like my Instagram followers need to know where I went.
Yes.
So is it okay to do it after the fact?
Yes, it's okay to do it after the fact, but don't do it while you're gone. Yeah, don't do it while you're gone.
That's a good idea. All right, these tips are really helpful. Thank you so much. Threats Prevention Manager at Checkpoint Research, Brian Linder. Appreciate your time this morning.
You got to have a great day.
You too. Thanks. Holly. Oh, really solid advice.
All right, as if riding a roller coaster isn't thrilling enough, can you imagine being hit in the face with a seagull? That's exactly what happened to a teenage girl in Fox 29 Philadelphia. They're having a lot of fun talking about it this morning.
All right, I'm just trying to make our next guests feel comfortable.
Okay.
So here we go. You've seen it. 2 young ladies got more than they bargained for on the slingshot ride, Morris Piers, Wildwood. Here they go. They just got launched. This is the video of the year so far.
It's so quick. As soon as they get launched, it's like boom. Oh my
So
gosh.
that's Georgia on the left, who was celebrating her birthday that day, and her friend Kylie is the bird lady. And they join us now. Welcome to Good Day Philadelphia.
Hey.
Hey. Kylie, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. So they still seem stunned. By the way, Georgia, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yes, happy birthday.
Did you ever think you'd get this much attention, Georgia, on your birthday? You're being seen nationally.
No, not at all.
All right. We're looking at the video again. Kylie, you've been asked this 1,000 times already. Did you see it coming?
Not when we were tilted back, but as soon as we shot up, I saw it.
You saw it coming at you.
It was going the opposite way, and then it came back at me.
And it looks like, now this is morning television, so if you can give us the edited version if there needs to be. Because you're saying something, it looks like, as the bird hits you. What were you trying to say?
I was trying to tell Georgia, but she wouldn't let me tell her.
Well, Georgia's busy.
Screaming.
Yeah.
Like, Georgia, did you know it all? Because it was kind of hard to see with the equipment. Did you know that the bird hit her?
No.
So, Kylie, what's going through your mind when all of a sudden
bird.
you see it that second, it comes back, and it's like, are you thinking like, oh my gosh, it's going to peck me, and you got the feathers all around your throat? Like, what's going through your mind?
We were still going straight up, so I wanted to wait until it spun over once. So as soon as it spun over once, I quickly grabbed it and threw it off of me.
Did it scratch you up at all, Kylie? Do you have any kind of injury from this?
I only have a tiny scratch on my neck.
Okay, well that's good. No serious injuries then. Well, what do you think, Kylie, the fact that this video has been shared so much and people have been reacting to it? How does that feel?
I was not expecting it. I just thought it was going to be like whatever.
Have you heard from TV stations and newspapers from other parts of the country?
I think one in California. I'm not sure though, for Inside Edition.
Well, it's been seen all over America and around the world, as a matter of fact. So, tell us where you, Kylie, start with you. Where do you live? Not your address or anything, but you live in the Delaware Valley, don't you? In our viewing area?
No, I live in Weatherly, PA.
Where's Weatherly?
It's like a half an hour from like Pocono Mountains.
Oh, okay.
Lucky you. And then how about you? Same thing, Georgia.
I live in Whitehaven, PA.
Okay. Now, question for you, Georgia. Do you think that you guys will be doing this ride again anytime soon?
Probably her, but definitely not me.
Kylie, what about you? You going back on it?
I would.
Oh,
okay.
good.
Now, when it comes to birds, though, when you see birds, do you have a different feeling about them, or you think it was just a one-time thing?
I mean, if not any birds, but if a seagull is flying above me, I'm scared that it's gonna come.
I
but
bet.
Not really.
Now, have you ever seen the movie The Birds?
No.
Okay, watch it this weekend.
No.
Maybe too soon.
The bird's fine, by the way, right? The bird, you saw it sort of fly off, so it's not like...
And if it isn't, lie.
Yeah, it just flew off.
Okay, good.
What did they say to you when you got back? Because the people were operating the ride. Did they know what happened?
They did, and then they just kept asking me if I was okay.
Oh, you better believe they did.
I bet.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Georgia. Happy birthday again. And you too, Kylie.
Thank
Glad you
you.
survived it.
Thanks for talking to us.
You're welcome.
Bye.
What a funny story. I'm surprised that she says she saw the bird coming at her. I guess it's one of those situations where time kind of slows down because she was clearly able to quickly grab it and toss it away from her face. Very funny. I'm glad that she had a little viral moment during her birthday. All right, you're streaming live now from Fox. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look now at the Earth from the space station. Man, this is really putting things into perspective. This video courtesy of NASA. A few of my colleagues and I here at Live Now from Fox were just joking about how small and insignificant us humans must be when you take a look at how big and magnificent our planet is from the space station. All right, let's switch gears and bring you all the latest COVID-19 information from Fox 5 Atlanta.
Well, sorry kids, but summer's almost over, and given what we've been through the last year and a half, this will likely be a back-to-school season like none before it. And there are things you can do now to help make things go smoother for you and for your kids. WellStar pediatrician Dr. Andrew Doyle joins us live this morning with some really useful tips. Dr. Doyle, good morning. How are you today?
Hey, good morning. I'm doing great.
We appreciate you joining us. And before we get to your specific tips, it would seem that this year would be more important than ever, coming off of really almost an entire school year for the most part spent learning online for so many students.
Absolutely. Normally this time of year is a really exciting one for kids, and even more so this year, but it's also has a little bit of anxiety because they haven't been in school for the past year. But it's very exciting still.
You got 11 tips. We'll get to as many of them as we can right here. And let's start with your number one, which is book medical appointments. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, it's time now to get back into seeing your pediatrician. We always encourage that, and a lot of kids missed appointments this past year. And there are a lot of things that we need to look at and help families get ready for school, whether it be getting their immunizations up to date, making sure they're ready for sports, and making sure they have all the medications and other things they need to be healthy for the school year.
Summer can be a free-for-all. That's about to change. So number two is set routines.
Yeah, set routines. Start now. School starts in about a week and a half in most of the districts around the area, and start up at school time, going to bed at school time, so when school starts, it's not a big surprise to your system.
Number three, it's important to share medical and other important instructions that need to be shared.
Yeah, there's a lot of children who have some medical condition, more nervous about what's coming up, but now's the time. Talk to your child, find out what's bothering them, what questions they have, whether it be what are their friends going to be there, what the new teachers are going to be like, and what it's going to be like because of COVID. Get those questions out and get those concerns out and address them. And if you have other questions, definitely ask your pediatricians about them.
Number six is very interesting because it's limit screen time. But when you think about the last year, screen time is pretty much how a lot of kids did school. So as you get back to face, why is it so important to limit that screen time?
Yeah, for a couple reasons. So one, we prefer kids to be off the screen because when they're not doing schoolwork that's going to require the screen, we want them outside being active and playing and using their imagination. But then also the really important thing is to get screen time off, turn off the screens an hour or two before kids try to go to sleep because it helps them fall asleep faster and get a better night's sleep, and then they will be fully rested for the next day.
Running out of time, so I'm going to hit these last quickly, and then you can just kind of elaborate. 7 is finish summer assignments. 8, complete school registration. 9, get the right school supplies. 10, talk about safety. And 11, role play the day. Anything you can add about those final recommendations?
Yeah, I really want to look at the role play of the day. Work with your child and really think about what that first day is going to be like. It's going to be different than any other first day of school for many kids this year, and it's going to be full of excitement, but also maybe a little chaotic. So think about what that day is going to look like. Start planning now what you're going to wear, where you're going to go, when you need to be there. If you can get to the school ahead of time before school starts so kids are familiar with where they need to go, do that, because we really want that day to be a fantastic day for our kids and students, that it's a day they remember and it's a good positive day, and we can get all that other stuff out of the way.
And there's no doubt that day will be here before we know it. Dr. Doyle, thanks a lot. Good advice, and we appreciate your time this morning.
All right, thank you for having me on.
All right, for more information on today's segment, go over to our website, fox5atlanta.com, and just click on the Scene on TV tab. Well, sorry.
Bringing you the latest news from across the country, courtesy of our Fox-owned and operated television stations. This next segment is from Fox 11 Los Angeles. They caught up with a Paralympic jumper as he gets ready for the Olympics.
Basically, we are not worthy. You are watching the workout routine of Trenton Merrill. He's an athlete who is headed to Tokyo next month to compete in the Paralympic Games. It is quite an amazing accomplishment. Trenton joining us now live to talk about what we can expect. There he is, coming to us from San Diego, where you are training. Want to know how you're feeling? Are you ready to go? What's going on now that we're getting really close to the moment?
Hey, Bob. I'm feeling pumped, man. Ready to go. Ready to represent USA and carry that flag, you know, after competing.
We're really proud of you. We're really excited. We can't wait to see all the things you do. I've seen all the videos, and you're a completely inspiring guy. Tell us a little bit about your journey so that the folks at home know how you got here. In fact, you're a motivational speaker, too. So, you know, this all started when you were 14 years old, and an accident happened, right?
That's correct, Bob. So my journey has been nothing but adversity and trials and triumph. And it hasn't been easy. I wish I could say that it was an easy path to success, but for me, it's always been like a little bit of progress and then like some type of setback and then a little bit more, some type of setback, and just year in, year out. So it's been really tough. And I know like this year specifically, a lot of us athletes have had these past 2 years have had a really tough year. And I think my past from 14 years old, losing my foot to where I'm at now, it's all been like preparation and helping me mentally be prepared for years like this, where it's really challenging years and it's hard to stay focused, but day in, day out, you just got to grind and stay focused on your goals and your dreams and believe that it's possible.
What happened when you were 14? I mean, it's had to have been traumatizing for someone so young to lose part of your leg like that.
That's right, Bob. When I was 14, I was in an accident that resulted in the amputation of my right foot. My best friend Scott and I, we had a little dirt bike track we built in his front yard, and we were just essentially, we were coming back from my house to his house to go ride on it. And we looked both ways on Paseo Cristina and San Juan Creek Road, and we didn't see a car coming. We crossed the street, and right as we passed the center median, it was like a flash of white. I just saw a flash of white, and essentially a BMW crushed my foot in between a little dirt bike. And we both got hit by that car, and my foot was eventually amputated shortly after.
Wow. So we're watching a lot of the videos of you training and your jumps. It looks absolutely unbelievable. And many of us had questions here about having the prosthetic and doing this long jump, is which you kind of specialize in. So what are the challenges of having the prosthetic when you're making that jump, or does having that prosthetic kind of like propel you even further? Are you able to jump further than, let's say, another athlete?
Those are great questions. So jumping on a prosthetic is very challenging. For me, I had to relearn how to jump off of my prosthetic. It was more natural for me once my right foot was amputated, even though it was my dominant leg, to start doing everything with my left foot. So my left foot became my dominant foot. And then later on, as I was training and pursuing my career in track and field, I decided that I essentially wanted to preserve my left foot as much as possible, because it's the only one I got left. And it was taking a beating in training, trying to jump and sprint. So I decided to use my right blade as my jumping prosthesis and takeoff foot, because if it broke, I could, replace it. So
wow.
It took a long time to learn how to align the prosthetic, because aligning the prosthetic for a long jump is different than just a jogging foot or a sprinting foot. the blades themselves have different stiffnesses to them. So you have to find the right category. It's just a ton of trial and error. So eventually, once I had accumulated all these data points, from training and trial and error with the guys on my team.
Hey, we got like 90 seconds. We got like 90 seconds left. And first of all, the sensation that you must have being in the air for that long must be unbelievable. You went to the Olympics, the Paralympics in Rio a couple of years ago. You almost made it. How are you feeling again coming into this this Olympic Games just a couple of weeks ahead? I know you said you have a practice coming up in just a few minutes, but how are you feeling coming into the Games this year?
I'm pumped. Last Games, I just missed out on the podium. I placed 4th. So this year I'm hungry. I want it. I need it. So I'm going out there to fight and to win. So I'm ready to go.
All right, and there's this COVID-19 thing that's out there. We keep talking about that as that relates to the Olympics. Are you concerned at all? Are you taking extra precautions? What goes through your mind?
With COVID-19, that's it is a big concern for a lot of people, but we've been training all us athletes for a long time, and so the biggest thing is just stay focused on what we're trying to go out there and do. So I can't control anything that happens with COVID-19. But I can control my effort and what I focus on and my discipline and going out there and giving it the best I can. So that's what I'm going to do.
Hey, Trenton Merrill, we are so proud of you. I know you came out of college out here, right? And you're from San Juan Capistrano, so you're a local guy. We're really proud of you. Go Team USA, and we're going to be watching.
Let's go. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, man.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Here's the latest from Fox 13 Tampa when it comes to child tax credits.
If parents suddenly received $300 from the government as a child credit, it's legit. It's part of the president's American Rescue Plan, and they'll keep coming monthly through the end of the year. But that doesn't mean you have to accept them. Well, our consumer reporter, Sabani Banerjee, is here to explain why some families would even want to opt out of the child tax credit, as well as who's getting them now. Hi, Sabani.
Yeah, hi, everyone. The next deadline to opt out of the child tax credit payments is actually coming up soon, August 2nd. I'll talk more about why you'd want to do that in a moment. But first, a reminder who's eligible for this in the first place. About 90% of families are expected to qualify for at least a partial credit, and those who are eligible will get payments every month through December. $300 $100 a month for every child 5 and under, $250 a month for kids between ages 8 and 16. You'll get those payments either by paper check, direct deposit, or on one of those preloaded debit cards that comes in the mail. Anyone making more than $240,000 for single taxpayers or $440,000 as joint, you are not eligible for the credit here.
Well, free cash sounds great.
Right.
So why might some parents actually want to opt out?
You know, really, this is a budgeting thing. Do you want your money later or do you need it now? It's kind of the same decision-making process as choosing how much you take out of every paycheck for taxes. Are you okay with owing? Do you want to break even? Or do you want to get that refund later? Remember, these are all completely different payments than the stimulus checks that the government issued earlier in the pandemic. Those did not count as income. They did not affect future tax returns. These are advances on what would be included in your tax return in April of 2022. So the government, though, they're betting that the families, many of them probably want that money now. It's absolutely up to you, though. If you'd rather have one large payment next year instead of these 7 smaller ones spanning 2021 and 2022, then opt out. Let's say your household circumstances or your tax situation is changing, maybe a divorce or something like that, and you don't want to deal with updating info, opt out. Or if you don't want to owe back later on, let's say your household income goes up or maybe a dependent ages out in that time frame, now is your chance to say, you know what, I want that lump sum later.
Well, first of all, that was a very good explainer. Thank you. And now, how does someone opt out should they want to?
Okay, go to the IRS website. So that's where you get started. A little more detailed here. You'll see the Child Tax Credit Update portal. It's new. You want to click on the Manage Advance Payments button. Then on the next page, you'll be asked to sign in, and you use your IRS or ID.me account. If you don't have any of those, the page actually walks you through setting one up. You'll need an email address, photo ID, your social security number, and some sort of smartphone or tablet to verify your identity. And then on the next page, you'll see your eligibility status, and that's where you click on enroll from those monthly payments. So yeah, start out with the website, truly page by page. It walks you right through the options. Remember though, if you choose to get these payments right now, there's something to watch out for. There's no sort of processing fees for this payment. So if anybody contacts you claiming something like that, yeah, you know you're being targeted by scammers, so watch out for that.
And they're everywhere these days.
Yep.
All right, thanks, Urbani.
Huge thank you to Fox 13 Tampa for that report. All right, every 4 years, the Summer Games brings a lot of attention to new and often unconventional methods of training and recovering for Olympic athletes. And this year, some elite athletes are using tourniquets, cutting off blood flow to certain muscles as a way to recover from training. Now, the practice is actually in use at Memorial Hermann Hospital in Houston, Texas. So Fox 26 Houston caught up with Ironman Clinic for all of the details.
Cupping was a big thing at the Rio Olympics, and now blood restriction is big in Tokyo. Every 4 years, the Summer Games brings attention to new and often unconventional methods of training and recovery. This year, some elite athletes are sporting tourniquets, cutting off blood flow to certain muscles. You're looking at swimmer Michael Andrew there. Well, it sounds intense, but they use the practice at the Memorial Hermann Ironman Clinic. So Jackie Kleihege joins me live now to talk about this practice of blood flow constriction. Good morning.
Good morning, Sally. How are you?
Good, thank you. How does this help in training? How does it help speed up recovery?
So blood flow restriction is a type of training where we utilize the tourniquet while performing certain exercises with athletes. And the tourniquet is calibrated to the individual's personal occlusion pressure. And then we work at a reduced rate of that full occlusion. So in essence, there's a limited supply of blood that's flowing into the muscle. And what we know is this is the same proposed mechanism that occurs when a person does heavy lifting or heavy strength training.
So why would it be beneficial? I mean, we know, like, for example, swimmers, they can swim, 8 to 10,000 yards a day. So would this sort of trick the body and essentially you could swim maybe like a 2,000 yards, but get the same benefits of swimming longer? Is that kind of what it does?
Sort of. You're pretty close. So basically, when you do heavy lifting or you do heavy strength training or any kind of heavy exercise, you basically come up with like a muscle protein that ignites this hormonal cascade to then build more muscle or build more endurance, right? And so with blood flow restriction, what we know is that you don't get that muscle protein breakdown, but you still get this hormonal cascade that then allows you to be able to work at a higher rate with less load to the body. So it then be able to allow them to perform at a higher rate or perform with stronger muscles, basically.
So are there any negatives? Because it looks like it would hurt. And if you've seen this Michael Andrew guy before, I mean, he basically like tightens it when he gets out of the water, I think, to help him with recovery, right?
Right. So it can be used as a form of training, can also be used as a form of recovery. With any medical device, it's undergone rigorous safety and effectiveness training and tests and measures so that we know that we're safe. But you definitely want to be using it with a certified medical professional, such as a physical therapist or an athletic trainer who's undergone the training. For BFR, you don't just want to be haphazardly doing these kinds of things on your own. You definitely want to have some guidance when you're going through those.
Okay, so is there any, like, would this work for like an average Joe, or is this something that is just recommended for athletes?
So the athletes really crave it because it gives them that burn that they're looking for. It gives them that feeling that they're working at a really, really high level. But we do have, you know, the regular patient or the regular athlete that likes to use it. So especially with our healthy community and our healthy population, we've got high school athletes, collegiate athletes, and a lot of the pro athletes are using this as well. And so it's something that you probably want to meet and discuss with your medical professional or your physical therapist, athletic trainer to discuss if you're a good candidate for it.
All right, Jackie Clyhegge from the Memorial Hermann Ironman Clinic. Very interesting. It's always like you see the Olympics and you're like, why are they doing that? So it's interesting to hear what you have to say about it. Thank you.
Thanks so much for having me.
Cupping.
Taking a LiveNOW look from the International Space Station. Crew 2 astronauts are answering questions following the undocking ceremony. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Carlos, it's a really interesting question, and I'm not sure that I have a really great answer, but I think it will inform, how I think about this experience. In terms of observing the ocean from space, unfortunately, I haven't had a lot of chances to do that other than informally, and so I think it's maybe more of a philosophical or even emotional experience that you have when you observe our Earth from low Earth orbit, and you see we're an ocean planet. Earth is an ocean planet for sure. As you guys know, you're studying the oceans. 70% of our Earth is oceans, and so seeing that, realizing that, seeing it from space, and then seeing the thin lens of atmosphere that's what keeps our planet and all of us safe, our spaceship Earth, if you will. It's a very strong. You have a very strong feeling about that, a very strong reaction. It's in some ways similar to the feeling you have when you're out on a ship and you're out of sight of land for days at a time, and you realize this is an ocean planet. The oceans are so important to the health of the planet and of course ultimately ourselves, and so just the value, the importance that we should place on keeping our planet healthy, it's something that I experienced both when I was studying the oceans and now living and working in space.
Very cool. We recently learned that you helped collect some samples on board the space station for a study on microbes led by Scripps and UC San Diego scientists Megan Timmis and Jack Gilbert. Can you tell us more about this work or some of the other research investigations that you're working on right now?
Well, I can sure give it a shot. I'm sure that Megan or Jack could tell you a better version of the research that they're doing. We're kind of the hands that collect the data for them up here. But I was very excited also to learn that this experiment that we were conducting, we conduct hundreds of experiments up here, and it was neat for me to learn that this is one from Scripps, from my alma mater. So my understanding is that we're looking at the microbiome that's here in this isolated, closed environment. Everything, all of this microfauna we bring up with us, right, on our bodies. And so how does it potentially change in this closed environment? Does it become, can it potentially become dangerous to us in some way? And so my piece of that, of course, is the operational piece, is collecting the samples, and then the PIs there at Scripps will actually do the investigation looking at the genome of these microbiome and fungus or whatever it is that we've collected. And so the part that's interesting for me up here is figuring out how do we sample, how do we follow sterile technique in this environment where, I'm floating all the time. And so, you watch a video of someone putting on sterile gloves and they're using a table to do that. I don't have a table to do that. Everything I have is going to float away from me if I don't think about very carefully how to do every one of these steps. And so wanting to, make sure that I do a really good job for any PI that we're involved with really involves kind of thinking through every step. Where am I going to put each object that I'm using to, maintain sterile technique while I'm sampling this area? And it's probably something, you know, becomes second nature to you all on Earth when you're taking samples, but really have to think very carefully about how we do it in a micro-G environment.
Thank you, Megan. A master's student named Allegra Lafair asks, I read that you were juggling both finishing your PhD and starting astronaut training within the same time period. Can you tell us more about that time in your life and how you handled the two?
Yeah, so that was a really kind of a crazy time in my life when I got the phone call to ask me did I want to come to work as an astronaut candidate. Of course, I said yes. I was very excited, and I went and talked to my advisor, Bill Hotchkiss, and you know, we talked about what was the forward path for me, being, you know, hopefully close to finishing out my thesis, but not done yet. And we talked about, you know, should I take the work that I had done and, you know, write a master's thesis and be done with it, or, you know, would I invest the time, you know, going forward in making sure that I finished the PhD dissertation. And so it was really important to me to finish that work, all of the people that had helped me along the way, and important to myself as well. But figuring out how to juggle those two things, where astronaut training was very intensive, especially for the first 18 months, how was I going to stay involved with my research as well, which was completely different than the training that I was doing at NASA. And so I would, on weekends and periodically when I had a week off at NASA, I would go back to the lab and do some of that work. But it really took, once I finished my astronaut candidate training after about 18 months, I took an unpaid leave from NASA and I moved back to San Diego. I lived in my advisor's house, and I was at the lab all day, every day, really trying hard to get through the work and finish and be able to defend. And I was able to do that with a lot of great support. And I'm so glad that I did. At the time, it seemed impossible that it couldn't be done. But I had great supporters at NASA who said, hey, you put all this work in, you really need to go and finish this, and we'll give you the time to do that. And so it seemed crazy at the time, but it all worked out, and I'm really glad that I ended up doing it.
Yes, that is definitely impressive that you did both at the same time. Another incoming master's student named Heidi Tate asks, what is the biggest technical challenge caused by zero gravity that you've had to overcome when doing bench work for medical or other biological research?
That is a great question, Heidi. And I will say also, not being a biologist by training myself, not a lot of bench work in my lifetime up until now. A little bit of training, obviously, but not a whole lot. So one of the things I wanted to show you, this is our life sciences glove box here. Normally it's pushed back and stowed into the rack over here and covered up. But Aki, my commander, was using it earlier today, so I asked him to leave it out to be able to show you. And so this is where we do a lot of that bench work, a lot of that life sciences work, where we're working with human cells or animal cells, and so we need to have that in this closed environment. And so the way we do that, actually, we have a footrest that's over here, and then my hands go into the glove rings right here. And then the work obviously done inside the volume. One of the things that's very challenging is working with fluids in space. And so the fluids can get bubbles entrained in them, and you're trying to very carefully measure out a certain amount of fluid, obviously, in your pipette to create a sample that's a very known quantity, but you get bubbles entrained in them, and they don't react the way they would in a 1G environment. And so figuring out how to get the bubbles out of the fluid, and of course different fluids in different vial sizes can behave very differently, and so it's a learning process as you go along, and you're learning techniques real time to kind of work around those challenges. One of the things we did in here with an immune study was we had these open wells, a plate with 24 open wells, and we had to transition it from this environment into the incubator over here. And of course I can move a plate like this, to on its side to upside down, and in microgravity the liquid's not going to spill out. But if I move quickly, if I give any jolt at all to it, it will absolutely spill. And so thinking about how to move when there's not a lot, I can't just walk. I have to figure out how to place my feet, how to place my hands, how to do this transition. It felt very much, Mission Impossible when we were doing that transition, wanting to be very careful to be graceful and gentle with the samples to preserve them.
Thank you, Megan. Master's student Isha Rangani asks, do you think we can make a connection between life in our oceans, specifically deep sea extremophiles, and extraterrestrial life? Can the deep sea give us a better understanding of the possibilities of extraterrestrial life?
Well, my thought is that absolutely that extremophiles in our deep oceans and other environments on Earth can absolutely give us, can inform us as we're looking for signs of life or past life on other planets. We have moons in our solar system that may harbor oceans that may have signs of life or past life. And so by broadening our understanding of where life can exist, that absolutely can help us in that search. So I think traditionally we used to think that, all life is going to be carbon-based life. It's all going to, look somewhat like life that we are familiar with. But even in the last, 40 years on our own planet, we've discovered life in areas that we would have never suspected could sustain life. And so I think that broadening of our understanding is absolutely going to inform our search as we go forward.
Thank you so much. Postdoctoral scholar Leah Siegelman asks, I know that you have a young child at home and that you are married to another NASA astronaut. How do you balance your work and family life?
I think that work and family, that life balance is difficult for families to achieve. In particular, maybe families where both partners are professionals that work in intensive jobs where maybe travel is required or unusual hours are required. And so kind of our experience is similar, I think, to a lot of other people's experiences. And a lot of times you end up taking turns. So when you know you're going to have an intensive work period, then the other person maybe dials back down on their work. So for example, when my husband was developing the Crew Dragon, and that took several years, I was doing a job that required less travel and no space travel. And so we kind of have to hand that baton back and forth and take turns with who is going to have the more intensive schedule, who is going to be doing more of the travel, so that our son has parent, we would say a parent with boots on the ground at home all the time. And we also have really great support that we have found in our local area, where unfortunately we don't have family in our area, but we have found some great friends and neighbors that have really helped us out and just kind of built a village to help take care of our son, which is wonderful.
Thank you, Megan. Lauren Bulletin, an undergraduate intern, wanted to know, knowing where you are now, what advice or encouragement do you wish you could go back and tell yourself as a student or early career scientist?
That's a really good question, too. I think that one thing I would tell myself is to not be afraid to ask questions. I think there was a point in my career when I was younger, undergraduate in particular, where I thought, okay, I didn't really understand that, but I don't want to ask questions here in the classroom or in this larger group setting. I'm going to go figure this out on my own, or maybe I'll, go to office hours and see if I can get some help there. But as I've gone through my career and realized, a lot of times there's other people that don't understand the same thing I don't understand. And also, it's really important that I understand these things. Graduate school was definitely helpful. My advisor was wonderful with, you could tell kind of from the look on my face, hey, maybe she's not getting this. And he always had 2 or 3 ways that he could help me, walk me into understanding different things, which was great. But, in the job I have now, I really need to understand stuff because my life or someone else's life could depend on it. Or, the science that I'm doing, if I don't understand it, this is someone else's science and I could really mess it up. So the importance of understanding really, it just gives you the courage to, hey, if I don't understand this, I'm going to go ahead and ask questions. And so I think that's important for all learners, for all people who are curious. Go ahead and ask the question, make sure that you understand stuff, and don't feel like you have to do all of that on your own.
Thank you, Megan. Great advice. Emma Hoffman, an undergraduate, also asked, I was wondering if Megan could do anything differently about her grad school journey, what would it be? And if you could also describe a little bit about what your college experience looked like.
Sure. When I think about my college experience and my graduate experience and, kind of how I got there here, it does seem like, wow, maybe there was a straighter path. But sometimes the straighter path is not the more interesting one. And I think I really learned a lot along the way. And you have to give yourself permission, I think, to, that thing you decide when you're 15 or 16 or 17 that's going to be the thing you do. You're really going to probably change your mind, and you have to give yourself the permission and the freedom to explore those things that you become passionate about. So I'm not sure that I would really do much differently in terms of how I pursued my education. I think starting off in aerospace engineering at UCLA for undergraduate was tremendous. I learned a lot there. I had a lot of great friendships there, and being part of the human-powered submarine team for UCLA then was really, kind of was my first experience of getting some hands-on project engineering time and building something, budgeting for it, doing all of those things with a small group of people. Really was a great engineering experience, but then it also introduced me to the oceans and the idea of ocean exploration. And I did struggle with that for a little while to figure out, hey, should I make this crazy left turn or should I stick with, this thing I started with? And I was given some great advice actually by Kathy Sullivan, who is another astronaut and oceanographer, and she said you really have to pick that thing that you're doing. You can't stick with something just because you think it's what NASA wants, because the chances that you get by NASA are really slim. So figure it out what it is that you're passionate about, and then do that thing as well. And that was great advice, and I felt like it really helped me make the decision to do oceanography, which I was becoming passionate about and wanting to learn a lot more about that, but kind of keep the idea in the back of my head that wouldn't it be great to be an astronaut one day. And so that was kind of, guided my overall path, if you can call it being a guide. But I think there's a common thread there, that thread of exploration and discovery that kind of goes those things.
Thank you, Megan. Back to your time at Scripps, do you have a favorite memory or experience that you could tell us?
I have so many goods from Scripps. It's actually pretty hard to pick a single memory, but a lot of the great memories have to do with the operational experiences that I had. So that I had on ships, the time that I had on Flip was amazing. Getting to help other students with their research, a ship that would go out and have a bunch of people on it all trying to collect different kinds of data, different kinds of animals. And, as an engineer, for me, that was really exciting to get to volunteer with them and help with lots of different projects, and then again working on my own projects where we'd go out on Flip, or we'd deploy instruments in the water and come back and then use those instruments over time to record data. So all of those operational experiences, the camaraderie that you develop when you're in these weird situations, when you're on ships and maybe somebody gets injured or maybe your equipment isn't working and you have to work through that situation, those create some really good memories when you solve those problems together.
Thank you, Megan. And then our final question is, what has been the most impactful moment of your career thus far?
Wow, the most impactful moment of my career thus far. That's a great question, and I'm not sure that I have a single answer. There's been a lot of moments that stand out for me as very memorable, and they usually have to do with new opportunities opening up. So I remember the phone call that I got from Bill Hodgkiss telling me that I was accepted at Scripps. I remember the phone call that I got from Bill Parsons telling me that I was accepted by NASA. So those are kind of memories that stand out. But the experiences, again, are kind of the team experiences that I've had working together with other people to achieve something or to solve problems.
Thank you, Megan. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to participate in this Q&A with us at Scripps. We're all so excited to follow this journey from oceanography to going up to space. So thank you so much.
Absolutely, Brittany. Thank you. Thanks to you and to all the team there and all the students and staff and faculty for following along the mission, for sending me your support. I love the patch that you all made to follow the mission. So thank you to that team that put that together. And just thanks for the great support. Thanks for helping to get me here.
Thank you.
Stay with Live Now from Fox. We'll return right after this.
This is Houston ACR. That concludes the event.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Believe it or not, the history of many Black Greek fraternities and sororities started in Washington, D.C. The Divine Nine is taking over the district for their inaugural Black Greek Festival, and Fox 5 D.C. is bringing us the story on the history behind it and what it means for the Black community.
Well, the history of many Black Greek sororities and fraternities started right here in Washington, D.C. at Howard University. Founded in 1930, the National Panhellenic Council was created to support African-American college students who were searching for a voice, community, and shared identity as they pursued higher education.
And beginning today, Jeanette, the Divine Nine will be taking over the district at the inaugural Black Greek Festival. And co-founder Kwame Safo Ajumong of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated and Director of Community Service, Leslie Jefferson, who's a member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority, join us now to talk more about it. And I have to say, Alpha Kappa Alpha is also represented because I'm an AKA here on the panel as well. So it's all in the family. First, I want to begin by saying congratulations to you. There's nothing like the first, right? So tell me why it was so important to have this Greek Fest, especially now, and I'll start with you, Kwame.
Yes, it's just a beautiful time to be alive, and we're just so excited as a company and as a brand to celebrate this great occasion that we've been planning since last year with the DC, and we have people coming from all over the country, so really excited. It's time when the world is opening back up, things are returning to what looks like normal. But again, we want to make sure that we create a scenario or a situation where Greeks can come together, and focus around brotherhood, sisterhood, and service, and just really engage with the community. This is the time for it.
And Leslie, you can answer that question as well.
Absolutely. Just to echo what Kwame shared, it's important for us to continue the work that we do as Divine Nine. We are rooted in sisterhood, brotherhood, and service. Yes, we love to socialize and fellowship, but the opportunity to hold the Black Greek Festival also is an opportunity for us to invest in Black-owned organizations. So we'll have 30-plus vendors there who are minority-led organizations, Black-led food trucks. And so we're really excited to not only just be fellowshipping and seeing one another again, but also stimulating the local community and really pouring into our organizations that look like us.
Yeah, and Leslie, I want to stick with you. Outside of this festival, which is a big deal, what is the significance of these Black Greek organizations, not just in DC, but around the country and worldwide? I know over the last few years, they've become even more and more critical, right, to the Black community.
Absolutely. So our organizations, as you shared, are not just in the U.S., but we are international. And so we are leading work in the community around homelessness, around community development, and serving the needs of our communities, the disparities, the social unrest. Those are areas that not just one organization, but all of the Divine Nine organizations directly lead. We're out in the front of marches, just like historically members of our organizations, Dr. Dorothy Height, Martin Luther King, all of those prominent leaders were leading that work back in the civil rights movement and even now today. And so it's so important for us to continue to be at the forefront of these issues, as this is what historically our organizations were created for.
Service has and will always be at the core of all of the organizations, for sure. Tell us about a few of the premier events, because there are several tied to this festival over a course of several days. Kwame, what should people look forward to? And people who are not Greek can attend as well, correct?
That is correct. So we're all about community inclusion and really engaging with the community. And so all are welcome and invited to attend the inaugural Black Greek Festival. As far as things to look forward to, today we have an engaging panel discussion that focuses on retention of our D9 members, making sure that they're still connected to their organizations that we put in this work for life for, and being attached to a grad chapter. So we have a very engaging virtual forum on that. Tomorrow is where most folks get into the city, and so we're doing a Welcome to DC happy hour thing on U Street, where we have a couple of different Black and minority owned bars and restaurants that we're highlighting for happy. And so then on Saturday, we have our inaugural Black Greek Festival. It's taking place at the Gateway Pavilion, DC, in Southeast. And it starts at 11 o'clock and goes all the way till 7. We have entertainers. It's going to be amazing.
It sounds like a good time. Leslie, they're wrapping me here, but I you know, people are hearing about this already, and I know it's the inaugural one, but they're already thinking, are you going to do this again? Are you going to do this every year? Really quickly, tell me if that is the case and where people can go for more information if they're interested.
Absolutely. Please, please, please log on to our website, www.blackgreekfest.com. And we absolutely will be coming back to 2022 with even bigger and better events to highlight the Divine Nine family and friends.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Kwame and Leslie. I'm certainly looking forward to the stroll competition, and you all know what I'm talking about when we break it down. So I'll be there. Thanks so much, and take care.
We are about a month away, believe it or not, before Fairfax County public school students return to the classroom 5 days a week. And with a mission to bridge the gap for rising first graders, a new FCPS program aims to help many kids who spent the last year in virtual kindergarten prepare for the transition to in-person learning. A mother of a Silverbrook Elementary student in the program, Sandra Estevez, joins us now with more, including, it looks like Emma is there. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm so glad that you guys are with us. Talk to me a little bit about last year. You were 100% virtual for the whole year, right?
Yes.
And why
Yes,
was that your choice?
So, you know, the numbers here of COVID were getting high, and we were concerned because Emma has asthma. So she was just more at risk. Also had a newborn at the time frame as well. So that was our concerns.
Emma, did you like virtual learning?
A little bit.
A little bit. That's fair. You liked it a little bit. I understand that totally. So now here we are. We're gearing up for a more regular school year. And so you have this program. Talk to me about what it offers and why you really think it's so critical.
Well, I feel that for the virtual learning, it was a little bit difficult for her because she is a very social person, and you know, building those bonds with the teachers, with the students, that was lacking. Even though she had an amazing teacher virtually, I would remember her kind of dreading going to, you know, waiting for the weekend. She's like, when is it the weekend? And now with this school program, you know, she's just excited and is like, when is Monday coming? So it's the big change that we see. She's, you know, getting to develop her sense of self, being able to experience a new environment and building those bonds, which are very important at her age right now.
So for you, really, what I'm hearing you say, it's not even as much about the academics, and I know we're talking about kindergarten into first grade here. This is more about a whole social thing. Emma, how much do you like going in and seeing your friends?
It's so much fun.
I think that says it all right there. Sandra, what are your feelings though as the Delta variant is rising, and you know there's talk of should kids be required to wear masks? What are your thoughts on all of that?
Yeah, it is very concerning for me with the new, you know, variant coming. I think it's, for me, especially having a child who's more at risk, wearing masks, I think is very important, and definitely agree with the CDC with the mask mandates. And I feel that, you know, the kids don't even realize it, that they have the masks on. For them, it's almost second nature. I'm just watching her. She comes home, you know, from school and she's still wearing a mask in the car.
Yeah.
So, you know, for them, it's like, okay, you know, if it's something to protect them, I think it's important. And until we get higher vaccination records, I think that it's very important to keep that.
You know, for these young kids, if they started school that way, it's just what they know, right? Emma, do you mind wearing a mask? Is it a big deal?
No.
No, not. It's just what you know, right? So if the vaccination for younger kids becomes available, Sandra, would you get it for Emma?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Don't have any misgivings about it at all? Do you think this vaccination should be required for kids going to school like some other vaccinations are?
I don't know if it should be required, but I think that it's something that's very important, that everybody should make a decision, but that it's very important for kids and everyone's health. So,
Emma, what are you looking forward to most about first grade?
I think it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a whole lot of fun, and you're just going to be glad to be back. We thank you both so much for being with us this morning and talking about this summer program appears to be critical for you all to help bridge that gap.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Well, be well, be safe. Here's to a good and healthy new school year that's coming up after you finish this. If you're interested in learning more about this particular summer learning program, we've got the information there on your screen.
Emma's just as happy as
Right, exactly.
She's just living her best life. That was a great interview. All right.
Let the Olympic Games begin. The 2020 Olympic Summer Games are underway. We're taking a live now look at the Olympic Stadium from Tokyo, Japan. You're streaming live now from Fox. We'll return right after this break.
Every time I hear that, I wonder when he's coming. Please, everybody sit down. Thank you. Let me begin by doing something no speaker should ever do, by apologizing. I got a little tied up in that other office I work in, Pat, and I apologize for keeping you waiting, because I know you're all equally as busy as I am. I want to thank you. Today, I think, is a day of hope, and I mean that, a day of hope and healing for victims of crime and organizations that support those victims of crime. And I want to thank the Vice President and the second gentleman, Senators Durbin, I think he's here, I thought I saw him, Senator Durbin and Baldwin and Grassley and Graham and Murkowski, Representatives Nadler and Fitzpatrick and Jackson Lee and Wagner and Scanlon, and everyone who has helped make possible this moment, including so many of you who are here today that I haven't mentioned. When someone commits a crime, it's not enough to bring the predator to justice. We also need to support the victims. And it's something that way back 150 years ago when I was chairman of the Judiciary Committee, we spent a lot of time working on and setting up victims' funds. That's what this Crime Victims Fund does. In many years of working on the issue, I've visited an awful lot of domestic violence shelters. Every time I'd go into a city, I would quietly, before I went to where I was supposed to be, quietly slip in and spend time in the domestic violence shelter to speak to the people giving the services and people getting the services. And, you know, many times the body language that you'd see when you walked in was one of the victims of crime find themselves almost curled up, dying in a ball. They were still suffering from a serious, not only physical abuse they received, but quite frankly, the emotional abuse. And you can see the pain. You can see the pain was still with them. And you wondered, when was this going to abate, no matter what we did? According to the CDC, and I think Senator Feinstein remembers, I got in trouble because when I was pushing the legislation way back in those days, I said, I'm convinced that women who are victims of domestic violence suffer from post-traumatic stress, no different than a soldier being shot at regularly. You come home and every time your significant other would come home, if dinner wasn't ready and he smashed your head against the wall, there's no difference in being shot at. And the CDC 2 years later came out and said survivors can experience mental health problems and such depression and symptoms of post-traumatic stress syndrome. Even before research confirmed it, you could see it. And there are economic costs for survivors as well. Medical costs, lost productivity from work, and navigating the court system. That's why Victims' Compensations Program helps victims and their families cover the costs they've suffered from the crime. There can be counseling and medical bills, lost wages because you couldn't work, paying for temporary housing for a family fleeing abuse, even fixing a broken door kicked down by an abuser. And, you know, the vast majority of children out in the street are the children who are, in fact, the children of abused women. It can also be a long-term support survivors need to heal every time in every single sense of the word. In 2019, these victims' compensation funds went directly to 230,000 victims, 230,000. These funds also got to states, territories, and tribes to support thousands of victim service organizations. These organizations have provided services and support to over 13 million survivors. And by the way, last night, some of you heard me talk about the need for more policing that understands the need for communities and citizens. These funds also go to law enforcement agencies to support training on how to respond to victims who have experienced trauma. In 1984, I was proud to support the passage of the Victims of Crime Act and created this fund. I'm also proud to sign the law that significantly strengthens it today. This fund doesn't take a dime of taxpayers' money. It uses fines and penalties paid by convicted federal criminals. However, fines from what are called non-prosecutorial agreements or deferred prosecution agreements did not go into this Victims' Crimes Fund in the past. Since there has been more and more of these agreements in recent years, the fund is being depleted. That meant dramatic cuts in the funding it could provide for victims and for organizations to support these victims. Between 2017 and today, the amount of money in these funds has gone down 92%. Which has resulted in a 70% reduction in victims assistance programs and grants. This means that for a lot of victims, the help they need isn't there any longer. When my son Bo was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware, he took pride in getting more support more quickly to victims, especially to protect and care for child victims. And I know that as a San Francisco DA and a California Attorney General, Vice President Harris expanded support for victims of crime and launched one of the nation's first medical centers focused on treating childhood trauma caused by violence in a home or in a community. This bill is going to allow us to make sure that all the fines and penalties that are from federal cases go into the Crime Victims Fund to rebuild this fund because it's badly needed. This is going to enable us to provide more help and support to victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, trafficking, and other crimes all across America. In order to provide more access and safety and services for victims of gender-based violence, it's long past time to reauthorize and strengthen the protections through the Violence Against Women Act. Please, please. You know, you can... I know from experience y'all can come together in a bipartisan, bicameral way and to pass this bill. We need to do the same thing to reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act without further delay. You know, after these changes in the Victims Crime Act passed this week, a leader from one of the state's coalition against domestic violence sent a letter to our national organization. And she wrote about working in a shelter where their ability to serve people rose and fell based on the fundings of victim services. She told the story of a client she lost to domestic violence homicide because the budget cuts left them without space at the shelter or staff needed to help this particular woman. Upon learning about the law I'm about to sign today, she wrote,
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is the top of the 10 o'clock hour out here on the East Coast. We've been listening in to President Joe Biden speaking on rising crime across the U.S., major cities, Washington, D.C., and the like, reporting upticks in gun violence. We've been following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. You also see how stocks are doing on the left-hand side of your screen. They are currently up about 125 points this Friday, the Dow Jones Industrial at least. So that is good news. Going to head on over to my hometown for some breaking news, everybody. Don't have a whole lot of information about exactly what is happening here, but it appears that this is a jackknife semi-truck hanging off of a major freeway during the morning commute. Now, again, I am from Phoenix. You can see I-10 West there on the bottom portion of your screen, but in terms of the top, I'm not sure if that is the carpool lane interchange, if it's another interchange with the 51 freeway out there, and I don't have any information on the driver, but I'm working on it. We do have a live feed out of our Live Now from Fox headquarters, though. Again, this is Fox 10 Phoenix's very own Sky Fox showing us this breaking news situation, and I wanted to bring it to you right here, live, raw, unfiltered this morning on Live Now from Fox. So hopefully whoever was in that semi was able to get out safely, working to find out maybe if we can figure out what contents are in that truck as well. So again, we are communicating with our Live Now from Fox team out there in Phoenix, while we are also trying to work with the Fox 10 Phoenix news desk out there. So when and if I learn any new information, I will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. It is Friday, everybody, July 23rd, 2021. Thank you so much for tuning in this morning. We are certainly very happy that you are here. We bring you the top stories, not just here from across the country, but worldwide. Earlier this morning, we were in Tokyo, Japan, as the opening ceremony for the 2020 Summer Olympics kicked off. And there were protesters in the streets saying this should still not be happening during the coronavirus pandemic. They were chanting "No Olympics" as they were taken to the streets. They had signs as well. If you happen to miss any of it, just head on over to our YouTube page and you'll be able to find it there. See all the different ways that you can watch us. We are a 24/7 operation by going to LiveNowFox.com. Again, it is LiveNowFox.com. I do have some top stories to bring you here this morning from across the country as we start the top of the 10 o'clock hour. Less than an hour, and so we pass things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. To mask or not to mask, the debate continues, and the White House is pushing back on reports that a new face mask mandate may be in the works, as the administration points to 3 states where COVID numbers are quickly rising. As Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins reports from Washington this morning, some parts of the country aren't waiting for new federal guidance.
Mask mandates and mask recommendations are on the comeback in some parts of the country, but the White House isn't going there, at least not yet. Is the White House contemplating a new face mask mandate?
We follow the science.
We follow the science is all the president will say, but his COVID response team is taking aim at 3 states where the virus is gaining traction.
This week, just 3 states, Florida, Texas, and Missouri,
3 states with lower vaccination rates accounted for 40% of all cases nationwide.
And that put the White House at odds with Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, who is a hard no on face mask mandates for kids.
We're not doing that in Florida. We need our kids to be able to be kids. We need them to be able to breathe.
If I were a parent in Florida, that would be greatly concerning to me. Because kids under the age of 12 are not vaccinated.
And while the president points out that the vaccines prevent most infections, there have been breakthrough cases for those that are vaccinated, like we saw with that group of Texas state Democratic lawmakers who fled to Washington. But even then, the vaccines play an important role.
It's possible that you could still become infected with this Delta variant, but the good news is you will likely not be hospitalized and you will likely not have to be placed on a ventilator and likely not lose your life.
Meanwhile, a CDC advisory board is voicing support for booster shots among immunocompromised individuals already vaccinated, though no formal recommendation has been made. In Washington, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
Taking a live now look, everybody. This is Clearwater Beach, Florida. This Friday, lots of people are probably going to be there this weekend. You can see why. It is such a stunning live picture there. The clear blue waters, the white sand, some clouds there up in the sky as well. From one live event to another right here on Live Now from Fox, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is holding what appears to be a joint news conference, working to find out exactly who he is with. But we're going to listen in live, raw, unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
COVID-19 بالإضافة إلى العمل المشترك في مجال التعليم وفي العديد من الأطر.
And the foundations of this dialogue are the basic principles that were mentioned: joint cooperation, mutual respect, and cooperation in various fields, military and security, economic, trade, also energy in all its different fields, clean energy, gas, fuel, electricity, as well as the health field and countering the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, and the work and cooperation on the field of education.
بجهود القوات العراقية بمختلف أصنافها وبدعم الشعب العراقي وبالتعاون مع التحالف الدولي بقيادة الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية تمكنا جميعا من دحر ما يسمى الدولة الإسلامية لداعش وانهارت تلك الدولة.
And with the efforts and cooperation of the Iraqi forces of all its branches, the support of the Iraqi people, and the cooperation of the international coalition, we were able to defeat the so-called Islamic State that is ISIS and to eradicate it from its presence in Iraq.
ولكن منظمة داعش الإرهابية لا زالت باقية كمنظمة إرهابية كمنظمة عسكرية، ولكن أيضا الإرهابيين يستندون إلى فكر وأيديولوجية واسعة.
However, ISIS, the terrorist organization, remains as a terrorist organization and as a military organization that depends on a particular ideology.
وهناك فعاليات للإرهابيين في العراق، وقبل أيام هاجموا في عملية انتحارية مدينة الصدر، واستشهد العديد من المواطنين في هذه المدينة، وهناك جرحى أيضا بين المواطنين. هذا يعني أن فعاليات آيسيس الإرهابية لا زالت موجودة في العراق، وعمل آيسيس وعمل داعش خطر على المجتمع العراقي والمجتمع الإقليمي والمجتمع الدولي.
And there's still terrorist activities for ISIS in Iraq. A few days ago, there was a suicide operation in Sadr city that resulted in the martyrdom of tens of number of the citizens, as well as a larger number of injuries amongst the citizens. So these ISIS activities continue, are still present, and they represent a danger to the Iraqi society, to the regional society, and to the international society.
ولأن منظمة آيسيس الإرهابية منظمة محلية وفعالة في الداخل العراقي، ولكن أيضا منظمة إقليمية ودولية، وأيديولوجيتها أيديولوجية دولية. إذا نحتاج إلى عمل دولي لمواجهة آيسيس وفكر آيسيس.
And because the terrorist organization ISIS is a local and active organization inside Iraq, but also a regional and international organization that depends on an international ideology that requires international work and international cooperation.
لهذا نحتاج إلى التحالف الدولي والعمل مع التحالف الدولي بقيادة الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية ضد إرهابي داعش، ونحتاج إلى تبادل المعلومات بين التحالف الدولي، قوى التحالف الدولي والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية مع الحكومة العراقية للاستمرار بمحاربة إرهابي داعش.
And so we need the cooperation with the international coalition and to work with the international coalition under the leadership of the United States against ISIS, and to exchange information with the international coalition, the United States, and with Iraq to defeat Daesh.
علاقاتنا الحالية والمستقبلية مع الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية لا تخص فقط المجال الأمني والعسكري، في الواقع العلاقات مع الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية كما ذكرت واسعة، وفي المستقبل سوف يكون هناك عمل مشترك في كافة المجالات اللي ذكرناها. والحوار الاستراتيجي الحالي الحوار يستند على هذه المواضيع اللي ذكرناها والتي تتعلق بحياة الناس ومستقبل العراق، بالإضافة إلى أن الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية ساعدتنا في اتخاذ القرار في مجلس الأمن، ونشكر الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية على دورها البارز في اتخاذ القرار، ومجلس الأمن اتخذ القرار بالإجماع لدعم العراق وإرسال المراقبين لمراقبة المسيرة الانتخابية في العراق. والمسيرة الانتخابية وإجراء الانتخابات في العراق تحدد مستقبل العراق وتحدد بناء النظام الديمقراطي في العراق، فنشكر الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية على هذا الدعم.
Our relationships with the United States are not just military relationships, but they are vast and broad relationships. And in the future, we will have a much broader cooperation in all the fields that were mentioned. The strategic dialogues depends and relies on pushing forward these efforts to improve the lives of people and to improve the future of Iraq. And we thank the United States for helping and supporting Iraq and the Security Council to get a unanimous decision to support Iraq and send monitors to monitor the electoral efforts, which are very important for the future of Iraq and future of the people of Iraq and democracy in Iraq.
في الختام أنا مرة أخرى أود أن أشكر زميلي وصديقي العزيز توني بلينكن على الاستقبال وعلى هذه المناقشات المفيدة، وأنا متأكد أن هذا اليوم سوف نصل إلى تفاهمات مشتركة تخدم البلدين، وشكرا جزيلا توني.
At the end, again, I reiterate my thanks to my dear friend and colleague, Secretary Tony Blinken, for receiving us, and we anticipate to have deep discussions that will bring us to fruitful results for the good interest of the two countries.
Thank you, Robert. As part of the agreement, sir, will U.S. troops be withdrawn from Iraq?
All right, everybody, thank you for watching Live Now from Fox. This is Iraq Foreign Minister with Secretary of State Antony Blinken. You're watching Live Raw Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. That was Foreign Minister Dr. Fuad Hussein out there. Some brief remarks. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a look from Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport there. You can see the current weather conditions in Phoenix. I'm on fox10phoenix.com taking a look here. It appears it's 76 degrees. They're expected to reach a high of 88 today. There are some showers in the area for much of the valley. I'm talking about East Valley in particular, Apache Junction, Mesa, Chandler, Gilbert, Tempe. But downtown Phoenix also seeing gloomy conditions. We're talking about Scottsdale. Then you've got the west side as well. Showers in and around Buckeye out there. So monsoon season in full effect out there for much of the state, not just the Phoenix area. I'm seeing storms getting very close to northern Arizona, Flagstaff, Payson, and the like, and also storms lingering around Tucson as well. But I do want to bring you the latest from fox10phoenix.com. A flash flood watch is in effect for 12 Arizona counties, including Maricopa County, which is where the state capital Phoenix is, as monsoon storms continue to bring rain, lightning, and hail to cities across the state. The advisories are set to last throughout the weekend as a weather system is expected to bring heavy rain and thunderstorms across large swaths of central and southern Arizona. The following counties are affected: Gila, Yavapai, from yesterday 11 a.m. until tomorrow 11 p.m. Apache, Coconino, Navajo, all the way until Sunday at midnight. Maricopa, Pinal, all the way until tomorrow at 11 p.m. Cochise, Graham, Greenlee, Pima, Santa Cruz, all the way until tomorrow at 11 p.m. Now, the expected rainfall could cause flash flooding in washes and areas with poor drainage systems. This is particularly an issue in areas with past burn scars from wildfires, which will be, quote, especially prone to flash flooding and debris flow. That is according to the National Weather Service. So we're keeping a very close eye on the situation unfolding across Arizona. Now, last night, storms definitely brought flooding in the area, especially in Old Town Scottsdale. Keeping a very close eye and trying to contact the crews out there at Fox 10 Phoenix to see if we can bring you any more coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, everybody, I do have some more top stories to bring you here. We are going to go to California, where an off-duty officer saved people from a burning car. Let's get the details.
Car crash. Call the police.
Maybe it's on fire.
Near the intersection of Douglas Road and Sunrise Boulevard Saturday night, a car crashed into a pole and exploded into fire.
I looked over and I saw a car flipping over and sliding on its roof. And then the second car that was involved was sliding into a pole.
Off-duty Stockton police officer Mark Afanasieff sprung into action to save the people in the car.
The only thing I could think of was that these people are going to burn if I don't help them.
A man was able to get out of the car while Officer Afanasieff ran into flames to rescue the woman. His wife called 911.
There's a car accident and a car on fire, and there's people in the car right now.
Sunrise in Douglas. It's a 901 into a street light, and the vehicle is now on fire.
The 7-year officer with Stockton PD says his training kicked in.
I didn't even feel the heat when I went into the flames. I didn't feel it at all.
Officer Afanasieff says he was at the right place at the right time because that night he was contemplating going to bed and filling up his car the next day. But something told him he shouldn't wait.
Babe, be careful, there's a car coming!
Afanasieff didn't think what he did was special. He hopes others would do the same thing in that situation.
I can live with a couple burns or, whatever other injuries that I might get, but I wouldn't be able to live with just standing by and knowing that I could have helped somebody and now, they're gone.
Hello, everybody. I'm actually going to take you out to Fox 10 Phoenix's, or I was going to take you out to their coverage of the monsoon storms that have rolled through the area and are expected to continue to throughout the weekend, but they just went to a commercial break. When and if they come back, I'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But meanwhile, we are going to head to a neighboring state of Arizona, out to Colorado, and that is because crews continue working to clear debris after flash floods this week along the Cache La Poudre River in Larimer County. Fox's Michael Konapasek has more.
Even today, after devastating floods, there's more rain in the canyon. As we approach areas west of Rustic, we see the makings of a debris dam. The removal of these buildups are what emergency management officials are prioritizing.
It's heartbreaking.
Lisa and Marvin don't live far from the debris sites and say they are blessed.
We are like in the high ground where everything just bypassed us.
Farther west, homes are destroyed. It's where officials are focusing most of their attention. Highway 14 has been narrowed to one lane as crews work to remove piles and piles of debris. Larimer County Emergency Management says it is working to have a debris plan in place, making sure crews have places where they can dump all of this.
They got wiped out up there.
Those poor people. I can't even imagine.
But looking ahead, there is promise for the future in this canyon.
But they'll pick up, they'll rebuild.
All right, everybody, here is Skyfox aerials from the Phoenix area. You can see the rain coming down out there. Again, flooding following monsoons, debris on the ground, tree branches and the light, some pretty severe winds out in the Phoenix area. We're flying along with them here on Live Now from Fox this morning, keeping a very close eye on the situation out there. Again, this is pretty serious weather out there, especially in the areas where wildfires have recently burned. You can definitely get some severe effects out there. Again, this is the Phoenix area. We are working to bring you more weather-related coverage right here this morning on Live Now from Fox. I'm trying to see, that looks like a pretty wet roadway out there, and it looks like they're looking for some flooding out there as well. Very serious conditions. This actually looks like it could be either Paradise Valley or Scottsdale because you see the street names out there. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. We are your source for breaking news and weather updates, keeping a very close eye on the monsoon storms and potential flooding dangers out there in the Phoenix area. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Live Now from Fox this Friday morning. It looks like they're experiencing some pretty severe weather out in the Phoenix area. Monsoon storms after the last couple years. The monsoon activity has been barely existent out there. I do want to show you, this is XRAD radar right now. It appears there is a flood advisory and a flash flood watch for much of the state. That is what that light, that bright green color is out there. So we're going to keep a very close eye on the situation. Our Live Now from Fox headquarters are in Phoenix, Arizona. So when and if we get any updates, we'll bring them to you right here. We are on Weather Patrol this Friday, July 23rd, 2021. We were flying along with Skyfox a little bit earlier. This is the Live Now look from Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport. You can see the clouds and the rain in the area. Definitely likely a weekend that a lot of Phoenicians are going to be keeping tabs on the weather conditions. Parts of the area have already seen flooding, so there could be dangerous driving conditions out there. We would not like to see anybody get stuck out there. Remember, turn around, don't drown. It's not worth risking a life in order to try to drive through some floodwaters. There are alternate routes and workarounds. So again, remember everyone, turn around, don't drown. Okay, let's recap some top stories from across the country. Taking another look at the Congress January 6th Capitol Riot Committee clash. We bring you these top stories from across the country to keep you informed, everything that you want and need to know as you start your day. Coming up on 10:30 here on the East Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy says he's pulling all 5 of his nominations to serve on a select committee that will look into how the January 6th attack on the Capitol happened and how to prevent another insurrection attempt. This after Speaker Nancy Pelosi rejected 2 of his nominations.
There's no way that they're going to be on the committee.
Has what Speaker Pelosi done ever happened before? The idea that she's going to pick and choose, you're not going to get an outcome.
She denied Republicans Jim Jordan and Jim Banks.
With respect for the integrity of the investigation, with concern that the American people want to know the truth, I could not appoint them. I said that while this may be unprecedented, so was an attack on the Capitol.
The first hearing for the committee will take place on Tuesday morning, with or without new nominations from McCarthy. The minority leader says Republicans may hold their own investigation, but Republicans can't call committees as the minority party in the House. Senate Republicans have already rejected establishing a 9/11-style commission on the insurrection.
Nancy Pelosi shouldn't be picking the Republican members of a commission if that commission is truly independent.
Representative Liz Cheney is currently the sole GOP member on the committee appointed by Speaker Pelosi. The only other Republican representative who voted in favor of creating the panel is Adam Kinzinger.
There are some members who would like to be on it, but we'll see.
For the first hearing, the panel will focus on law enforcement with testimony from 4 police witnesses. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, Lauren, thank you so much for that update. We are expecting a Merrick Garland event happening live here on Live Now from Fox this morning. We will bring you it when it gets started. You're watching Live Now from Fox. 2-minute commercial break your way. We will be live with Fox 11 Los Angeles when we return.
Yes, I'll let you know.
Hey, see you again. Yeah. Last year. Yes. Last summer. Same thing. I think September. That's right. We did. Yes. Thanks for your team. Sure. I'll be sure. It's been a lot. Yeah, of course. No, she might have hosted me, so I can see the background and everything from her office.
Oh, I said okay.
Yeah, great. Well, thanks again. Yes.
Okay, good. Hammond? Can we hear you? Dean, say something. Fort Wayne?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Fort Wayne?
Can you hear me?
Yep. Indianapolis?
We can hear you.
Peoria?
Yes, good morning.
Fairview Heights?
Yes, I can hear you, thanks.
Milwaukee?
I
I can hear you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll get started in just a second. And thank you for your patience. Sheriff, you're on the speakerphone too, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Is everybody all set? Okay, no problem.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are taking a look at how stocks are doing. The Dow Jones Industrial Big Board currently up 130 points. Nothing but green on the big board today. That is good news for people ahead of the weekend. Looking like the economy is doing okay, despite the fact that there were some coronavirus Delta variant concerns a little bit earlier this week that caused stocks to dive quite a bit. All right, everybody, we are heading out to Los Angeles, where Fox 11's Sandra Endo is joining us live to talk about Monster Jam. Not only has it returned to SoCal, but it's expected to be very loud out there in the Staples Center, and that's because, Sandra, is it right? There's going to be 100% capacity?
Absolutely. We are live here on the dirt inside Staples Center, and you can see these ramps. They're going to be put to use this weekend, and this is the first time here Staples is hosting a non-sporting event since the coronavirus pandemic. So this is the first time in 17 months that Monster Jam is back. Look at El Toro Loco here, one of the fan favorites, with driver Armando Castro. You could tell us all about what we're expecting here and the fact that fans can be a part of this. Again, families can be coming out. Everyone wants to do something post-pandemic. Of course, masks are required, but you're going to have a show here.
Absolutely. I'm just excited to be back, man. It's been way too long since we've brought dirt into this arena, so I'm just super excited to come back. I'm actually a hometown local in here, Wooded, California, so I'm going to have a lot of family and friends here. Like I said, bring a mask or if you be vaccinated. It's going to be an absolutely crazy, crazy show. So buy your tickets online, monsterjam.com, if you haven't done so.
And what does it feel like being behind one of these monsters?
I mean, look how big these things are. 1,500 horsepower, 12,000 pounds. I mean, these things are huge. The stuff we're able to do with them is just crazy now. So it's just an honor to be back, and I'm so happy to be here in such a legendary arena like Staples Center. So I'm excited to be back.
A lot of revving, a lot of horsepower, a lot of flipping, a lot of competition here. And you see all of the other trucks out here as well. Just a little sample of what you're going to see if you come out here to the Staples. But clearly, this is a big event. I mean, the start of families coming back out here. And again, these kind of productions and shows being available to people. All right, well, we want to hear it rev, right? Don't you? So let's get Armando back up there. We're going to stay a safe distance away because you want to hear these engines roar. That's what it's all about right here if you come to Monster Jam. And of course, this is one weekend only right here in Los Angeles. Let's hear it run. Oh yeah, you feel that in your bones. That is amazing. The adrenaline pumping. I love it. And families are going to love it too. Let's send it back to you.
Oh, Sandra, you are bringing the energy this Friday morning from Southern California. Thanks so much. Again, event-packed weekend out there at the Staples Center. Do you know, are there still tickets available?
Absolutely. Check it out online. It starts today through Sunday, 6 events for people, so come on, check it out. Just bring your masks and prepare to feel that revving through your bones. It's amazing.
All right, Fox 11 Los Angeles is Sandra Endo joining us live here this morning on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it. Take care and have a great weekend.
You too. Thanks.
All right, everyone. We are out at the Merrick Garland Live Now event. Let's listen in.
Bring that violence down. That's what we're all about. That's what we're going to be working on today. Thanks very much.
All right, everybody. It looks like they're making the media leave out there in Chicago, Illinois. If you're wondering what that Merrick Garland event is, he is in Chicago, the Attorney General there. When and if we get any different coverage that we can bring you, we will do so right here on Live Now from Fox. We're just about 20 minutes or so away from passing things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. They likely, too, will be on some weather coverage today. Big thanks to Sandra, though, for that live report from Staples Center. That was pretty cool. Hey, we'll be right back in about 2 minutes. Back here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. I'm going to bring back an old classic here. I've been hosting Live Now for many years. I'm going to bring back Friday, animal-related news, and that's because nobody can stop talking about this viral video. Every news outlet is covering it. People are talking about it on social media, and when you see it, you will understand why. Teenagers, they love the thrill, right? The adrenaline rush of amusement park rides. Well, this one teenager got quite the surprise with an animal encounter while she was riding one in New Jersey. Let's get the details.
All right, I'm just trying to make our two next guests feel comfortable.
Okay.
So here we go. You've seen it. Two young ladies got more than they bargained for on the slingshot ride, Morris Piers, Wildwood. Here they go. They just got launched. This is this is the video of the year so far.
It's so quick. As soon as they get launched, it's like boom. Oh my
So
gosh.
that's Georgia on the left, who was celebrating her birthday that day, and her friend Kylie is the bird lady. And they join us now. Welcome to Good Day Philadelphia.
Hey.
Hey. Kylie, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. So they still seem stunned. By the way, Georgia, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yes, happy birthday.
Did you ever think you'd get this much attention, Georgia, on your birthday? You're being seen nationally.
No, not at all.
All right, we're looking at the video again. Kylie, you've been asked this 1,000 times already. Did you see it coming?
Not when we were tilted back, but as soon as we shot up, I saw it.
You saw it coming at you.
It was going the opposite way, and then
Right.
it came back at me.
And it looks like, now this is morning television, so if you can give us the edited version if there needs to be. Because you're saying something, it looks like, as the bird hits you. What were you trying to say?
I was trying to tell Georgia, but she wouldn't let me tell her.
Well, Georgia's busy.
Screaming.
Yeah.
Like, Georgia, did you know it all? Because it was kind of hard to see with the equipment. Did you know that the bird hit her?
No.
So, Kylie, what's going through your mind when all of a sudden
bird.
you see it that second, it comes back, and it's like, are you thinking like, oh my gosh, it's going to peck me, and you got the feathers all around your throat? Like, what's going through your mind?
We were still going straight up, so I wanted to wait until it spun over once. So, as soon as it spun over once, I quickly grabbed it and threw it off of me.
Did it scratch you up at all, Kylie? Do you have any kind of injury from this?
I only have a tiny scratch on my neck.
Okay, well, that's good. No serious injuries then. Well, what do you think, Kylie, the fact that this video has been shared so much and people have been reacting to it? How does that feel?
I was not expecting it. I just thought it was going to be, like, whatever.
Have you heard from TV stations and newspapers from other parts of the country?
I think one in California. I'm not sure, though, for Inside Edition.
Well, it's been seen all over America and around the world, as a matter of fact. So, tell us where you, Kylie, start with you. Where do you live? Not your address or anything, but you live in the Delaware Valley, don't you? In our viewing area?
No, I live in Weatherly, PA.
Where's Weatherly?
It's like a half an hour from like Pocono Mountains.
Oh, okay.
Lucky you. And then how about you? Same thing, Georgia.
I live in Whitehaven, PA.
Okay. Now, question for you, Georgia. Do you think that you guys will be doing this ride again anytime soon?
Probably her, but definitely not me.
Kylie, what about you? You going back on it?
I would.
Oh,
Okay.
good.
Now, when it comes to birds, though, when you see birds, do you have a different feeling about them, or you think it was just a one-time thing?
I mean, if not any birds, but if a seagull is flying above me, I'm scared that it's gonna come.
I
But
bet.
not really.
Now, have you ever seen the movie The Birds?
No.
Okay, watch it this weekend.
No.
Maybe too soon.
The bird's fine, by the way, right? The bird, you saw it sort of fly off, so it's not like...
And if it isn't, lie.
Yeah, it just flew off.
Okay, good.
What did they say to you when you got back? Because the people who were operating the ride, did they know what happened?
They did, and then they just kept asking me if I was okay.
Oh, you better believe
Yeah,
they did.
I bet.
Well, thank you, Georgia. Happy birthday again. And you too, Kylie.
Thank
Glad you
you.
survived it.
Everybody is talking about that video, everybody. I mean it, everybody, literally. Everyone's like, have you seen the seagull video? All right, everybody, we are back out to Phoenix, Arizona. Skyfox showing us the aftermath of some pretty serious monsoon storms that moved through the area. You can see the flooding there. They're trying to pump out the water. This appears to be an underpass of I-17. As you can see, the sign there says Flagstaff. So if you're going from central Arizona, the Phoenix area, up to northern Arizona, say Sedona, the Grand Canyon, Flagstaff, Prescott, perhaps Kingman, some of the lakes, you are likely going to be taking I-17, Interstate 17 out there. So you can see they are still dealing with the aftermath of some pretty severe storms, flooding there. People can't even get freeway access due to that. But crews are on the scene, and they are trying to clear those roadways so people can get back to using them this Friday morning. In terms of the valley, though, more rain is expected, not just in the Phoenix area, but southern Arizona as well, even up to portions in northern Arizona. So it's likely going to be an active weather weekend out there. You're watching Live Now from Fox. It is Friday, July 23rd, 2021. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will wrap up with President Joe Biden's remarks on crime across the U.S. If any other news breaks, anything happens live, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. From Phoenix, Arizona, out to Tokyo, Japan, everybody, where the celebrations are underway without spectators as the opening ceremony for the 2020 Summer Olympic Games, they have happened. Competition has already begun. Athletes out in Tokyo have tested positive for COVID-19. They are going to be skipping competition. Protesters have taken to the streets to say, we do not want this to be happening during the pandemic, despite the fact that it is a year later and the situation is much different than when we were in the thick of the pandemic last year. There are still cases, the Delta variant continuing to spread. We're going to keep a very close eye on any developments out of Tokyo for you. Meanwhile, we are going to go back to President Joe Biden's remarks. You're watching Live Now from Fox, 10 minutes away from passing things off to the headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona.
also proud to sign the law that significantly strengthens it today. This fund doesn't take a dime of taxpayers' money. It uses fines and penalties paid by convicted federal criminals. However, fines from what are called non-prosecutorial agreements or deferred prosecution agreements did not go into this Victims' Crimes Fund in the past. Since there has been more and more of these agreements in recent years, the fund is being depleted. That meant dramatic cuts in the funding it could provide for victims and for organizations to support these victims. Between 2017 and today, the amount of money in these funds has gone down 92%, which has resulted in a 70% reduction in victims assistance programs and grants. This means that for a lot of victims, the help they need isn't there any longer. When my son Beau was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware, he took pride in getting more support more quickly to victims, especially to protect and care for child victims. And I know that as a San Francisco DA and a California Attorney General, Vice President Harris expanded support for victims of crime and launched one of the nation's first medical centers focused on treating childhood trauma caused by violence in the home or in the community. This bill is going to allow us to make sure that all the fines and penalties that are from federal cases go into the Crime Victims Fund to rebuild this fund because it's badly needed. This is going to enable us to provide more help and support to victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, trafficking, and other crimes all across America. In order to provide more access and safety and services for victims of gender-based violence, it's long past time to reauthorize and strengthen the protections through the Violence Against Women Act. Please, please. You know, you can... I know from experience you all can come together in a bipartisan, bicameral way and to pass this bill. We need to do the same thing to reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act without further delay. You know, after these changes in the Victims' Crime Act passed this week, a leader from one of the state's coalition against domestic violence sent a letter to our national organization. And she wrote about working in a shelter where their ability to serve people rose and fell based on the fundings of victim services. She told the story of a client she lost to domestic violence homicide because the budget cuts left them without space at the shelter or staff needed to help this particular woman. Upon learning about the law I'm about to sign today, she wrote, and I quote, "I think about her every day. This is going to be truly life-saving," end of quote. This is what you've done, truly life-saving. In closing, I want to thank those angels working in the front lines to help these victims, especially during this pandemic that's made the work both more difficult, more in demand, and more dangerous. And I want to thank the advocates who mobilize and bring together these important changes in the law. There are thousands of people out there who may not know about the work you did to get this bill passed, but they'll know that they're getting the help they need to put their lives back together and move toward healing and toward justice. I'll now have the great honor of signing the bill, and I'd invite the sponsors to come on up and stand with me if you're willing. Great honor to be able to sign this.
We're honored, Mr. President.
Now, I'm not good at doing what Barack used to do, say Barack Obama and use 9 pens to do it. But I'm going to I'm just going to hand you all. And You're not to know which one was signed. Let me get the rest of them.
Shall I be polite or grab? No,
You better.
You want it handed to you by the
If we're short any.
I'll get this. Yes. Somebody back here.
Before we pass things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, at the top of the hour, 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific time. You're going to see one more 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Great signatures. You can read your name better than mine.
Anybody who doesn't have one, I promise you.
I gave them away.
Hey, Steven, you have one of my pens? Come here.
There's one coming.
President's been here before.
Did you get a picture? You got one? All right.
Everybody in? Look this way.
Look
right there. Wait.
See everybody?
I'm going to sneak down. Can you be seen?
This is one of those deals where what they did was literally, not figuratively, and changed the lives of women and children and some men out there. So thank you.
Federal officials have their sights locked on combating an escalating crisis, with Attorney General Merrick Garland announcing his plans to reduce gun violence, specifically by targeting illegal gun trafficking.
People who lie in order to get illegal guns are feeding the gangs that are then using those guns to kill people in the target cities. So we do not regard this as a minor matter. We regard this as a major matter.
According to the nonprofit research group Gun Violence Archive, so far this year there's been more than 300 mass shootings, resulting in roughly 11,000 deaths. The violence is especially visible in Chicago, with 4 mass shootings breaking out Wednesday alone, leaving at least 3 people dead and 17 hurt. And officials are partially attributing the chaos to illegal firearms.
Our guns are not originating in Chicago. They're coming across the border.
We want to know, where did these offenders get those guns? And we want to hold accountable to those traffickers that are getting blood money for the guns that are wreaking havoc in many of our communities.
But authorities say new technology is helping them track down both the buyers and sellers of illegal guns. Adding, in the end, their goal is to restore peace in cities overrun by crime.
Violence, to interrupt violence, and to provide the kind of relationship between the police and the community necessary to build trust.
Meanwhile, federal agents are being placed in local police departments across the country to help apprehend fugitives wanted for violent crimes. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
Live now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, taking over right now at the top of the hour. East Coast Hub team, we'll see you again on Monday. Have a good weekend, everyone.
You know what? I'm going to move these. Okay. All right, I am ready, Mike, for you to take over whenever. And here once again is a look at that Dow as we continue to see green headed into this Friday. Good to see, especially after we had a rough start to the week, but things have been looking up here these last few days when it comes to the Dow. So thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you, and we're going to continue things along here talking about events that are happening all across our country. The Mrs. International pageant is underway. Tomorrow, a new winner will be crowned as Mrs. International 2021. I'm bringing in the current, though, reigning crown title holder. We have Ashley Ray Klinger joining us from Tennessee. And Ashley, let's just talk first about this past incredible year that you've had as the title holder. You've done so many great things holding this title.
Thank you. Yes, we are back here in Kingsport, Tennessee once again. I was here 1 year ago when I was crowned Mrs. International 2020. And then I spent my year representing my platform, Be a Foster, which I know we'll talk a little bit about. But now we're back here crowning Mrs. International 2021. And she will do exactly what I did, spend the next year promoting a cause, an organization, her platform that she is very passionate about and she believes can make a difference in this world.
So let's talk about the pageant this year. There's so many incredible women from across the states here. And so this just kind of go into what they're going to be experiencing. You guys all arrived earlier in the week. So what have you guys been doing since that time?
Yeah, so I arrived on Sunday and then orientation kicked off on Monday evening. So all the women came together. I believe this year we have 53 women from around the world. So not just here in the United States, representing different states and regions of the United States, but we have different countries. Japan is here, Ukraine is here, Thailand is here. So we have 53 women from around the world. We came together. We've been spending the entire week together. Tuesday was an outing day. So we were able to go do some volunteer work because that's what this system, the international pageant system, is all about giving back. It's all about service and making a difference in the community. So we were able to go volunteer at some local organizations. We did some fun stuff. We took a tour of the mansion here. We did lunch. We've just been doing a lot of fun things. And then of course, lots of rehearsals. So right now is Friday. Tonight is prelims. So the ladies are getting ready for the preliminary competition. Yesterday and Wednesday evening, they did their first half, which was private interview with the judges. So each lady had 5 minutes with 5 different judges where they were able to share their heart, their passion, their commitment to wanting to make a difference in this world. And so they had those interviews. That was 50% of their score. And now this evening we go into the on stage.
And Ashley, I'm just going to let you know we're having a little bit of trouble with our signal. So right now we're taking some look at some video from last year. But you were talking about there's a lot of different categories and scores that these women accumulate ahead of what's to come tonight and tomorrow is what we were saying.
Yes. So tomorrow night they will come and they will announce the top 15 and then a People's Choice winner. And then they will go into the final competition. And tomorrow's final competition will be an on-stage interview question. And then they will once again compete in their evening gown and their fitness wear. So we have 3 areas of competition. We have interview, evening gown, and fitness wear that make up their total score. And then at the end of that, they will announce the winner.
So just kind of talk about, for these women who are out here competing in the pageant, what is it really like for those girls and these women? You know, I'm sure they make a lot of new friendships when they're there, but they also are there to really accentuate and talk about, each one has their own platform that they try to emphasize.
Yes, and you know what it is? It's about making connections with the other women that are here from around the world and networking with one another. This is a system that truly supports one another and we lift one another up. We don't have to bring another woman down in order for us to look better or to do better. Helping another woman shine doesn't take away from who we are and what we have to offer. And that's what I love about International. But in addition to the connections that we make with the women, it is all about our platform, our cause that we represent, an organization, a mission that we believe can make a difference in this world, that we spend the week promoting and talking about, and just getting that information out there with women from all around the world, which is fabulous.
It really is a time when you can kind of band together. But Ashley, let's go into your platform that you've been focused on in the past year and how it's kind of really made a huge impact on your life.
Yeah, so our journey through infertility, adoption, and then foster care led my husband and I back in 2019 to launch the Be a Foster movement. And really at the core, what it is just wanting to bring awareness to the impacts of foster care and the increasing need for loving foster families. We have been a licensed foster family for the past few years. We just recently, and I know we can talk about this, but just recently adopted our 3 foster daughters. Just a few weeks ago, that was finalized. And so we have just been, you know, before this year happened, before I became Mrs. International, we were sharing the message of foster care. I spent the year really using this title, this microphone, to get the message out there even more. And we will continue to share that message long after this title is done. And so really just wanting to share Be a Foster and foster care with people around the world.
And I'm sure too, I mean, you guys have gone through quite the experience being foster parents, but it's just as rewarding for those children as it is for you guys. I'm sure that they too, you know, are looking for those forever homes or looking for a temporary home. And that's where really some great people like you and your husband can step in and help provide that roof over the head, that security and that safety for those kids.
Right. Yeah. And, you know, I should just mention, you know, here in the United States, we have about 440,000 children in the foster care system, and only about 200,000 licensed foster homes, 30 to 60% of which drop out each year. So we're constantly trying to recruit and retain good foster families. And so, sorry, a car just started right next to me, so you might have a tough time hearing me. But these kids need homes. There are about 200,000 kiddos that, you know, age out of the foster care system that never become adopted each year. And so just really wanting to provide them with that support system and that stability. Ultimately, foster care is about reunification with a birth family. That's why we are here, to provide love and care to these children while we're also supporting the birth families. And that is our goal, is to reunify them with their families if at all possible, but that doesn't always happen. It isn't always appropriate for the children to go back to those birth families. And then it's situations like that where we are able to adopt the foster kiddos that were in our home. But the need is great for foster families. The pandemic really hit the foster community hard. You know, numbers went down for a while because things just weren't being reported because of quarantining. And then all of a sudden we knew this was going to happen. When things started getting back to normal a little bit, the numbers were going to start going up again because things were going to be reported again. The abuse, the neglect, and that's what's happening. Numbers are going up again. But we need foster families because, again, we kind of took a hit during the pandemic where families were nervous about bringing strangers into their home. They didn't know what they had been exposed to.
Right.
And so we are desperately in need of foster families right now to serve the increasing number of children that are coming into the system.
And what a great way to be able to help promote this across our country, around the world. And I have to ask, Ashley, though, you're getting ready to pass along that crown. So as you've been able to really absorb this whole last year in holding this title, are you ready to crown a new Mrs. International come tomorrow?
I am. And that's one thing I've been asked all week. How are you feeling? Are you sad? And I'm not, because like I mentioned to you, this was our life. This wasn't just something I picked up and did for a year so that I could have a title. This is our life. And we were promoting foster care and living this life before this title ever happened for me last year. So we were doing it before. I simply did it this year with a bigger microphone, a different opportunity to share it on a larger scale. And we're going to continue to do it long after this is done. And so really nothing's ending for us. All I'm simply doing is welcoming another woman into this incredible sisterhood and supporting her on her journey to make a difference and to make an impact.
And I'm sure there's a lot of people who've been asking you what's next. I know that you're involved you had launched a magazine a few years ago. So what is next for you? I know you're going to obviously still be an advocate for fostering kids, but what else is new and going to be happening for you?
Yeah, so of course we're still going to be a foster. And I don't know, you could hear the crazy, I don't know if it's a cricket or what the noise is, but there's an animal out here making a noise right now. But yes, you know what? The magazine, It's Her Brand magazine, that's a part of my business, It's Her Brand Enterprises. So I've still been gotten as much attention. I'm a coach and give it everything that it needed and deserved. So I'm looking forward to getting back into that role again and coaching other women and young ladies who are on their own quest to be international and just to guide them and help them along that journey. So I'll be doing that as well. And of course, raising my 4 kiddos that we have at home.
It's going to be, I'm sure you're going to be just as busy as you were while holding this title, but we do want to just say thank you so much for being here with us, and we just hope everything goes well as you guys continue to push some really important topics across the platform. Look at them joining you there. Do you want to introduce them?
Sure, this is Micah right here. Micah is 4, he's going to be 5 next month. This is Kinsey. Kinsey, you are 4, just turned 4. And then we have our twins at home that just turned 3. So the twins and Kinsey are our 3 foster daughters that we have had for over 2.5 years. And we just finalized their adoption a few weeks ago. So it was the perfect bookend to my year as a title holder. And this is what this was all about. This year and everything that we do with foster care and adoption, it's these kids that we did this for. And it was our journey through infertility that led us to the adoption of our children. And infertility didn't prevent us from becoming parents. It just changed the way in which we became parents and who we became them to. And we are so grateful that God led us to them. Clearly, you can see they keep me very busy and occupied. So
I was going to say,
this is what this is all about.
I'm sure it's going to be another busy year for you ahead and more years to come. And just want to say thank you for sharing your platform. And I can't wait to see who's going to be crowned this year's winner so that we can continue to learn more about different important platforms of things that are happening here across our country. So Ashley Ray Klinger joining us again here on Live Now from Fox, wishing you well and wishing the kiddos well too as they cheer you on as you pass on that title.
Thank you, Christy.
So beautiful to see, and don't forget that you can always follow Ashley on all those social media pages. I love to just see her updates, and I've been following her for quite some time, ever since I met her years ago back with Mrs. North Dakota. So what we're going to do is send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break, but don't forget we will continue to have news stories across our country coming your way. It will come here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Here is a look at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics underway, but we want to continue to give you news stories here across our country as we want to head into some stories that our stations have sent to us. We're going to go out to Fox 11, going to stay on the topic of athletics because our Fox 11 Los Angeles team has a great story with a Paralympic jumper. Let's listen into that here on Live Now from Fox.
Basically, we are not worthy. You are watching the workout routine of Trenton Merrill. He's an athlete who is headed to Tokyo next month to compete in the Paralympic Games. It is quite an amazing accomplishment. Trenton joining us now live to talk about what we can expect. There he is, coming to us from San Diego, where you are training. Want to know how you're feeling? Are you ready to go? What's going on now that we're getting really close to the moment?
Hey, Bob. I'm feeling pumped, man. Ready to go. Ready to represent USA and carry that flag, you know, after competing.
We're really proud of you. We're really excited. We can't wait to see all the things you do. I've seen all the videos, and you're a completely inspiring guy. Tell us a little bit about your journey so that the folks at home know how you got here. In fact, you're a motivational speaker, too. So, you know, this all started when you were 14 years old, and an accident happened, right?
That's correct, Bob. So my journey has been nothing but adversity and trials and triumph. And it hasn't been easy. I wish I could say that it was an easy path to success. But for me, it's always been like a little bit of progress and then like some type of setback and then a little bit more, some type of setback, and just year in, year out. So it's been really tough. And I know like this year specifically, a lot of us athletes have had these past 2 years have had a really tough year. And I think my past from 14 years old, losing my foot to where I'm at now, it's all been like preparation and helping me mentally be prepared for years like this, where it's really challenging years and it's hard to stay focused, but day in, day out, you just got to grind and stay focused on your goals and your dreams and believe that it's possible.
What happened when you were 14? I mean, it's had to have been traumatizing for someone so young to lose part of your leg like that.
That's right, Bob. When I was 14, I was in an accident that resulted in the amputation of my right foot. My best friend Scott and I, we had a little dirt bike track we built in his front yard, and we were just essentially, we were coming back from my house to his house to go ride on it. And we looked both ways on Paseo Cristina and San Juan Creek Road, and we didn't see a car coming. We crossed the street, and right as we passed the center median, it was like a flash of white. I just saw a flash of white, and essentially a BMW crushed my foot in between a little dirt bike, and we both got hit by that car, and my foot was eventually amputated shortly after.
Wow. So we're watching a lot of the videos of you training and your jumps. It looks absolutely unbelievable, and many of us had questions here about having the prosthetic and doing this long jump, is which you kind of specialize in. So what are the challenges of having the prosthetic when you're making that jump, or does having that prosthetic kind of like propel you even further? Are you able to jump further than, let's say, another athlete?
Those are great questions. So jumping on a prosthetic is very challenging. For me, I had to relearn how to jump off of my prosthetic. It was more natural for me once my right foot was amputated, even though it was my dominant leg, to start doing everything with my left foot. So my left foot became my dominant foot. And then later on, as I was training and pursuing my career in track and field, I decided that I essentially wanted to preserve my left foot as much as possible because it's the only one I got left. And it was taking a beating in training, trying to jump and sprint. So I decided to use my right blade as my jumping prosthesis and takeoff foot, because if it broke, I could, replace it. So
wow.
it took a long time to learn how to align the prosthetic, because aligning the prosthetic for a long jump is different than just a jogging foot or a sprinting foot. The blades themselves have different stiffnesses to them. So you have to find the right category. It's just a ton of trial and error. So eventually, once I had accumulated all these data points, from training and trial and error with the guys on my team.
Hey, we got like 90 seconds. We got like 90 seconds left. And first of all, the sensation that you must have being in the air for that long must be unbelievable. You went to the Olympics, the Paralympics in Rio a couple of years ago. You almost made it. How are you feeling again coming into this this Olympic Games just a couple of weeks ahead? I know you said you have a practice coming up in just a few minutes, but how are you feeling coming into the Games this year?
I'm pumped. Last games, I just missed out on the podium. I placed 4th. So this year I'm hungry. I want it. I need it. So I'm going out there to fight and to win. So I'm ready to go.
All right. And there's this COVID-19 thing that's out there. We keep talking about that as that relates to the Olympics. Are you concerned at all? Are you taking extra precautions? What goes through your mind?
With COVID-19, that's it is a big concern for a lot of people, but we've been training all us athletes for a long time. And so the biggest thing is just stay focused on what we're trying to go out there and do. So I can't control anything that happens with COVID-19, but I can control my effort and what I focus on and my discipline and going out there and giving it the best I can. So that's what I'm going to do.
Hey, Trenton Merrill, we are so proud of you. I know you came out of college out here, right? And you're from San Juan Capistrano, so you're a local guy. We're really proud of you. Go Team USA, and we're going to be watching.
Let's go. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, man. Good luck.
And thanks to our Fox 11 team for that interview. Some of you are going to be seeing another quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more news your way after that. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Hey, let's go take a look at that Dow because it is Friday. We're going to hope that this stays in the green for a majority of the day so that we can end the week well because we all like to see that green. So we're currently up more than 200 points here on the Dow as we continue to head into this Friday morning, Friday afternoon for some of our viewers. Just want to say thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. If you're from the Phoenix area, you may have had to deal with some rain overnight and One thing that I have to say, while yes, there's some cleanup that's going to have to happen in some of our neighborhoods, especially with trees down. Here in Arizona, we do get a lot of trees down because their roots don't go as far down into the ground. So those trees are easy to tip over. But we had some flooding also from all of this rain that we've been getting. So I know today will be a big cleanup day for a lot of neighborhoods around Arizona. But let's continue on with some stories that were brought to us from our stations across the country. Going to head out to Wisconsin, where they're talking about an issue that really needs to be highlighted at this time. Not only have we been showcasing and hearing, especially yesterday from President Biden, about violence and the violence that's been really surging across America. Yesterday, he signed that act to continue that Victims of Crime Act fund. But there's children who are now being involved with some of this gun violence. We're going to go out to Fox 6 Milwaukee with more on that story.
Last year, more than 60% of juvenile homicides in Milwaukee went unsolved. The year before that, 100% went unsolved. And as Fox 6's Nicola Jenowitz reports, tonight this is concerning not just for detectives trying to bring down violent crime numbers, but for parents grieving the loss of their children.
Quayshawn Henning hadn't even made it to his 20th birthday when he was gunned down on the streets of Milwaukee. It was May of 2017.
You get angry at one point, you want revenge at one point. You pray for the person that did it at one point.
His aunt, Rose Henning, says while it was a painful shock, it wasn't necessarily a surprise.
He had rough patches, but what a teenage boy here in Milwaukee nowadays ain't going through something out in the streets. But he wasn't a bad kid. They're just trying to fit in.
Then, just 4 short years later,
playing with dolls, 1 minute.
Quayshawn's 13-year-old sister, Nevaeh, was shot dead as she sat in the passenger seat of a car. The family forced once again to grieve a child killed by gun violence in Milwaukee.
Every time y'all go out, everybody ain't gonna make it back home that night. And this particular night, January night, my niece was the one that didn't make it back.
4 years, 2 siblings, one lethal problem still not solved.
She's a spin image of me, so.
Father Terrell Ware did not want to have his face shown, saying he gets too emotional, especially talking about his daughter.
She act the same, look the same, 2 peas in a bucket.
Her childhood bedroom, once the scene of TikTok dances and YouTube videos, now a memorial for a little girl.
Because sometimes it's like, all I do is cry all day. Sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, I'll wake up and just have her on my mind and can't get her off my mind. So when that happens, I just come in here, drop on my knees and pray.
Do you ever think, why me, why us?
I think that every day. I ask that question every day. Even though I know I'm supposed to ask God that, but I still ask him every day why though.
Why and who? All this time and still no arrests in either case.
The bullet didn't just fly out the sky. Somebody has to know exactly what happened.
That's what Milwaukee police detectives are working to figure out. Of the 7 juvenile homicides this year, only 1 has been cleared.
A lot of it has to
Milwaukee police detective Justin Carloni says it is a troubling trend. Juvenile homicides are simply harder to solve.
When dealing with juveniles, often we see that there's either a clique or a small group of individuals that associate with each other. There seems to be a loyalty to the group and not necessarily the individual. So one of them falls prey to a homicide or a shooting, there seems to be more of a loyalty not to talk to the police.
According to Milwaukee police, since 2014, the department's clearance rate is 60%. In recent years, that clearance rate has been much worse. In 2019, every juvenile homicide went without a single arrest. In 2020, it was 2/3. So far this year, 86% are unsolved.
10% of the people account for most of these crimes, and if we're not holding them accountable, then or keeping them off the streets, we continue to see victimization.
No leads, no nothing, so.
Terrell doesn't know if they'll ever find the people who killed his daughter and son, but one thing is for sure, they will rest in peace in this home, and Nevaeh's childhood room will always be hers.
It's gonna stay like this. It ain't gonna get turned into nothing else. This is her room, it's gonna stay her room.
Terrell will never know the woman she could have become, so instead, he'll hold on to the child that she was. Reporting in Milwaukee, Nicola Jenowitz, Fox 6 News.
Someone out there can make a difference. Milwaukee police say if you know something about a juvenile homicide, you're encouraged to give them a call. You can even leave a tip anonymously.
And continuing to focus on children, there's been a big push to continue child tax credit. And so let's go into a story that we did get from our Fox 13 team.
If parents suddenly received $300 from the government as a child credit, it's legit. It's part of the president's American Rescue Plan, and they'll keep coming monthly through the end of the year. But that doesn't mean you have to accept them. Well, our consumer reporter, Sarbani Banerjee, is here to explain why some families would even want to opt out of the child tax credit, as well as who's getting them now. Hi, Sarbani.
Yeah, hi, everyone. The next deadline to opt out of the child tax credit payments is actually coming up soon, August 2nd. I'll talk more about why you'd want to do that in a moment. But first, a reminder who's eligible for this in the first place. About 90% of families are expected to qualify for at least a partial credit, and those who are eligible will get payments every month through December. $300 a month for every child 5 and under, $250 a month for kids between ages 8 and 16. You'll get those payments either by paper check, direct deposit, or on one of those preloaded debit cards that comes in the mail. Anyone making more than $240,000 for single taxpayers or $440,000 as joint, you are not eligible for the credit here.
Well, free cash sounds great.
Right.
So why might some parents actually want to opt out?
You know, really, this is a budgeting thing. Do you want your money later or do you need it now? It's kind of the same decision-making process as choosing how much you take out of every paycheck for taxes. Are you okay with owing? Do you want to break even? Or do you want to get that refund later? Remember, these are all completely different payments than the stimulus checks that the government issued earlier in the pandemic. Those did not count as income. They did not affect future tax returns. These are advances on what would be included in your tax return in April of 2022. So the government, though, they're betting that the families, many of them probably want that money now. It's absolutely up to you, though. If you'd rather have one large payment next year instead of these 7 smaller ones spanning 2021 and 2022, then opt out. Let's say your household circumstances or your tax situation is changing, maybe a divorce or something like that, and you don't want to deal with updating info, opt out. Or if you don't want to owe back later on, let's say your household income goes up or maybe a dependent ages out in that time frame, now is your chance to say, you know what, I want that lump sum later.
Well, first of all, that was a very good explainer. Thank you. And now, how does someone opt out should they want to?
Okay, go to the IRS website. So that's where you get started. A little more detailed here. You'll see the Child Tax Credit Update portal. It's new. You want to click on the Manage Advance Payments button. Then on the next page, you'll be asked to sign in, and you use your IRS or ID.me account. If you don't have any of those, the page actually walks you through setting one up. You'll need an email address, photo ID, your social security number, and some sort of smartphone or tablet to verify your identity. And then on the next page, you'll see your eligibility status, and that's where you click on Enroll from those monthly payments. So yeah, start out with the website, truly page by page. It walks you right through the options. Remember though, if you choose to get these payments right now, there's something to watch out for. There's no sort of processing fees for this payment. So if anybody contacts you claiming something like that, yeah, you know you're being targeted by scammers. So watch out for that.
And they're everywhere these days.
Yep.
All right, thanks, Sarbani.
A lot of great insight there on the child tax credit. What we're going to do is send our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. When we return, we're going to be talking about the Canadian border set to open the beginning of August. What kind of restrictions, though, are going to be in place for Americans trying to head up north? Well, we'll tell you more about that, again, coming up after 2 quick minutes. The COVID-19 pandemic has certainly put a toll on many people, especially when it comes to those planned trips, including fishing trips just north of the American border out to Canada. But now the Canadian border is set to reopen for fully vaccinated Americans in the beginning of August. I'm bringing in Dan Lehman as we talk about getting ready for fishing trips in Canada. And so, Dan, let's just first kind of get into how you have been handling this COVID-19 pandemic. Obviously, a lot of your business comes from those Americans coming up to do their fishing trips each and every single year.
Well, certainly in our part of Canada and in Northern Ontario, virtually all the resorts are reliant on Americans. And so we've been doing kind of the same thing everybody else did last year, completely shut down. This year, trying to ramp up slowly, hoping the border would open. And obviously we did get that okay to open on August 9th. Now it's just getting our guests aware what the restrictions are, what the requirements are, so that they can cross the border without any issue. Certainly they're traveling from all over the U.S. They don't want to get to the border and then be unable to get across.
Yeah, so let's just kind of go over that. Fully vaccinated Americans can cross the border coming August 9th, but they do have to have that second dose done at least 2 weeks ahead of time. And that also means that they have to have proof of the COVID-19 negative tests as well. There's a lot of things that they have to do to get things in place. What are you hearing from some of the people who have their vacations booked with you guys?
It's kind of mixed. The majority of the people are vaccinated, and then they're past their 2 weeks, so they're good there. And we're just making them aware of exactly what kind of test they need to take, which is that 72-hour PCR test or 72-hour window for their PCR test. They can't take any quick tests like an antigen test. That's not going to work with the customs agent. Canada has a nice little app that you have to use. You have to go on and register on ArriveCan, it's called. You're going to let them know exactly when and which border crossing you're going to be at. That way they're at least a little bit prepared for who's going to be there and when they're going to be there, because I'm sure there's going to be some long lines those first few days.
And for some people who may not be familiar with the environment that is in Ontario for fishermen, let's just kind of describe what you guys have up there, because it can be a lot of great fishing that you can get done in Canada.
Yeah, it's really a great area, and being someone who grew up in Minnesota and was used to those Minnesota lakes, as soon as you cross the border, it's really a different experience. You're either going to see bigger lakes like the lake that we're on, which is Lake of the Woods. Really lots to water to get out and fish on. Some 14,000 islands, creating all kinds of great structure and fishing opportunities. Then you're going to see other places a little bit different than us, but still in the same general area, really remote lakes, either difficult to get to by any kind of road, but a lot of them are going to have fly-in only, and those are great experiences too. Very different in this part of the world in that it's there's not homes surrounding the lakes, and it's a real pristine environment.
Yeah, and it just seems like, too, as you mentioned, the environment's different, but then also the fish there seem to be a little bit different. What are people catching when they're doing these fishing trips with you at Duck Bay Lodge?
So most of our guests are going to go out guided because the fish are certainly moving around the lake through different structures and different depths, and then they're switching species. So here on Lake of the Woods, muskies are the big trophy fish that people want to come and fish for, and it can be elusive. They don't tend to gather in groups like other species do. They'll just be like one in a small area, and they're very territorial. So the guides are great for putting you on those. And then of course people are wanting to come up and walleye fish, smallmouth fish, fish for other pike, and at least turn some of those into to shore lunches.
Right. There are some restrictions then, of course, on what you're able to bring back to the U.S. But I'm sure when you catch it and you have it that same day or that same evening, there's nothing quite like being able to eat that fresh fish that you just caught that day.
Yeah, that's definitely popular. The guides here at Duck Bay Lodge are going to not only put people on the fish, but lunchtime rolls around, they're going to take care of preparing everything, and it's as fresh as it can be.
So let's just kind of talk about ways you guys are now preparing for these visitors to come back. Obviously, you've had to do a lot of conversations about these restrictions and what things they're going to have in order to be able to keep that reservation with you guys.
Yeah, so for them, we've really tried to send out as much information as possible and really make sure that they understand what's going to be expected when they get to the border. Have questions coming in where you're really not sure where they're getting that information. You know, they're concerned whether or not if they get into Canada, are they going to be allowed back into the U.S. because the U.S. isn't ready to let Canadians across. But of course, that's not going to be the issue for anybody who's a U.S. citizen. If you show up at the border and want to come back, you're going to get back into the U.S. And then the other things, just like we've been doing across the U.S. and Canada, there's lots of little protocols that will still be in place for, dining and things like that, and we'll be prepared to do those as requested by the province.
And you can only hope that then once September rolls around, even more restrictions start to loosen, that you guys are able to continue to have these guests come. And I'm sure that you encourage people who aren't able maybe to get that second dose of their vaccine to make the trip this year. You say, hey, plan ahead, because that's what a lot of these fishermen have to do, is that go into next year's reservations.
Yep. So I don't think we've had really anybody cancel permanently. If anything, that just this year isn't going to work out for whatever reason. Either they're not vaccinated, or people in their party aren't vaccinated, or they're concerned about the getting that PCR test and getting the results back, because you have to have those results when you get to the border. And virtually every one of those who hasn't been able to make it has just pushed their trip to next year, because it's getting up to this part of the world and making these trips it's special for them. Many of our guests have been coming here for decades, and one lull of a couple of years isn't going to stop them from getting up here in the future.
Right. Yeah, I know. As we chatted before, my dad, a huge fisherman, loves to take trips up to Canada. As you said, it's just a different environment. You get to really dive into some of these great bodies of water. So hopefully people can continue to do so, not only into this fall, but also plan ahead for next year. And Dan, just want to say thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I hope that people are able to get their doses ahead of their trip to come see you at Duck Bay Lodge.
Me too. Thanks for having me.
And for those people who are looking to travel, whether it be up to Canada to do some fishing, or even maybe just a few states away, we of course want to continue to have you covered on safety surrounding your travels. Let's go into a cybersecurity warning for travelers from one of our other Fox teams.
Summer travel is back, and cyber criminals are ready to take advantage of many who are looking to finally get out, with travel anticipated to break records this year. Threats Prevention Manager at Checkpoint Research, Brian Linder, joins us this morning to share 5 cyber safety tips you can use to keep your information safe. Good morning to you, Brian. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Jeanette, good morning. And yeah, you're right. We're expecting vacation spend this year to be over $150 billion, so 160% increase over 2020. It's going to be a great summer for a lot of families, but let's be aware of some of the cyber risks that are out there. Number one, try to avoid any public Wi-Fi hotspots. I mean, it's really appealing to jump on a Wi-Fi network, but it's not uncommon for hackers to sit at cafes or airports waiting for travelers to go on public Wi-Fi so they can prey on you, steal your personal data. So avoid that wherever possible.
I have a question about that really quickly.
Oh, sure.
Is there an alternative? I mean, because I know I'm guilty of it too. You're waiting for your flight, maybe it's delayed, and you want to keep yourself busy. What's an alternative?
Obviously, stay on your cellular network. Most of our phones have really strong cell networks. We're on the 5G networks. Use your device on the cell network. Stay off the public Wi-Fi if possible.
Okay. All right. So let's move on to number 2. This one, I was just traveling last week, and I was kind of trying to cover my computer as I was putting my information in. You say beware of shoulder peekers. What is that?
Yeah, watch out for people looking over your shoulder while you're entering credit card details or logging into websites. It's smart to have a screen protector, a privacy protector for your laptop or your mobile phone to keep people from stealing your credentials over your shoulder if possible.
And for those planning trips, they'll likely go online, book travel, but right there could be some risk. How's that?
Yes. First of all, I mean, obviously, we're all looking for a great deal for a vacation. But if the offer is too good to be true, it probably is. Ensure the travel site you're using is credible. Scammers like to imitate authentic sites and pretend to offer luxury vacations, discounted trips, all in order to steal your personal information. So make sure you research ahead of time and always use a credit card for travel rather than your debit card so that those fraud protections are in place should you get tripped up and fall victim there.
I'm curious, is there anything that's like an immediate red flag when you go on these websites that should just tell you something's a little off?
Well, misspellings, grammar errors, and above all, most of all, if it is too good to be true, it is. It probably is. So look for strange text that's written strangely. Look for things that just don't feel right. Usually people have a good sense of that, but watch out for anything that just seems too good to be true. It probably is.
You don't want to ruin your trip before it even starts. All right,
No.
this next one here. Be suspicious of ATMs. So you can take your money, but be picky about where you're taking it out.
Exactly. Watch out for these ATM machines that sit on vacation in tourist spots. A lot of times bad actors are putting skimmers in these machines, which the money still comes out to you, but they're capturing your personal information. They're then stealing your information to make, duplicate credit cards. So use official bank ATMs. Go to the bank, your official bank lobby. Use those ATMs. Stay away from those ATMs in like tourist areas if you possibly can to avoid being a victim there.
Okay, and then the last one here, don't share your location. We all like to humble brag sometimes and let everybody know where we're going, but you're saying don't do that.
No, don't do that. Humble bragging is fun. Sharing your location with your friends and, wherever you are is great, but it's dangerous from a security perspective. Avoid announcing your vacation dates and location on social media and also in your out-of-office messages at work. It creates an open invitation for all criminals to either invade your home, and it also provides clues for bad actors to stage cyber attacks against you. Don't do it.
Really quickly, because they're wrapping me here. So there are going to be some folks who will say, no, like my Instagram followers need to know where I went.
Yes.
So is it okay to do it after the fact?
Yes, it's okay to do it after the fact, but don't do it while you're gone. Yeah, don't do it while you're gone.
That's a good idea. All right, these tips are really helpful. Thank you so much. Threats Prevention Manager at Checkpoint Research, Brian Linder. Appreciate your time this morning.
You got to have a great day.
You too. Thanks.
And always great to get those travel tips. And as they mentioned, it doesn't matter how far you go, there's always these things you need to be aware of. So what we're going to do is send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. When we return, not only do we have a live look, our chopper is up in the air showing us some of the flooding that's happening here in Arizona as we continue to get rain. We just heard thunder right above us here at our station. But I'm also going to give us a look over in Haiti. They're holding the funeral for their president who was assassinated. So we'll give you a look at that. All coming up here on Live Now from Fox when we return after a quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a live look as we do have the Haitian president's hometown holding this funeral here today. It's not in English, but we did want to at least give you this live look here on Live Now from Fox, let you know it is happening since the assassination had taken place over 2 weeks ago. It happened back on July 7th. So the body of the slain Haitian president, Jovenel Moïse, was returned to his hometown here Friday for a private funeral. There was heavy security, though, following violent protests and fears of political volatility in the Caribbean nation. So we had 6 officials who had carried in a brown casket up to a stage where they were saluted, and they stood in silence for several minutes before draping a large red and blue Haitian flag over it. But as the ceremony began, there were hundreds of protesters that were clashing with police just outside of the private residence. There were shots that had erupted, tear gas, black smoke had wafted into the ceremony, and protesters' cries even had carried over religious leaders speaking at the funeral. A priest who presided over a mass on Thursday morning at the cathedral to honor him had warned that there's been too much bloodshed in Haiti, as he asked for people to find peace, noting that the poorest communities have been affected by this. And now he was sworn in as Haiti's president back in February 2017 and has been facing some criticism in the recent years from those who accuse him of becoming increasingly authoritarian. And he had been ruling by decree for more than a year after the country failed to hold legislative elections. So authorities have at this time said that at least 26 suspects have been arrested in this killing, including 18 former Colombian soldiers. Police still looking for several more suspects they say are involved in the assassination plot, including a former rebel leader and an ex-senator. So we, of course, wanted to give you this live look, let you know that this funeral is happening. And, of course, we'll continue to have you covered if there's more developments in this case. But let's just take a quick turn of events here, as we want to continue to keep you up to date back here in the United States. So let's just take a look at some of that rainy weather that's happening. Here you can see it's happening in some patches across the U.S., but specifically here for us in Arizona, you can see as I move this map just slightly, we're getting some big thunderstorms, not only down on the border, but also right in the Phoenix metro area. So we've been hearing quite a few rumblings of thunder above our station and studio here as we continue to get hit by rain. We do also have our Sky Fox out in the air and giving us this look. As you can see, trees have been blown over. There's been even shingles ripped off of roofs. You can tell that this damage has definitely come from this most recent storm and may only continue as we continue to get more storms here. So this is a live look again outside of the Phoenix metro area. You can see those wet pavements, and that really does cause a lot of trouble too for many of our drivers because they aren't used to wet pavements, and especially because our ground is so dry, that just means there's even more flash flooding warnings that are happening across our region. And so this is just a little look at just some of that damage as that strong winds have taken down many trees. You can just see too, even some just snapped right in half as we zoom in here. Just incredible to see here on Live Now from Fox. Again, this is a live look at just some of that weather damage happening in Arizona as we continue to get hit with rain and lightning and storms rolling here across the desert state. So we'll continue to keep you updated on the weather happening here in Arizona as we continue to get some of these live looks. If we do have more, we'll of course bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But I'm going to continue to give you some more stories that our sister stations have been sending to us. We're going to head out to Fox 11 LA because a lot of people have been talking about the space race, about these recent visits to just outside of our Earth. So let's go into a story from Fox 11 Los Angeles as they talk about billionaires launching themselves up into space.
It's being called the billionaire space race as some of the world's wealthiest people spend huge sums of money to reach for the stars.
Yeah, on Tuesday, Jeff Bezos and his Blue Origin crew launched the new Shepard rocket and capsule into space. He's not the only billionaire, of course, with space dreams. Richard Branson successfully blasted off on Virgin Galactic's VSS Unity, both spending billions to kickstart their space tourism program.
So the criticism has been intense, many asking, with all the problems that we have here on Earth, is this really the time to be spending so much money on a space adventure? Joining us now, Shannon Sterone. She's a freelance science writer for The Atlantic who recently wrote a story on this topic. Good morning. I think you put pen to paper. A lot of people here, when we were watching this, there were other people here in the studio who kind of had this same sentiment. What was the crux of your argument there?
Yeah, the crux really is the title says it all, Space Billionaires, Please Read the Room. It feels really just like poor timing. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Countries, still a lot of people in our country waiting for vaccines. To have this really audacious, loud, egotistical space race, space race between two of the richest men in the world, feels just in really poor taste. And I felt like calling them out was something that I should do.
Well, you specifically say there's a climate crisis on Earth, so let's stay on Earth. But then you also point out that Bezos donated or pledged to spend $10 billion with a B dollars on the climate crisis. So there's that. And then what about the fact that this does help us get to that next step when it comes to space tourism?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's really important for us to distinguish space exploration with space tourism and what these companies are trying to do. Their motive is really not scientific in nature. It's to have a company where people pay $500,000, $250,000 to have 4 minutes of weightlessness in suborbital space, which granted is very cool for those people that can afford to do that. But you mentioned we are in a climate crisis. It is not something that is going to benefit us. It's not going to benefit humanity. It will be fun for the space tourists who are wealthy, who can do that. But at the end of the day, this is not really going to move humanity forward. Jeff Bezos has a long-term vision for going to the moon, for having low Earth orbit spheres that people can live in. But I think that an implication of who's going to live in those spheres, if it ever happens, are the people who can afford to buy these flights, which are people who are profoundly wealthy. So this is not benefiting the climate crisis. This is not benefiting, us normal people. It's for a specific subset of the population. And I think them selling this as I'm going to benefit, this is going to benefit humanity. I want to help everybody. My argument is that you cannot help people in space until you help people on Earth. There's no clean slate. You don't just start fresh on the moon or in low Earth orbit. You have to start here.
I feel like this is, though, kind of like the age-old argument when it comes to space exploration, right? With our government in the past paying large sums of money to go into space and lots of people questioning whether or not it was the right investment when some of those dollars could be spent right here on Earth. We've heard that before. And then you hear all of the advancements that have made by us going into space, and certainly the government is no longer pushing investing as much money. And so some would say we need these companies to go out into space. In fact, Jeff Bezos, there was even a story about how there were plans to bring some of the trash that had been accumulated here and to put that into space. I mean, what would you say to that for people that are saying, we need to keep advancing this forward and all of the different technological and science advancements that are made that we make in space that we can bring here to home?
Yeah, that's a great question, and a lot of people feel that way. I think there is a big distinction, though, between what they're developing technologically with what will actually move us forward. And the thing is we cannot move forward in space. Having suborbital flights is not a revelation. NASA and other countries have been going to this altitude for decades. So what they're doing is unique for the commercial space economy. This is a completely new thing. These flights were important in that for that purpose only, I think. But moving humanity to the moon, moving people to space is not it's not a feasible solution for the problems that we have. And them marketing that as such is really false advertising. And, you know, Branson wanting to clean up space junk, that is a very real problem. But it's really easy to say those things when we don't actually have solutions. We haven't practiced solutions for how to do that. So it's great to start saying things like that. And these guys are A+ marketers. They know how to sell things. They know how to make money. This is a perfect example of that.
I quickly want to ask you, though, it was wonderful, right, to see 82-year-old Wally Funk finally be able to accomplish what she couldn't simply because she was a woman back in the still is a woman, but in the 1960s because of her gender, she couldn't go into space. So that was phenomenal, right?
That was wonderful. I loved seeing Wally. She was so full of joy in that flight, and she's waited so long, you know, 60 years to be able to take that flight. And you know, that was really the highlight, I think, for most of us, seeing how happy she was.
I will say a lot of people, you know, you're not alone. And a lot of people think that so much money can be spent on bringing clean water, bringing sustainable energy to our country. There's a lot of people who are hungry. And if these efforts and this money were spent on that, you know, maybe we could really solve problems immediately here on Earth. So thank you for your time, Shannon. We're going to make sure that people read your article there. We know you had a lot to say there, but we appreciate your time this morning.
Space billionaires read the room. It's in the Atlantic.
All right, guys, just want to say thanks again to our Fox 11 team for that story. So what we want to do is continue things along here. Talking about space travel, we're going to actually head into some NASA TV coverage as they're getting ready for an docking event. So again, we've been looking at a couple different live shots. Just want to explain to some of our viewers, once again, who are here with us, that we have been keeping an eye here in Arizona. You can see this path of trees just down where some straight line winds must have been happening. Strong storms have definitely taken control and damaged neighborhoods across Arizona. So not only have we been dealing with downed trees, but we've also been dealing with some flash floods in the area. It's really closed a few roadways as well. So just wanted to make sure people knew that was something that we still continue to have you covered on. But as I mentioned, we just listened into that story about billionaires traveling into space. Well, now we want to continue to listen in as we talk about that conversation of what's going on up in space. We're going to go into NASA TV's coverage of the undocking of the Progress 77 cargo craft. And again, this is coming to us from NASA TV.
Molten, as a result of which it's separated into a crust, a mantle, and a core. That's what we see on this image here. And the most fascinating thing is that we have now been able to put numbers on these units, crust, mantle, and core, with the data that we have gotten from inside. We know the crustal thickness, we know the thickness of the mantle, and we know the core size, and its density, its mass, and of course their properties. And all of this is really what we need in order for us to move on to what I would call the next stage, which is to say something about how Mars formed and evolved, which is really the main reason why we put Mars on the planet in the first place. I think this is, to me, the most single outstanding thing, also because it paves the way for, you know, future missions, future seismological missions, be it single station, because we know it works.
That is fascinating. And what about you, Sabina?
Thanks, Raquel. So for me, I think this would have to be the fact that the core is actually quite large. It's on the high end of what we expected before the mission. And the density of the core is actually on the low end of what we expected before the mission. So the reason those are interesting is because there are big implications for how Mars created its magnetic field long ago. So today, on the surface of Mars, we see that the crustal rocks, some of them are magnetized. And they're magnetized because they formed while Mars had an active dynamo. And that happened over 3.5 billion years ago. But now that we know the size of the core and we have some information about the composition of the core from the density measurements, we can start thinking about how Mars's dynamo worked. And that's exciting because a global magnetic field that was created by the dynamo, that has important implications for Mars's atmosphere. And as soon as you start mentioning atmospheres, you start connecting to whether or not Mars was habitable in its early life.
habitability is on everyone's mind when you talk about Mars. And Mark, what about you?
Yeah, to me, what's actually most fascinating is what we've done with events that are actually pretty small. The biggest events that we're talking about and that we've used to nail down the details of the crust, mantle, and core in the studies that came out, the biggest ones have been less than magnitude 4. And so these are the kind of events that here in California, where I'm at, there's a good chance you wouldn't even feel it unless you were pretty close to it. And so, you know, the fact that we've been able to get all these details is really interesting. And the fact that these events are all more than 1,000 miles away and we've still been able to measure them is something we could only do on Mars and not on Earth. And that's because on Earth, the background is noisy, and it's because of the oceans. The oceans are always pounding, and even if you're sitting in the middle of Siberia, well away from any oceans, you're always hearing the noise of the oceans. On Mars, you're not hearing that at all, because there's no oceans. And that means that in the frequency band that we're looking at, where we're making these measurements, Mars is probably 2 orders of magnitude quieter than anywhere on Earth. And so we've been able to make some really astounding measurements and really get at the things we wanted to do with this mission with events that are actually pretty small.
Which makes me wonder about the core. Amir, you study the core. How does studying it help scientists understand the formation of the planet?
Well, Raquel, you know, the core is really the heart of the planet, so to speak, because it contains the clues to Mars formation. It informs us about the how and when and of what did Mars form. You know, Mars, like Earth, heated up as it formed from the dust and the larger clumps of material that was around in the early solar system. And over the next few million years, the planet sort of separated into a crust, mantle, and core, which is what we saw on image 2 here, please. And this observation tells us that Mars was most likely completely molten for it to form such a large iron-nickel core, as the heavy stuff would, you know, sink relatively easily toward the center of the planet. That's the how. Next, we have learned from InSight that the density of the core, that is the mass of the core, is low compared to what we'd expect if it was made of iron-nickel only. This implies that the core of Mars must contain a lot of light elements such as sulfur and carbon and oxygen and hydrogen, because that's the only way to make a heavy iron-nickel core lighter. Now, this in turn suggests that Mars probably formed while the dust in the early solar system, which basically consists of a lot of these light elements, was still around. And that suggests again that Mars must have formed right at the start of the solar system. That's the when. As for the what is Mars made, it seems very difficult to form Mars from the same material as the Earth. The need for these light elements almost begs for material that is further from the sun, because the material would bring with it more of the light elements that we need to lower the mass of the core. And incidentally, these light elements in the core also explains why the core of Mars is liquid today, simply because the light elements lower the freezing point of the liquid or of the iron-nickel core, like the freezing of water is lowered when you mix it with salt, for example.
Some great details about the core. Now, Sabina, what are the similarities and differences in how Earth and Mars work?
Yeah, great question, Raquel. So we can look at image 3 now. So you can see in the image, Mars is about half the size of Earth. And in some ways, the planets actually behave very differently. So the outer rigid layer of rocky planets, that's called the lithosphere. And on Earth, the lithosphere is kind of thin, and it's broken up into plates marked with these lines.
And I just want to give some of our viewers a heads up. You are going to be going into a quick 2-minute break. You can see, though, in that upper right-hand box, we are still taking a live look as Skyfox is flying above the Phoenix metro area in Arizona. We have quite a bit of damage from the storms that have rolled through overnight, and they continue to rumble on this morning. So we have downed trees. As you can see here, there's a downed power line, and And there are some areas that are reporting a loss of power. So you can see here, this could be one of those areas, as we do have quite a few of those power line poles that have been knocked down along this roadway here. So just wanted to continue to keep us all up to date on what we're seeing. Then, of course, that lower right-hand box is those storms, the radar showing us that they're moving across right in the Phoenix area, that eastern part of the Phoenix metro area too. So a lot of people all the way from Camp Verde down past Casa Grande are all getting hit with rain. And while we have to be thankful for it here in the desert, of course, it has been causing some issues for drivers and homeowners across the area as well. So once again, some of you are going to be going into a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more as we listen into NASA TV coverage right here on Live Now from Fox.
The image you see on the screen here, image 5, that's kind of a cross section of what this is, and there's a lot of complicated things happening in there, but there's layers, and the outer layers are all about protecting the instrument from wind and thermal noise, temperature changes, all of that cause noise in the seismometer, and the seismometer itself is deep in the middle of it, some of the kind of complicated metal bits there in the middle. And this is an extremely sensitive instrument. It's capable of measuring motions that are the scale of a hydrogen atom. So this is amazingly sensitive that we can do, and we need to do that because, like I said, these are small events that we're measuring from more than 1,000 miles away. So we need to have that really sensitive instrument. And if you go to image 4, you can see the seismometer on the left. You can see the seismometer there in its native habitat on the surface of Mars, making its measurements. And the measurements we get back look like the what we call the seismogram on the right. They're just wiggles showing the ground motion up and down, side to side. And you can see there's 2 big peaks on there. Those are the P&S waves for those who have studied intro seismology or intro geology at some point. And the studies that we're talking about this week are all taking really smaller wiggles that are after those big arrivals in order to get at the structure of the deep interior of Mars.
And I have one more question about those wiggles. Sabina, where are most quakes coming from on Mars?
Yeah, great question, Raquel. So we can actually look at image 6 now. So most of the quakes we've observed appear to come from one region of Mars, and it's called Cerberus Fossae. And this region is about 1,000 miles east of the InSight lander. Now, the fossae occur because forces are kind of pulling the crust apart a bit there, and that's causing the cracks that we see. Now, before the mission, we thought this region might actually be tectonically active and have things like earthquakes because of the shifting and cracking that we were expecting. And we thought this because we've actually seen trails left from boulders that are rolling down the sides of the cliffs. That's what's shown in this image here. There are also signs that this region was actually volcanically active quite recently, maybe tens of thousands to millions of years ago, which for geology, that's quite recent. Now, there's another region of Mars that we thought we might see Mars quakes from, and that's Tharsis. Tharsis is that giant volcanic province that has all the really big volcanoes on Mars. And it turns out, now that we've actually narrowed down the size of the core and we know that it's quite big, it makes sense that we haven't identified any quakes from there. And that's because Tharsis ends up in a region called the shadow zone of the InSight seismometer. So this is a region where we actually can't detect seismic waves if a Mars quake occurs near Tharsis, because the material properties of Mars's mantle cause all the waves to deflect away from the InSight lander. So it's not surprising now that we haven't yet seen any quakes from the Tharsis region, even though we expect it might be tectonically active.
This is kind of a great segue into viewer questions that we have. Now, if anyone watching has a question they'd like to ask, they can use the Ask NASA hashtag to submit it. And first up, we have Fred on Facebook who asks, how does the recorded Martian seismic activity compare with Earth's? Mark, would you like to take that?
Yeah, sure. As Sabina pointed out earlier, Earth has plate tectonics, and that causes really big earthquakes that happen particularly in places like subduction zones where the plate's running under another one. Mars doesn't have that, so we don't see any of the big quakes. If you look at the total amount of quakes we see, it's quite a bit less than we see even in the quiet inner portions of the plates that aren't near the edges. We're seeing less seismicity than that. But we are seeing a little more seismicity than we saw on the moon with Apollo seismometers. And so overall, it's a pretty small number. And at this point, as I said, we haven't seen anything bigger than a magnitude 4, whereas on Earth, you get events that are bigger than magnitude 8 or 9. And if you don't know how magnitude scales work, that's a really, really big difference in energy. So Mars is much, much quieter than Earth.
All right, guys, going to be taking a little short break from our NASA TV coverage. You can see here our Skyfox still giving us some looks of that storm damage that's happening across our Arizona region. We're going to be getting a live update here in just 2 minutes. We're going to send our viewers out to a quick commercial break. And then, as I mentioned, when we come back, we'll be getting a live update from one of our Fox 10 reporters here in the Phoenix area as they talk about some of this storm damage that's here in the Arizona neighborhoods. So once again, some of you going into a quick 2-minute break. We'll have more coming up just after that. Hi, Anita. This is Christy with you. I can hear you, yes. And you're going to be over at Greenway in the I-17, right? Perfect. All right, we're in a commercial break, and then I'll be coming out to you. I do have some Skyfox VO that I can throw over us too. I mean, because they're up flying if we need it, but I think you guys have the best. You know, we don't have a limited amount of time, so whenever it just kind of feels natural, I'll help wrap us up and stuff, so. Sure, yeah, just kind of what you guys have been seeing as you've been driving out there and whatnot. So perfect, yeah, we're in this commercial break, got 30 seconds left, and then we'll come to you. Will Doug have to call a different line? But she said he's going to call IFB. She just said Doug has IFB.
Unless they split it there.
Maybe they both are going to have an earphone in. Okay. All right, thanks again for all of our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox. This is just a look from above. Our Skyfox is up in the air, giving us some looks at some storm damage that is here across the region. But what I want to do is bring in our very own Fox 10, Anita Roman. She's joining us live from one of the areas that's seeing a huge impact from these storms. So good morning, Anita, and let's just talk about this is right off of Interstate 17 and the Greenway exit. You guys have a major flooding case happening there.
Major flooding. This is a very busy roadway for the morning commute, especially on a Friday. All the traffic is being rerouted. Doug Nick with ADOT joining us live this morning. First of all, let's talk about this situation, how quickly this flooded and how long crews have been working to alleviate the flooding.
Well, this is the classic example of a whole lot of rain happening in a very short period of time. There was about 0.8 of an inch that came down in about an hour in the early morning hours. So as you can see, that's going to be a lot of rain in a short period of time. And it has overwhelmed the system, obviously. We have the pumps, they are working, but at some point you have to consider that when you have a huge amount of water, even the best infrastructure is going to struggle to keep up with it.
And that was going to be my question. Because this happens doesn't mean that we're not prepared, that we don't have good infrastructure. It's simply that this just has happened so quickly.
Right. I mean, we're talking about weather here, obviously, and you can't control the amounts that come down. We have seen this before. And we do have ADOT as every part of the year. We don't just wait until the monsoon when we look at these pump stations and say, okay, they're good to go. We are constantly looking at them, even in the dry parts of the year and in the winter, whenever, because we want to make sure that they're prepared. And again, they are working, but they've simply been overwhelmed. We've actually, as you can see, we've brought crews from other parts of the city out here to bring some portable pumps as well to assist the pumps that are permanently here to get the job done. But obviously there's just a lot of water that needs to be done. And just as a reminder to drivers, the freeway itself is not impacted by this. The freeway, no. I-17 is working just fine.
It's the exits.
Greenway and the off-ramps and the on-ramps. And also, you should know that along this stretch of I-17, we have a project that's been ongoing for some time to upgrade and replace old infrastructure. Some of these pumps are fairly old. We do know that they need to be upgraded just as any equipment needs to be upgraded. You need to buy a new car from time to time. So this is on the list of areas that are going to be affected by that project as we are ongoing. Some of the other interchanges in this area have already been upgraded, had new infrastructure put in to deal with this. This is on the list. It's going to happen within the next year or so, and sometime in 2022, we'll have this area upgraded as well. But for now, obviously, it's going to be a situation where we have to take extra efforts, and we hear nature is letting us know that rain has not ended.
Talk about extra efforts. Do you guys have an alert system at ADOT? How do you know this is flooding? Do you wait for people to start calling in? Do you know this is an area that floods, so when it's raining, you watch it?
Whenever we have events like this, our maintenance crews and our incident response unit, they're out there, they're checking, they are able to check the pumps to make sure that there's electricity moving through them and they're working. So we have a really good system in place. As you can see, we have crews out here addressing this issue. We've brought in some equipment from Tempe. So we have plans that we put into place. We're constantly looking at them. We're constantly finding ways to upgrade our responses and bring them in. But
you don't have an alert system, for example, in your office or the headquarters. I know that there's several places where you guys watch the roads. Right, but yes, thank you. I forgot the name. But it's not like an alarm will go off to indicate that there's flooding on Greenway under the I-17. You still have to do it old school, where you have to patrol, you have to watch.
We can see that from our camera system. We can get reports from our staff. We can get reports from the public. We can get an idea of if pumps are not working properly. But in this case, all the pumps are working. They've simply been overwhelmed by the vast amount of water in a very short period of time.
People do see flooding on the roadways, on highways. How do they get a hold of you guys safely to let you know, hey, we think there's an issue, let's get a crew out? Because we still have rain coming today, tomorrow, possibly into Sunday.
Well, probably the best thing to do, if you're in a situation where the roads are compromised because of weather or anything like that, the best thing to do is to call law enforcement, and they will contact us. And we work with them. The DPS has officials in the Traffic Operations Center where we have people. It's manned personnel 24/7. So if it's a dangerous situation where you think the roadway is compromised, whether it's water or something else, call law enforcement first. 911 if you need to, if it's an emergency, and then they'll get the information to us. That's really the best way to do it. We do monitor our social media, of course, Twitter and Facebook and so forth, but the most efficient and safe way to do things is to let law enforcement know, because primarily if there's a dangerous situation, you want law enforcement, first responders to be out there handling it.
Talk about dangerous, that lightning and thunder rumbling right above us. How long do you think until you get this cleaned up?
We're going to be monitoring and working on this throughout the day, so it's really going to depend largely on, do we get more? Obviously we're standing right here and we can look around. There's some rain. Not sure which way it's coming necessarily, but the potential for rain, as we've heard throughout the weekend, is pretty high. So we're just going to have to monitor this. If we can get it open throughout the day, we will do that. But we have to be vigilant for any future events that might cause it to be flooded again. That's just the way the weather works.
No monsoon this year, Christy. The monsoon hitting hard. A lot of people relieved, saying that we need the rain. ADOT, however, working overtime to make sure that the roads and the highways and freeways and everything stay as dry and safe as possible. So they're working on this. It sounds like it'll be closed throughout the day, possibly throughout the weekend. All depends on the rain.
Right, and we're still hearing more rain, and as you guys mentioned, even thunder above us here. So, of course, it will be something we'll have to keep an eye on. But do appreciate that report from you guys again. Fox 10's Anita Roman joining us live here on Live Now from Fox, and hope everyone stays safe as you continue storm coverage. And what we're going to do is just once again go back into the look of our Skyfox, showing us some of these damaging storms, what they've left in their path. You can see as they talked about that flooding, it really does kind of overwhelm the areas that it hits. So you can see that there's a lot of flooding happening here as, again, the dry ground has a hard time soaking up the amount of rain that comes down. Let's go ahead and take a look at our radar as well as we continue to see those storm systems make their way across that Phoenix metro area. You can see quite a bit of the heavier rain is just a little bit north of that Phoenix area. It's also showing you lightning in real time. If you are from this area, lightning definitely was putting on quite a show last night, and I was actually very surprised just how loud and fierce that thunder was above my house as well. I'm in that northern Phoenix area. So we continue to see storms hitting our area here today, and we'll continue to have our viewers and everyone across the country up to date on all the latest weather happenings as they continue. So let's go into a quick 2-minute break. When our viewers return, we're going to be back into that NASA TV coverage as we continue to not only have the undocking of the craft, but also we just saw Russia set up their aircraft, their pod, and that's going to be attaching itself to the International Space Station. So we have that coverage of NASA TV. They're also talking about Mars and much more. We have it all coming up here after a quick 2-minute break.
The properties, the waves, the speed with which the waves travel through these different regions, the crust, mantle, and core, to a reasonable extent now. And that's, as we said before, is what we need in order to move on from here.
Yeah, and to be even more specific, we now can say the core has a radius of 1,830 kilometers, plus or minus 40 kilometers. We put specific numbers, and the crust is a little bit more difficult because it varies from place to place. But by comparing with gravity, we can make an estimate of the range of possible average crustal thickness, and it's, I believe, 36 to 72 kilometers, I think was what we said. And the interesting thing about both of those is how they compare with expectations. And we repeated over and over again that the core is at the big end of what we expected. The crust actually tends towards the thinner end of the pre-mission expectations, and excluded some models that suggested that the crust should be over 100 kilometers thick, which also implied a really dense crust that matched the estimations of surface chemistry, and then you extrapolate that down, you get how dense the whole crust is. Because it's on the thin end, we know that the crust is actually dense, is less dense than you'd get just from looking at the surface material. So you probably have to have quite a bit of things like broken up porosity in the top several kilometers of the Martian crust. And so the new knowledge we have compared with our pre-mission expectations are telling us new things about what's happening with Mars.
And we have several questions coming in about quakes. Nova Tassi on Twitter asks, what power does quakes have? Would a person be able to hear or feel them if they were there? Mark, would you like to start, and we'll give everyone else a chance to chime in?
As a quick answer, if you were standing right next to InSight, at the lander, you wouldn't feel any of these. These are really tiny motions that we're seeing. So you wouldn't have felt a thing. You wouldn't have heard a thing. You would have to look at the seismometer to know what had happened. But the biggest events, magnitude 3.8-ish. If you were right there at Cerberus Fossae, where we think these events have happened, you'd probably feel it. That's a decent sized quake. So if you were right there where the quake happened, yes, but at the location of InSight, no, you wouldn't feel it.
Anyone else want to chime in before I get to the next question? All right, we have Jason Red on Twitter who asks, why does Mars have such a weak magnetic field even with a molten core? Would you like to start, Savina?
Sure. Yeah, I love that question. So today, Mars does not have a dynamo. The dynamo shut down very early in Mars's history. And that's expected because you kind of need a planet needs to be able to cool very quickly in order to generate a dynamo, in order to create motions in the core, these churning motions that can bend and twist magnetic field lines and create new ones. So Mars is a smaller planet, and now that we know information about the composition, we also learn that it can't really cool as quickly as it needs to today in order to generate a dynamo. But there was a dynamo very early on in the history. The planet could cool faster. And there are remnants of that dynamo kind of frozen into rocks in the crust of the planet. Now, those crustal magnetic signatures are actually, we can measure them today. So that's what we see today when we talk about the magnetic field of Mars today. It's the rocks, the magnetic fields from those rocks that froze in the magnetic field of Mars. So there are still weak fields, and by weak we mean compared to, say, the field strength at the surface of the Earth today, right? Earth has a dynamo, today, and it's creating an active magnetic field. So that field is much stronger. Mars's is weaker because there's no dynamo today.
And we actually have some questions coming in about your backgrounds. We want to know, how did you get your career? Nightman on YouTube is asking, how did you start your career? And how did you get into analyzing quakes on another planet? So I'll give everyone a chance to answer. We can start with Amir, Sabina, and then Mark.
Okay, I studied geophysics, and actually as part of my PhD thesis, I happened to study the quakes from the moon. So that's how I did not start I have a physics background, and I came into this field of geophysics a little by happenstance. And the first thing I was confronted with were these very strange lunar or quakes from the moon, which are extremely noisy. If the data from Mars, the seismic data from Mars, are really contain a lot more information than the quakes from the moon. So that was my take into planetary seismology, if you want.
Sabina?
Yeah, so for me, my background is also in physics, also in astronomy. That's what I did in my undergrad, and I really got interested in planets probably from watching Star Trek as a kid, to be honest. Next Generation, that was sort of my big inspiration. But because I'm someone who studies magnetic fields, I'm interested in kind of all the planets that have magnetic fields, and Mars is a really interesting magnetic planet, so I love spending time thinking about Mars, and the InSight mission was really a great opportunity for me to get to work with a group of scientists who have so many different expertise in studying the interior of a planet, which is really kind of what I love to do, is trying to figure out what's going on way deep down inside the planet. So that's how I got involved.
Yeah. Mark?
Yeah, so I started, unlike the other two, my initial background was actually geology. I started in geology, but I was also kind of good at math. So I wandered off into seismology, and when I did my PhD, I mainly focused on the Earth. I was looking at understanding what's happening in the Earth's mantle. But right after finishing my degree, I stumbled on some funding that was to make up what seismology might look like on Europa, which is a moon of Jupiter. It was funded through a mission that never flew, but I got a chance to think about what seismograms on another planet might look like, and it's been something I've constantly kept working on. And eventually, 4 years ago, I moved to JPL, and that's all I think about now is thinking about seismology on other planets, and that's Mars, that's the moon, that's Europa, Titan, a moon of Saturn. All of these things, I love to think about what quakes look like there and how they look different than what we see on Earth.
It's great to hear all your different career paths to get here. And I actually have another question for you, Mark. We have Samuel on LinkedIn who asks, can you estimate how old the quakes are and if more might happen in the near future?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by how old. So the quakes, all the quakes we're seeing are things that are happening right now. So this is, I think sometimes people think of Mars as old. You know, when you look at the surface of Mars, everything is billions of years old or millions of years old, and so you think of it as old. But you know, what we're seeing right now is activity that's happening right now. This is stuff that's happening primarily under an area that we know had volcanism in the past million years or so. We don't know exactly, but that means that there's activity happening there right now. So we're seeing quakes that are happening right now, and I forgot the second part of the question. But,
Let me pull it back up. Could we detect more that, can we kind of see if more can happen in the near future? Can we predict it?
yeah, so you know, we can look at the statistics of what's already happened. And so we've seen lots of quakes. More than 700 quakes have been observed already. And so we're going to keep seeing those. Those are happening. We're actually in a really good time to listen right now because Mars' atmosphere is really quiet during this time of year. And so we can detect a lot of quakes. And so we're detecting them every day. As far as what kinds we're going to see, we'll probably see a lot that are pretty similar to what we've already seen. But if you look at the statistics, it's possible we'll see some bigger events where, you know, fingers crossed, we would love to see some bigger events.
And we have a follow-up question for Amir. Alyssa on Twitter asks, can Amir explain in a little bit more detail why the light elements in the core suggest Mars formed perhaps earlier than Earth?
Well, that has something to do with the fact that you got to, you know, when Mars formed due to clumping together of material, you have to ensure that, you know, you get a lot of these light elements into your, you know, into the planet, accumulated or accreted into the planet, which is for Mars, you know, the constraint is really how do you get into such a little planet at the location where it's at? How can you really how can we really explain? I mean, we have to be careful because, of course, Earth also, the Earth's core also contains, you know, light elements, but they are slightly different light elements than those from Mars. And, you know, the problem is, again, this number, this mean core density that we're getting at is so low, or is relatively low, that you need a lot of these extremely light elements, such as carbon, oxygen, and particularly hydrogen. And those elements, you know, they only stick around the solar nebula, you know, very early, at the very earliest stages of you know, planetary formation in the inner solar system. Because after a couple million years, what happens is that the young sun gets very active, and this solar nebula, this gaseous solar nebula, this gaseous material gets dispersed into the outer reaches of the solar system, right? And then this stuff is gone. And when this stuff is gone, you're not gonna, you know, you can't get it into, I mean, let alone on the planet, you're not gonna get it into the core of the planet, right? So that's why it has, you know, the constraint that it has to have formed very early.
And Sabina, do you have anything you'd like to add too?
No, I mean, I thought that was great.
It was a great answer. Now we have a question coming in about the studies. Dan on Twitter asks, findings say the crust of Mars is likely highly enriched in radioactive elements that help to heat this layer at the expense of the interior. What radioactive elements are likely? How do you detect that? And why are they at the expense of interior? I can repeat that. I know that was a lot to...
Amir, you want to talk about it, or I can talk about it too, but
I don't know. In any case, I would have to have the question again, please, Raquel.
Yes, of course. Findings say the crust of Mars is likely highly enriched in radioactive elements that help heat this layer at the expense of the interior. What radioactive elements are likely? How do you detect that? And why are they at the expense of the interior?
Okay. Yeah. So the main radioactive elements we have on the crust would be uranium, thorium, and potassium, and that's the same on Earth and pretty much the same on all terrestrial planets. We say that they are enriched because we have, prior to InSight landing on Mars, we had this, there was this previous, in the early 2000s, this Mars Global Surveyor satellite mission that was orbiting Mars and was measuring. It contained a so-called gamma ray spectrometer, which basically measures the number of gamma rays that are emitted from the surface, and gamma rays are emitted from radioactive decay of these radioactive elements, right? So prior to InSight, we had this idea of the radioactive element content, but of course only on the surface, right? And now what we did with InSight is, of course, to you look inside the planet, you look inside the crust. So I mean, again, we have to be aware that InSight doesn't directly see, radioactive elements. InSight is all about seismology, but you can indirectly estimate from the seismic data and from the models we produced by, running so-called, models that sort of try to mimic the evolution of Mars over 4.5 billion years, right? And what you end up with when you run these so-called evolution models over 4.5 billion years, you end up with something today, which is, the models will predict a crustal thickness. It will predict a lithospheric thickness, and it will predict temperatures. And those things from these modeling studies, you can compare with what we have predicted from InSight. And when you do that, you find that, in order to predict the crustal thickness that InSight has seen and the lithospheric thickness, the crust of Mars needs to be enriched in these light elements. If not, you don't get the right, crustal thickness and lithospheric thickness and temperature and stuff like that. So relative to what we knew, from the surface, from this Mars Global Surveyor, the radioactive elements have to be, there are more of them, right? But that means, you can't just get rid of MGS, because MGS actually measured something on the surface. But it means that, as you inside the crust, deeper down in the crust, you have rocks, different type of rocks from the surface that contain more radioactive elements, right? That contain different,
It's a great breakdown.
And the key element there is that there's, we have estimates of how much of these heat producing elements were available to Mars based on estimates of the solar material that created Mars. And so if you're putting more in the crust, it means you're taking more out of the mantle. So this, when you melt the mantle to create the crust, you are shoving those heat producing elements into the crust and therefore relatively cooling down the mantle. So you don't have as much heat production in the mantle. So that makes the mantle a little more cool, gives you a thicker lithosphere, all of that, because we're putting all of those heat producing elements in the crust.
Maybe I could add one thing to what maybe I could just add just a final thing is that's just to follow up to what Mark said. I mean, and the real way to get at the how many radioactive or the radioactive element content of the crust would have been to put that heat flow probe on there, which we did, but unfortunately it never reached the depths that it had to in order to measure the heat flow that we would have needed in order to put constraints on the radioactive element content of the Martian crust and the heat flow and everything beneath it, really. So that was a very unfortunate occurrence that it didn't function, of course.
But I'd like to thank you and Mark for that really detailed answer to the question. We are getting some great conversations going, and we have Niels on YouTube who is asking, are any of InSight's findings likely to influence the science mission of Perseverance or future Mars missions? Mark, would you like to try?
Yeah, Perseverance is sampling surface material, and we're not directly affecting that. We're we're looking deep inside, and the deep inside isn't at the surface. So Perseverance is going to make their decisions on what to sample at the surface based on orbital observations and what they see as they drive around. And so we're not going to probably...
All right, guys, going to interrupt there because we do have a police chase happening out of California. You can see here we do have a gold Mercedes car. Now, police say that this car is wanted because it was a stolen vehicle. And you can see here this person not giving up, even though they got stuck by some of those cars there. So once again, we are watching this live police pursuit here on LiveNOW from Fox.
They're 30 seconds to our picture, mate. I'm not sure if you're listening to IFB. They have about 15 minutes left in the show. He's got his arm out the window.
All right, so once again, everyone who is here with us on LiveNOW from Fox, we are taking a live look at a police pursuit. This is a stolen vehicle. It's a golden Mercedes. Working on getting more information confirmed, but this all started in Barstow, California by Barstow Police Department. And you can see that this car definitely not letting up anytime here soon. And thanks again for being here with us. What we're going to do is continue this coverage. Going to be listening in to our Fox 11 station as they're going to have more details for us. We're going to listen in live here on LiveNOW from Fox.
Waving at people, but shows no signs of stopping anytime soon.
So you've been following this for a while. It looks like he's driving erratically, and I imagine he was speeding and going much faster at some point as well.
Yeah, so earlier when he was on the freeway, the CHP was saying he was doing 85 miles per hour. But then the traffic started to build up on the 105, so that's when he got off the freeway. But you can see here, if I put up the speedometer, he's still doing quite some speed through these suburban streets. There are quite a few units in pursuit. And unsure, and also a lot of air traffic. CHP, here we go, he's going on the wrong side of the road here.
Yeah, he's going the wrong way. That is very, very dangerous. I mean, it doesn't look like there are many cars on the road, but it doesn't matter. It kind of, you know, you get the sense of, I mean, who knows, but Bob, right, that he doesn't know what he's doing and where he's going.
Well, at this point, if this pursuit started in Barstow, first of all, you know, a great distance, over 120 miles or so away, and then going down all of these various streets, probably down the 15, then the 10 freeway. Justin was saying the 105 as well, so this driver taking kind of a tour of Southern California, and then in the Downey, Norwalk area, now going through these surface streets, so it doesn't look like there's really any rhyme or reason where this driver is going right now. But certainly dumping back now onto surface streets, and this becomes a much more dangerous situation, particularly if the driver picks up any more speed here. But we have already seen the driver driving on the wrong side of the road and obviously just ignoring various stoplights, stop signs, and the like. And other cars you see ahead kind of stopping, so they almost
through that stop sign.
They almost seem like they know that this is happening. And Justin, are you seeing LAPD there? Is it LAPD or CHP in pursuit of this? Are they following closely behind? Oops.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, Bobby, it's CHP who are in pursuit. As you can see, if I pull out a little bit wider, there's the vehicles are quite a way behind him, but they are there. You know, he's driving very erratically. You saw him blow through at least 4 stop signs there. Now, obviously, he's just trying to get away. He's heading back towards the 105 now.
All right, heading back towards the 105 again on surface streets here.
Well,
I mean,
now
at this
he's
point,
like in the yeah, he's not even in a lane for a moment there. So, Justin, you had mentioned that you had seen the driver sticking his hands out the window, and what was he doing? He was just waving?
Yeah, he was just waving. There's also a video on Twitter of him waving at news crews as he drove past. So, obviously, confident in what he's doing, but he's getting up quite a bit of speed here in these side streets.
You say confident in what he's doing. At the same time, I feel like we've been covering Pursuit so long, and people watch this. They kind of know that there's a airship above. There's either police helicopter, maybe news helicopters ahead, or maybe even the police vehicles behind them, where they kind of motion to someone that might be watching them as they continue to move along. And at this point, Justin, we still think there's just one person in this car. It looks like the windows are tinted.
Yeah, windows are tinted. It appears there's only one person in the vehicle, Bobby. And coming up to an intersection here again, you can see that unit is trying to get closer to him.
Let's try to get our bearings here. I'm not sure if there it is. Okay, so now this is on I can't even, Somerset Boulevard, now San Marino Avenue in Norwalk. San Marino Avenue in Norwalk is where this has gone. So this pursuit from, as you said, Araxia, just kind of keeps kind of snaking through different streets. There doesn't seem like there's any intention in terms of which street this driver is going to go to next.
He's just kind of going in random circles. You know, oftentimes we talk about how whenever we cover these stories, people end up going to neighborhoods or areas they're familiar with, and at this point that does not seem to be the case. It seems like, again, you know, this began in Barstow, so it's not like around the corner, and at this point it looks like he's just kind of going in circles trying to decide what to do. We have no idea if police are in contact with him, if anyone's tried to call him or talk to him. But you can see, Justin, him just blowing through all of these stop signs.
That's right, Roxanne.
Oh, that was very... he clipped him. He did. I saw it. Yeah, he clipped him.
Hopefully the driver of the vehicle was safe.
Car was,
as you can see there too, there's damage to the passenger side rear of the vehicle. Maybe there's been a possible... Oh, he's off the road again behind the tree. He looks like he may have actually went into that the fence.
Okay, looks like it ended. I think we're probably gonna have to move around this tree to see how this ended. But it looks like, yes, the car did slam into a fence. Looks like an iron fence. Driver losing control at the corner. Now we're at Mark Keppel Street and El Camino Avenue in the city of Downey.
Yeah, he does have his hands out.
So again, this is believed to be a stolen vehicle. This pursuit starting in Barstow, and now finally coming to.
He's opening the door.
Will be coming to an end
there he
here.
is.
Officers have their hands drawn. Both hands are up, and it looks like he's obeying the officer's commands. He'll slowly take some steps backwards towards the officers.
And we don't know if I mean, we're assuming he's the only one in the car, but we don't know for sure. And it looks like this was a home, right? He crashed into that fence of a home. Is that what it is? Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, Roxy, some poor homeowner now has got some repairs to do to their house. We're surprised if they don't come outside. He seems to be obeying all their commands. And I don't believe there's anybody else in the car, but obviously they're going to check check that to make sure it's...
All right, he's down on his knees now, and shortly they will handcuff him, and that's what's going to happen right here. Again, we don't know if there's anybody else in the vehicle. That's going to be one of the things they're going to be looking at to clear the vehicle to make sure there's no one else inside, but they do have this suspect in custody. The pursuit is over after what was seemingly very dangerous, and there was at least one minor accident that we at least observed during the time that we were in this coverage.
All right, we're going to take a break and we'll come back. Washed your hands a lot today?
Probably like 40 times.
Once again, do you want to say thanks for being here with us on Live Now from Fox? This pursuit ending with a crash into that fence. We were listening into Fox 11's coverage and did have a couple close encounters, even one encounter with a car when he was crossing an intersection. And again, this pursuit coming to an end. That suspect has been put into police custody. And just a heads up, some of our viewers are going to be going into a quick 2-minute break. Thanks again to our viewers who are still here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're taking a look at the Dow as we're up more than 200 points. We do have some people still in a break. We'll be jumping into more news stories across the country in just less than a minute. Good morning and welcome here to Live Now from Fox. We do have strong storms that continue to make their way across some of our neighborhoods here in Arizona as we are getting hit with heavy winds, strong winds, and a lot of rain too. It's still coming down here in the valley as people are now trying to also clean up and deal with some flooding that's happening in the area. And speaking of flooding, I do have an unfortunate story to share with all of our viewers. Authorities are searching for a missing 4-year-old girl who was swept away during a flash flood. It happened last night near an eastern Arizona town. And according to officers, they had reports of a vehicle stuck in Cottonwood Wash near Pima just before 9:30 p.m. on July 22nd, so just yesterday. Police said in a statement the female driver advised her and her children were stuck in the wash and on top of her blue Suburban at the time. She'd reported the vehicle was moving down the wash and herself and her children were on top of the Suburban. So police were able to rescue some of those family members. However, a little girl, 4 years old, still remains missing. So we do just want to say we have to be careful with these storms as they continue across Arizona. Let's go ahead and take a look at the radar as we do have strong storms still moving in here. And you can see Phoenix area getting hit with a lot of rain. There's some lightning in real time also flashing across your screen. So still a lot of warnings from officials are going to be out there, especially in many Arizona counties. It's expected to actually go into this weekend with these storms. National Weather Service has issued a flood watch for 12 different Arizona counties. And as I mentioned before, flooding happens pretty often when we get this much rain because that ground is so dry, it has a hard time soaking up all that rain. And we've also gotten a lot in a short amount of time, which really just kind of overwhelms not only the grounds, but also our drainage across the area. So advisories are set to last through the weekend as this weather system is expected to bring even more heavy rain and thunderstorms. And also this is going to be taking place across southern and central Arizona. So just wanted to make everyone aware of that. We are going to be staying on top of it here for you on Live Now from Fox. But good morning. Thanks again for being here with us. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. Just I want to give everyone a show too. We are waiting for our press secretary, Jen Psaki. She's going to be giving a briefing here as we continue to hear about how they plan to combat violence that's happening and rising across America. We had that shooting in D.C. last night. We continue to have more shootings happening across our country. So this briefing is set to take place here very shortly. We'll, of course, jump into it as soon as it does become live. But until that time, another big emphasis of the Biden administration has been vaccines. You know, we've gotten those COVID-19 updates from the White House COVID-19 response team. They were saying that a majority of their hospitals that have patients being treated for COVID-19 are those who are unvaccinated. So yesterday, the CDC director, along with Dr. Fauci and other officials who are part of that team, were still continuing to push the message that if you become vaccinated, that's going to help protect you. Even if you were to catch this new variant of the Delta variant of COVID, that it can help lessen some of those symptoms. So helping us with a lot of those questions and answers surrounding COVID-19 is our Fox 5 team down in Atlanta. Let's jump into some coverage as they, again, answer a lot of those questions that we have surrounding COVID.
And Georgia reported a little more than 2,300 new confirmed COVID-19 cases yesterday alone. And state health officials say infections, hospitalizations, and deaths are rising. Testing positive can be a frightening ordeal because you don't know just how sick you might get. But if you have COVID-19, there is a treatment that may keep you out of the hospital. The Fox medical team's Beth Galvin joins us live now to talk about how all of this works. This is encouraging news. Beth, good morning.
And good morning, Portia. And we're talking about monoclonal antibodies, and that's a treatment for people who are at higher risk of developing complications from COVID-19 who test positive. And I want people to really know about it because it's an important option that can keep you from getting sicker, you know, as your disease progresses. So what monoclonal antibodies do is that they're molecules, and you get an IV infusion of these antibodies, and they kind of grab onto the cells of the virus, and they keep the virus, they grab onto the virus, keeping the virus from getting into the healthy cells in your body. And that's where the virus wants to replicate and, make you sicker and sicker and sicker. So what they're doing is they're kind of blocking the virus from being able to replicate and make you sicker. And it's been shown to be a really effective option for some people who, we're concerned about them, that if they did get sick and they do test positive, they could be the ones that end up in the hospital or having a really hard time, Portia. So it's important to know that this resource, this treatment is out there for you, and it's being offered at 15 different centers here in the metro area.
So if a person tests positive, how do they know if they actually qualify for this type of treatment?
So there's a few criteria, and I think we have a list for you, but you need to test positive and you need to have a doctor's referral in order to get a monoclonal antibody treatment. You need to be 12 or older. And your symptoms need to be mild to moderate. So you can't have really severe COVID. You can't be in the hospital already, because this doesn't really help those folks who are already hospitalized. And you need to start the monoclonal antibody treatment within 10 days of having your first symptoms of COVID-19. You also, finally, importantly, need to have one of these high-risk conditions, Portia, that may predispose you to having a tougher time with COVID-19. And there are things that are quite common.
Like what kind of conditions are you talking about, Beth?
So we're talking about, I think we have another list here. So it's anybody who is 65 and older is considered at higher risk for complications from COVID, but also people who are obese, women who are pregnant, people who have chronic kidney, heart, or lung disease, people who have diabetes, a weakened immune system, those with sickle cell disease, and there are other conditions on the list. So just really important to, if you do test positive and you do have one of these conditions that I'm mentioning, it's important to really reach out to your doctor and say, hey, is this an option for me? Can I get a referral to do this? Because I've talked to people who were really frightened, had hypertension, had diabetes, and were really frightened that their infection could go south, reached out to their doctor, got in at one of these centers, and were able to get this treatment, and it really kind of turned things around. Within a couple of days from them, they started to, instead of feeling steadily worse and worse and worse, started feeling better, Portia.
And Beth, tell us just a little bit more about this treatment. What is this procedure like, the process like?
It's an IV infusion. So you would go, it's an outpatient treatment. So you would go to an infusion center, and as I said, like 15 different hospitals in the area are offering these. You go in, they put an IV in your arm, and they infuse you with the monoclonal antibodies, and then you need to sit there for a while just to make sure that you're okay and you're not having any kind of reaction to them. And then you can go home, and then you're going to recover, at home, like you have been quarantining, hopefully, at home. And, that's basically the treatment. It's relatively pain-free. It takes about an hour and a half when you consider, going in and getting observed and everything afterwards. So it's not a big commitment. And, I think it's a real option. Also really important to say that the antibodies themselves are paid for by the federal government. So you will not be charged for the treatment itself. You may be charged, or your insurance may be charged for the infusion fee that the center can charge, but it makes it a much more affordable option for people who maybe don't have insurance. So definitely talking to your doctor about, hey, can I get in and do this? You can also, if you don't have a doctor, you can go to an urgent care, or reach out to an urgent care and say, hey, can I get a referral for this? It doesn't have to be your doctor. You can get, really any kind of urgent care doctor could also do this.
Understood. And Beth, I think you mentioned at the top of this interview there are 16 different facilities. Where do you go to get this treatment?
So 15, and they are kind of all over the metro area. Many of them are tied in with the big hospitals like Grady Health System or Piedmont Atlanta Hospital. So they have facilities set up to do this and to keep everybody separated and safe and everything. And so sometimes there's a little bit of a wait list. So I would initiate this conversation with your doctor sooner rather than later, because you want to hit that 10-day window when this treatment is really going to help you. But it's really important to know that, we're having a lot of people people who are testing positive. If you test positive, you have some options. There are other options if you end up in the hospital to treat you, but this is one that can keep you out of the hospital, hopefully. So definitely something to know about if you've got diabetes or high blood pressure or you're obese, and you're at risk of complications, Portia.
Good to know it's an option that's available to so many different types of people with health conditions. Great information, Beth. Thank you so much.
All right, then continuing along with this conversation, it did seem like we were able to kind of move away from COVID-19 news, but now with that Delta variant spreading rapidly across the U.S., we even heard yesterday during our White House COVID-19 response briefing that some hospitals once again starting to fill up and reach capacity because of these COVID-19 patients. We're going to continue that conversation going down to our Fox 26 Houston team.
Houston Vaccine Authority Dr. Peter Hotez now with Baylor College of Medicine. Thank you for your time, Dr. Hotez. We saw in Texas yesterday the single largest day increase in about 3 months since April 20th. So do you think a booster shot will be necessary, and when might we find out if we can get one?
Well, right now the most important thing to recognize is that we're still underachieving in terms of vaccinating in our area. The southern part of the U.S. has the lowest vaccination rates in the country. States like Louisiana, Mississippi have fewer than 15% of the adolescents vaccinated who are eligible, and only 30-40% of the young adults. Maybe a little bit better here in Harris County, but only about 45% of the county is fully vaccinated. So I think that's priority number one, is we still have to max out the number of adolescents and adults who get vaccinated, because that's how you start to slow virus transmission, not only to protect yourself, but actually protect the community. So that's big priority. One of the differences with this Delta variant, and it is much more highly transmissible than anything we've seen before. It's twice as contagious as the original lineage and 50% more than that UK variant. So what it means is that pretty much anyone who is unvaccinated is at high risk of getting COVID over the next few weeks. Now, in the past, we've known that vaccination not only stops symptomatic illness, but it actually halts virus shedding from your nose and mouth if you get infected. So it stops asymptomatic transmission. But it's not as clear that this is happening with the Delta variant, because the Delta variant seems to replicate at 1,000 times the rate of previous viruses that we've seen from that of part of the COVID-19 family. So that's why we're having the discussion about the third immunization, for the possibility that this will help to actually stop transmission in vaccinated individuals who do develop asymptomatic infection. So I know that's a lot, but happy to unpack that a bit if you'd like.
No, it's information that we definitely wanted to know. Now, I wanted to see if I could get you to specifically address the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. We're hearing skepticism, especially from people who have gotten the shot and those who have not gotten it, who are worried about side effects. But how are you feeling about the efficacy as far as it is helping in fighting this new Delta variant?
Well, as far as we know, it's still working. And I say that because if you look at the hospitalized individuals or those who are losing their lives, they're still, 99.5% of the deaths are in unvaccinated individuals, and almost as many in terms of hospitalization. So if there are breakthrough cases, we're not seeing a lot of serious illness. The concern was generated by a preprint put up on something called BioRxiv by a group at New York University that didn't actually do efficacy testing, a clinical study, but actually did a laboratory study showing that those individuals who got a single dose of the J&J vaccine, when they looked at their virus neutralizing antibodies, they looked pretty good against the original lineage, but against the Delta variant that went way down. And we saw that previously with the South African variant, and we know that the efficacy against the South African variant was down. So by extrapolation, we think it's likely that the efficacy may not be as high against the Delta variant. And that's the discussion about whether to give a second immunization booster. And if you looked at the old data from last year, those who got 2 doses of the J&J vaccine in phase 1, phase 2 trials got really good levels of virus neutralizing antibodies. So I always thought it was going to be a 2-dose vaccine, and that may be the case as well. And presumably FDA and CDC are meeting with the manufacturers of all 3 companies, Pfizer, BioNTech, Moderna, and J&J, and looking at what's warranted for boosters.
And Dr. Hotez, I'm just curious too, do we know the breakthrough infection rate among vaccinated people yet? Or do you think the CDC is doing a good job, tracking that kind of data for us right now, or are they way behind on it?
Yeah, this is the problem. So the CDC is tracking breakthrough hospitalizations, but as far as I know, they have not been tracking breakthrough infections. And that's something that a number of us have recommended to the CDC to really look into. So I think that that's part of the problem. So it requires investigators, like at the Texas Medical Center, to actually do an epidemiologic study of the vaccines in order to really know that number.
And Dr. Hotez, we've been asking our viewers all morning long how they feel about masks. 54% say nope, no matter what, I'm not doing it, while the other half says yes, I've either been doing it or I'm ready because I want to stay healthy. Now, we know it's a state's decision. We know our governor says he won't reinstate mandates. Can you talk more about how you feel about this? Obviously, our viewers are half and half on this. Always good to have an expert's opinion.
Yeah, and it depends what kind of setting. So, for instance, in the schools, right, because we're not doing a very good job of vaccinating adolescents and young adults, a little better in Houston than the rest of the South, but still overall not performing as well as we'd like. There's going to be a lot of Delta virus transmission in the schools. So, while we work hard to try to maximize vaccination of adolescents and adults, and we're not going to probably have the green light to vaccinate the little kids until the end of the year, we don't have a lot of other tools in our toolbox except for masks. So I think masks are going to be really important for the kids and faculty and staff of the schools in HISD and the surrounding districts for the next few months. In terms of what else you do, clearly if you're outdoors, I think we can, unless you're in a really crowded say an NRG stadium type setting outdoors, I think masks would not be so critical. But then you've got to make a decision about being indoors. Certainly if you're unvaccinated, you're much safer if you have a mask on. Even if you're vaccinated, given how much Delta virus transmission there is, it's not a bad idea to wear masks. So if I go indoors in a public place, I'm usually wearing masks, and when possible, then the question comes up about restaurants, and we'll have to see how that goes as Delta accelerates. So we're in a bit of uncharted territory here because this virus is just so contagious, and that's what's giving us pause for concern.
All right, Dr. Peter Hotez with Baylor College of Medicine. We appreciate your time as always. Come back and see us soon. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
And thanks to our Fox 26 team for that interview. We're going to send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going out to the White House. We do have Press Secretary Jen Psaki, who's going to be giving us an update. We'll be going to that again after a quick 2-minute break.
Happy Friday. Okay, a couple of notes for you at the top. Today, the Biden-Harris administration took additional steps to provide stability and relief to homeowners who are still feeling the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. HUD, USDA, and the VA announced details to help people with government-backed mortgages stay in their homes through monthly payment reductions and potential loan modifications. Homeowners could see reductions in their monthly payments of roughly 20 to 25%, allowing them to remain in their homes and build long-term equity. We're working hard to get the word out to Americans who may benefit from these new programs, and thanks to the work of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and today's actions, most servicers of mortgages are required to provide borrowers information about these options. Homeowners can visit consumerfinance.gov/housing for up-to-date information and more details. Also would note on our delegation in Haiti, the presidential delegation is safe and accounted for in light of the reported shootings outside of the funeral. They're on their way back to the United States. We are deeply concerned about unrest in Haiti. In this critical moment, Haiti's leaders must come together to chart a united path that reflects the will of the Haitian people. We remain committed to supporting the people of Haiti in this challenging time. Also, a vaccine sharing update for you. We shipped a record number of doses to a record number of countries this week. 22 million doses went out to 23 countries, including Guatemala, Senegal, Zambia, Niger, Gambia, El Salvador, Honduras, the Central African Republic, Cameroon, Lesotho, Panama, Vietnam, Georgia, Pakistan, Tanzania, Mozambique, Benin, Morocco, Tajikistan, Colombia, Madagascar, Liberia, and Eswatini. Our teams across the government are working to get more and more doses out every day, but this was a record week for our efforts to provide supply to the global community. Finally, a week ahead, on Monday, the President will host an event in the Rose Garden to celebrate the 31st anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, which the President proudly co-sponsored as a senator. While we have much work to do to realize the full aspiration of the ADA, our country has made progress toward its goals of equality of opportunity, full participation, self-sufficiency, and respect for the 61 million Americans with disabilities. Also Monday, the President will welcome the Prime Minister of Iraq to the White House. The Prime Minister's visit will highlight the strategic partnership between the United States and Iraq and advance bilateral cooperation under the Strategic Framework Agreement. The visit will also focus on key areas of shared interest, including through education, health, cultural, economic, energy, and climate initiatives. President Biden looks forward to strengthening bilateral cooperation with Iraq on political, economic, and security issues, including joint efforts to ensure the enduring defeat of ISIS. On Wednesday, the President will travel to Pennsylvania and in the Lehigh Valley area, where he will emphasize the importance of American manufacturing, buying products made in America, and supporting good-paying jobs for American workers. We'll have more details for you over the weekend as things get finalized. Josh, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Jen. Two subject areas. First, an AP survey found that 45% of the unvaccinated say they will definitely not get vaccinated. Another 35% say they probably won't get vaccinated. Why does this opposition still exist after all the public outreach? And should more governments and employers mandate vaccinations?
Well, Josh, I think let's take a step back first. In December, before the president took office, the percentage of Americans willing to get a shot was in the 30s. Today, over 68% of adult Americans have taken a shot. So what that shows you is that in a relatively short period of time, we've been able to influence a whole lot of people to change their mind, to take action, get a shot, save their lives and the lives of people around them. I'd also note that we've seen some encouraging data over the last couple of weeks. The 5 states with the highest case rates, Arkansas, Florida, Louisiana, Missouri, and Nevada, had a higher rate of people getting newly vaccinated compared to the national average. That is a good sign. This is the second week in a row. I noted this last week. Finally, in the past 10 days, more than 5.2 million Americans have gotten a shot. Now, there will be institutions, there will be private sector companies and others who make decisions about how to keep their communities safe. That's certainly appropriate, but I would just note that we're going to continue our efforts to go community by community, case by case, to convey the accurate information about the efficacy of vaccines.
Gotcha. Secondly, the Taliban has said that as a condition for peace in Afghanistan, Ashraf Ghani has to be removed as president and a new negotiated government formed. Does the administration believe that that's in the best interest of the Afghan people and U.S. national security?
Well, first, the president and the administration supports the leadership of the Afghan people, including Ashraf Ghani. The president was scheduled to speak with him today, I believe, and I don't believe there's a readout that's come out about that call quite yet. It may while we're speaking here. I would note that there are ongoing political negotiations and discussions that we certainly support between Afghan leaders, members of the Afghan government, and the Taliban. And we believe a political solution is the only outcome to lasting peace in Afghanistan. But we will continue to provide support to the government in the form of humanitarian support, security support, training, and we will also continue to encourage them to take a leading role in defending and protecting their own people.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jen. Alabama's Republican governor says it is time to start blaming the unvaccinated folk who are letting us down. What do you think about that take? Should the administration be taking a sharper tone against unvaccinated people for putting vaccinated people at risk?
Well, I don't think our role is to place blame. But what we can do is provide accurate information to people who are not yet vaccinated about the risks they are incurring, not only on themselves, but also the people around them. And well, if you are a young person, you may think you are Superman or Superwoman and immune from getting the virus. That is not true. That is not accurate. You can get very sick. You can die from the virus. You can also make your grandparents sick and your parents sick. That is factual information. But we're not here to place blame or threats. We're here to provide accurate information.
She says that she doesn't know what else she can do at this point, that she's hit a brick wall with trying to convince people to get vaccinated. Mm-hmm. Is that a sign that perhaps the federal government should step in and issue mandates? And if not, are you putting the needs of unvaccinated people ahead of the needs of vaccinated people?
Well, I think the question here, one, that's not the role of the federal government. That is the role that institutions, private sector entities, and others may take. That certainly is appropriate. Also, local communities are going to take they need to take in order to protect people in their communities. I will say we understand her frustration, and we understand the frustration of leaders out there and public voices who are trying to say the right thing, advocate for the efficacy of the virus, save people in their communities. What our role is, and what we are going to continue to do, is make the vaccine available. We're going to continue to work in partnership to fight misinformation, and we're going to continue to advocate and work in partnership with local officials and trusted voices to get the word out.
Is there something to be learned from our neighbors to the north, Canada? They got a much slower start. They didn't have nearly as many vaccines as we did early on, and yet now they've shot past us, and 70% of their population is at least partially vaccinated. What's the difference between the two countries? What can we learn from their experience?
Well, first, I would say 162 million Americans are now vaccinated. That certainly is a positive step. We're the first to say, and we have long said, that that's not enough. We need to ensure more people and more communities are vaccinated. And it is now, we're reached a point where there are some communities, even states, where there's 70%, 80% or higher vaccination rates. Other communities where there's 40%, 50% or otherwise. That's not just a health issue. It's a huge health issue. It's an economic issue. We've seen how that can impact local communities as it may lead to shutdowns of different businesses. It's an economic issue as well. So, of course, we work in close partnership with our neighbors, but we have 162 million Americans vaccinated. We're the world's largest provider of vaccines to the global community. That's progress in our view. Even as we've said from the beginning, there's more work to be done. Go ahead.
Thank you. About the economics of COVID that you just mentioned, now that daily doses administered of the vaccine are down below 300,000 for the first time since December, we've heard talk about maybe updating the mask guidance. Do you know if there's been any talk here about updating guidance to start shutting businesses down in places that have very low vaccination rates?
No, there has not been, no.
Okay. And then on crime generally,
can I note, though, two things just for your public information purposes? One is that well, we have seen, we don't look at 1 week of data as an indication of, as you know, we talk about weekly averages. We did see larger numbers of unemployment claims in areas where there are lower vaccination rates. It's not enough data to draw a conclusion. I'm just noting it for all of you. I would also note that on the American Rescue Plan, the way we design that is for the impact and the assistance that we're providing to communities across the country to be long-lasting, not to stop all in July or all in September. It extends far beyond. That is a lesson learned from the past, and so there are different components of that package that's providing assistance to businesses, to organizations, to communities that is going to be lasting for months to come.
Okay, and then
Proceed.
On crime, the intersection in D.C. that was shot up last night, only about 1.5 miles from here. President Biden had lunch in that neighborhood this summer. What is your message to innocent people who live in cities like this one who might start to get worried about getting caught in the crossfire?
Well, their message is that the cornerstone of the president's comprehensive plan to reduce gun violence is providing communities with the tools and resources they need to reduce gun crime, including in Washington, D.C. And there are a couple of steps specific to Washington, D.C. I mean, a lot of us live there or live in the neighboring communities or know people who are on 14th Street or in the neighboring areas. And for people who are not, who are watching or hearing this, who are not from those neighborhoods, there's a lot of restaurants there, a lot of foot traffic. This is a pretty popular part of the city many of us live in. D.C. is one of the 5 areas nationwide where DOJ launched gun trafficking strike forces just yesterday, which are going to focus law enforcement resources across jurisdictions to keep guns out of the hands of criminals. DC is also a part of our 16-city community violence intervention collaborative, which is helping cities implement evidence-based strategies, and which have been shown to reduce violence by as much as 60%. And Washington, D.C. is also taking advantage of the historic funding that they've gotten through the rescue plan to bolster public safety. So Mayor Bowser's budget proposal.
I just want to give our viewers a heads up. Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break.
It would add 100 new slots to the cadet program and add $14 million for youth safety initiatives. So we're certainly seeing this and feeling this even in our community here, and it is one of the cities that DOJ is focused on.
And you just mentioned the White House is working with DC as part of this collaborative, but just in the last week and a half or so since the mayor of DC was here, a 6-year-old girl was shot and killed, a Nationals game had to be evacuated, and then there's this incident last night where diners are diving for cover. So at what point would the president maybe reconsider his strategy?
Well, I would say we're just implementing a strategy, which is a multi-pronged effort to work in partnership with local leaders, including Mayor Bowser, who has been a great partner to us in this effort to address gun violence that's rising in cities across the country, including Washington. And the events of the last week are just examples of that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Secretary Yellen just said before he came to the podium that the Treasury Department will need to take extraordinary measures if the debt limit isn't raised by August, and she indicated those could run out shortly after lawmakers return, possibly as soon as October. So does the White House, are you guys setting a deadline before recess? Do you want to see that debt limit raised, and what is the White House doing to urge lawmakers to address the debt limit?
This is like the Olympics for Bloomberg these days. So I would say, and Reuters, and other financial outlets in the room. Let me give you just a little bit of context for those of you who have not seen the letter that just went from Secretary Yellen to the Hill. So this is a letter that's standard practice for Treasury secretaries when a debt limit is going to be reimposed, which there's a timeline coming up at the end of this month. That is different. I'm not saying you're suggesting this. That is different from defaulting, which has never happened in the history of the United States and would clearly be a catastrophic event. But it is a timeline for the debt limit to be raised or extended. So during the previous 2 administrations, the Treasury Secretary sent nearly 50 letters to the Hill on the debt limit, some of which were very similar in wording and asks and updates to this letter. And raising or suspending the debt limit does not authorize new spending commitments. It simply enables the government to pay for obligations that Congresses and presidents of both parties have already approved. And Congress, finally, last piece of history, has raised or suspended the debt limit approximately 80 times, which has happened under both Republican and Democratic presidents. I will say, just for historical fact, more often under Republican presidents. But it has happened under both, and it has been supported in a bipartisan way. So we expect Congress to act promptly to raise or suspend the debt limit and protect the full faith and credit of the United States. Now, it is not, I give you all of that context because it is not out of the ordinary, even though they're called extraordinary measures, for Treasury secretaries to present to Capitol Hill steps that they are.
All right, guys, we do have to switch gears here quickly because I see we have our D.C. police. They are talking in front of our cameras. They had that shooting that had happened last night. 2 people were injured. About 20 shots had went off. People in front of this restaurant were taken by surprise, ducking for cover. So police talking about this incident. We're going to jump into it live here for you on Live Now from Fox.
The officers, our officers assigned here in the 3rd District, they recovered a firearm off an individual down here at 11th and S in Vermont. Right before that, a firearm right up here, 14th and Irving Street. After the sounds of gunshots, right up there. When this shooting happened, officers, within 5 seconds of the shooting where it happened. That's unacceptable. It speaks to the brazenness of the criminals that are in these communities that we're dealing with. Some of them are our neighbors, some are. And we have to really figure out what do we want to do as a city in terms of how we respond to this. We can take the political route and talk, all of this fluffy stuff. But I'm going to give it to you straight, where the issues are. And where the issues are, the ecosystem, the justice system that we have right now, it is not functioning the way that it should. The courts are not open. That is a fact. Barely open. So cases from last year, from 2020 that happened during COVID, of violent criminals that have not been disposed of, what do you think those individuals are? Anybody want to take a guess? They're in community. They're in community, and their cases have not been disposed of. We have to look at, are the things happening that needs to happen when we do place individuals under arrest? The guy for carrying the gun there, the guy for carrying the gun there. What happens with that case when it goes through the system? What's the outcome? What is the expected outcome? What does the community expect when a person gets caught with a firearm? What do we expect? Do we expect to see them in a neighborhood in 3 weeks? And if we do, are we saying that that's acceptable? Because most of the communities that I've talked to have no clue what happens with these cases. They don't. But I'm going to tell you the truth. The real issue is we have a vicious cycle of bad actors who do things, no accountability, and they end up back in community. And the police officers, and I guarantee you, when we lock up whoever did this, they will be no stranger to us. I promise you that. So I want us to make sure that we are reclaiming this community. And my hope is that as we do this, that this reverberates through our city, that this is what the response should look like. It should look like this, right? Because there are a lot of corners that I go to after a murder has occurred, and it's just me. It's just the officers. Who are the people that are closest to the pain, right? That's when we get folks' attention, right? When you closest to the pain, when you hear the gunshots in your community, that begs a different reaction versus it being someplace else and you just kind of happen to catch it on the news. This was real for some people, but it's been happening in communities all across our city. And I'm saying to you, enough is enough. I've been a police officer in this city for over 30 years. I've been born and raised right here in this city. Started my patrol career right here in this district. And the way that we're going and the things that we're trying to do, we want to help people. Yes, we should. But you cannot coddle violent criminals. You cannot. You cannot treat violent criminals who are out here making communities unsafe for you, for your loved ones, for me, for my loved ones. They might not want a job. They might not. They might not need services. What they may require is to be off of our streets because they're making it unsafe for us. And if that's what it requires, then that's what it requires. And we have to own that. We have to own it, because if not, we see more of this. We see more of this in our communities. And then what happens? When someone's shot, people are outraged by it. I'm outraged every time. Every of those 922, a lot of those 198 that died of that, I stood over many of those. Many of them. Watching families suffer when they don't have to. Because we're putting violent criminals or allowing them to be back out in community. That's unacceptable. So what do we do about it? We have honest conversations with the people, the leadership, be it the police chief, be it council members, be it courts, be it whoever. It's easy. The police department, we're an easy target. You can easily focus on the police department, about what the police department did, didn't do. That's easy. I'm challenging you to look at the entire system. The laws that are in place for people who carry guns in our community, who do things to people in community, violent acts, are those things acceptable? Are they acceptable? And if whatever you say is acceptable, it's my responsibility to enforce that. That's my job, to respond to those things that the community say, this is what the standard is. If some people knew what the standard is, what the outcome is on the other end of some of these cases, it would blow your mind. Why is it that a guy who murdered somebody is out in community after having been arrested 2 or 3 months prior with a firearm? What do we think he was going to do? The recidivism rate for violent offenders is the highest that we've seen anywhere. 87%, I think, in that area for people who carry guns. They use them. I'm mad as hell about this, and I hope y'all are too. I really do. Because I like coming to 14th Street. I like going to Chicken and Whiskey and getting my chicken out of there and my plantain and everything, my rice, my crab rice. I love that. And I don't want to be afraid for my wife to go there because some knucklehead in community decided to pull out a gun and fire it at 8:20 in the evening. That is unacceptable. So what do we do about it? What do we do about it? Do we go back to our regular spaces and, back to saying, okay, yeah, we made plenty of legislation and reform efforts for the police. Look at the entire system, folks. That's all I'm asking you to do. Look at the system. How are we holding people accountable? What does that accountability look like, and is it okay with you? On that note, I want us to walk and talk.
All right, so once again, we've been listening in to this live update from police there in the D.C. area. Now, this, again, was a chaotic scene last night as gunfire had sent a crowd running, and police arrived on scene to find 2 men with gunshot wounds. You're taking a look in that right-hand box at some of that video from just last night. What we're going to do is send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break, and we'll have more coming your way after that.
I think the first thing that we need to do, we look at we look at cases, right? And we follow cases through the system. That's important. We understand from council members, we understand from police, we understand from prosecutors, we understand from judges, we understand the different perspectives, because everyone has a perspective. And I think as residents begin to kind of understand these things, how the system actually works, I think we will be in a better place as a result of that. And sometimes it's having community forums like this, but perhaps someplace else, when you have those representatives there to kind of talk about the different perspectives that are there. For example, let's say you have a robbery, you got a guy charged with robbery, gun, or something like that. I'll just use that as an example. Well, the sentence range for that, let's say it's between 2 years and 15 years. A judge can issue a sentence or a guidance compliant sentence with a person receiving 2 years as a penalty for putting that gun in your face and for robbing you. Well, that person who does that does not necessarily have to do all 2 of those years. He or she might do a percentage of that time, and then the rest of the time on probation is also considered sentence compliant or guideline compliant. So that person who stuck that gun in your face and robbed you within a certain period of time back out in the community. Is that time that we have set, is that acceptable? Because when we start talking about this issue, especially when it comes from me, the issue becomes, you're talking about mass incarceration. I'm not talking about mass incarceration. I'm talking about keeping people safe in community. Why is it that hold on 1 second, sir. I'm going to come to you in a second. One second, okay?
So, Chief, we got to press peace at the end. Let's do the walk here, okay?
Okay. But that's just kind of a little bit of some of the things that happen in that space that I think residents really need to really look at. Yes, ma'am.
We're going to have time for questions here.
I think what residents, whatever it is that residents want to see, I have my definition, certainly, but I think it's what residents want to see. We can go across the water to our neighbors in Virginia. They're not very far from here, right? Why is it they don't see the same level? They got poor African Americans, they got poor Latinos, they got poor whites, they have poverty issues, they have all of those things. But why is it they don't have that? When people get incarcerated, what happens then when they commit violent acts in the community? And why is it the District of Columbia? Why are we any different?
Virginia doesn't have... We can walk and talk.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so our camera is going to be doing a little bit of moving around. There was a official police press conference that's going to be scheduled here just 15 minutes from now, but you can see the media followed along the police chief here as he's talking with some concerned citizens and residents in this area. Again, this shooting did take place just last night outside of a restaurant, so it happened outside. It did look like it could possibly have been a targeted attack. Now, both of those two men, one was shot in the arm, one shot in the chest. They are considered to have non-life-threatening injuries. We're going to continue to listen in. This is Live, Raw, and Unfiltered, what we do here for you on Live Now from Fox.
The same amount of people that are standing right here would be on 14th and Irving. This shit happens all the time. And God bless. I was devastated to hear about what happened down here. Devastated. But it happens in my neighborhood all the time.
Yes, ma'am. A lot of
And I wish the same support that's happening right here on Q Street was happening on Irving Street.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
well, let's do your neighborhood.
I would like to do my
Let's do your
I want you to come to my
Yeah, oh, absolutely, I will. They recovered a gun here last night.
I know.
Let's
And
do
can I
your
tell you something?
neighborhood.
I was sitting on my back porch and I heard these 4 pops.
Right.
And I was thinking, you know what? All the time. I hear this all the time. And I see people scatter all the time. It breaks my heart.
Mine too, and that's unacceptable.
Right.
That's unacceptable behavior. And so when those people are identified, how are we holding them accountable? That's the message I'm trying.
No,
that guy who recovered, who they took a gun off last night. What's happening with that guy's case right now? Right now, because he could be back in community today, and that makes communities
But you know
unsafe.
what's so sad? I see people back in the community. I see people doing violent crimes, and I see them back in my community months later. And it breaks my heart.
It breaks my heart, ma'am, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm calling attention to. That's what I'm calling attention to. Hey, folks, how y'all doing? Hey.
So once again, you're taking this live, raw, and unfiltered look here on Live Now from Fox of the police chief. Now, he is, of course, talking with some of those community members, but he was visiting this site of where that shooting took place just last night. Again, 2 people were injured, but people who were eating and dining in that area did say they heard about 20 gunshots ringing out into the evening air as they had this, again, targeted attack. Now, police have been asking for information that could lead to the arrest of these 2 suspects. They're offering a $10,000 reward that helps lead them to the conviction. And again, we did have a scheduled press conference coming up, but you can see he's just chatting with the community, and that's what we're listening into here live on Unfiltered.
It is.
We have asked for police, and I'm a former ANC commissioner. We've asked for police in the past. We need police now. We don't see them on bikes. We don't see them in cars.
You will see them on bikes. They were here last night. We have extended overtime. The officers will be out here. But the other thing that I would say to you in this, as we're dealing with this right now, this is not making any excuses, just telling you what it is. Our department right now, we're 200 officers short from where we were this time last year, and we are projected to be less than that.
So we're blaming all this on the pandemic. It's having an effect.
I'm not, sir. What I'm saying is that's where we are. We're 200 some officers short of where we were last time. So what is the community's response to that? And who are we talking to about that? Is that acceptable? I got
none of that is
no, absolutely it's not. And when you have the resources that you have, we will use every available resource to do what it is we need to do. But people need to speak up about where they are. And see, right now, you know.
Well, I'm happy to speak up.
Thank you, and I appreciate you.
And I've been one of those that attended the 3rd District civic action meetings with citizens. I've been one of those.
Absolutely.
I've been part of community policing for 20 years.
Right. So is it acceptable for you that your police department has 215 less officers than what we had last time?
No.
Is that acceptable to you?
It's not acceptable.
Then who are we telling about it?
Well, I'm telling you. You have your permission to follow up on this. I've already talked to your public relations person.
Okay, cool. You good to go? All right, perfect. All right. Thank you. If we can get some of the community folks to come up down this way.
All right, so as mentioned, we are going to be expecting an official press conference here as they try to, again, update everyone on what they do know at this time, releasing some photos as well of these two suspects. But this took place just last night. It happened out on a busy, bustling street about just 1 mile away from the White House. And it's the latest in a series of shootings in the nation's capital as Washington and other cities have been trying to grapple with these spikes in violent crime. And just last Saturday night at an MLB game in Washington, it was interrupted by gunfire outside the stadium. And that night, and just one night then after, a 6-year-old girl was killed in another area of the city. So this is a growing problem. Not only have we been covering it for you across the country, but also now right here in our nation's capital. As you heard from people, they're tired of hearing these gunshots that they continue to have happening in their D.C. metro area. So police did say that they have video footage. They've been now reviewing it as suspects had jumped into an older black sedan and sped off from that scene. And the shooting took place around 8:20 p.m. local time in the area of 14th and Riggs Streets and Northwest. And witnesses, again, saying that they heard about 20 gunshots.
Nice to meet you.
Hello,
how are you?
I'm a business owner on U Street.
Okay, nice to meet you. 15, which business?
So it's Black and White Lookout for the side.
Okay, nice
I just
to
wanted
meet
to know, like, it was police officers that would walk the beat, and we don't see them any longer. Once we opened in 2016, did it like slow down because of COVID? Like, we literally knew the officers that was walking up our block or bikes.
Yeah, well, we have officers that do that. We are increasing our presence in that space around the business corridors as a result of what the overtime that the mayor has provided for us. As I was sharing with one of the other business leaders a few minutes ago, the other thing that we're contending with as well, we're 215 officers short where we were this time last year. That's been a huge hit to our agency. Obviously, we still got a lot of other functions, but primarily, making sure the safety and security of our community, that's first. And we'll take whatever resource we have to make sure that happens. And as I said to the gentleman over there, what I'm asking community members, right now there's a budget for the police department that's before council and all that other good stuff. Is having 215 less officers. That's right now. Is that okay? Are we okay with that? And if we are okay with that, we're going to make the best use of the resource that we have. But I'll make sure, my commitment to you is this area here, U Street Court is certainly another one on the radar that we'll have officers out here patrolling.
Okay,
yes,
so it'll be more
yes,
actually walking physically that we.
Yes, ma'am. Where's Commander Kemp?
Commander Kelly in control of this corridor?
He's in control of all this corridor. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Right. Nice to meet you.
You as well.
Hey, Chief John. Sir.
We developed a building here for this.
These were
Tony Williams, this is planning director of the Office of Planning.
Thank you so much.
Anything we can do is the building. Are you ready, man?
That's helpful because sometimes our voice, if it's the police, the police are just, these are issues that impact people. And these issues that impact people, a lot of times these are the people who are closest to the pain. And if you want to really resolve issues, have conversations with people who are closest to the pain in some of these communities where things are happening.
All right, so once again, listening in as the chief is speaking with a lot of concerned residents and business owners in the area. I'm going to send some of our viewers off into another quick 2-minute break ahead of this official press conference he is supposed to be holding here very shortly. But again, this is just one of those things that we have been bringing to you here. We broke in last night with the news of that shooting, and of course we continue to follow and keep everyone up to date on the latest. So again, some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break. We'll have more to come on Live Now from Fox when you return.
We've got the abandoned building which they recently fenced off, and then the church. I'm right there. So this loitering that has been going on it got really bad over the past year. The drug dealing has picked up. I know all these kids' faces because I have to ask permission sometimes to leave my own steps. So it appears from the videos that I saw that it's at least those people being attacked. And I've called the cops so many times over the past year that they stopped responding, or they would show up, they would break up, and then they would leave. The crowd would leave. Dark children have sensitivity, right? Like, I see these and it's just confusing me as if I don't understand, as if we don't know who brought this to the doorstep. That's all.
I think the question is, excuse me,
what is the I mean, they have to have information.
right. Well, with those kids over there, if they're in violation of crime, if they are in violation, if they're out there selling something that they, excuse me 1 second, please. Can you guys just give me a little bit of room with this gentleman, please, because he's sharing some sensitive stuff.
All right, so for our viewers who are here with us, of course, this will be a story we'll try to stay on top of for you, but things are getting just a little bit too loud out there on the streets, and again, we are expecting that official press conference to take place a little bit later here this morning. So what we're going to do is wait for some of our viewers to come back from that 2-minute commercial break, and then we're going to be bringing more news stories your way. And I do see we still have our radar showing some rain still hitting the valley. Rain continues to pour down on Arizona, so we'll continue to have you covered on all the latest weather as we deal with flooding. And earlier this morning, Skyfox was up in the air showing us some of those damaged trees, a lot down from those strong winds, and it's only going to continue into the weekend. Also, just want to give everyone a look at the Dow, because we are staying pretty consistent up over that 200 mark as we head into these Friday late morning and early afternoon hours. So we'll check back in with that before it does ring for the end of the week, that bell, once it does. We are still waiting for that official press conference to kick off out in D.C. The chief still walking around, talking with community members. It started to get a little bit loud. He had asked for some space from our cameras, so we'll jump back out to that as soon as we do see him set up with a podium in a more official space to address exactly what they do know at this time from this shooting, where they're going to go moving forward to try to help not only find these suspects, but combat the crime that they're seeing in their region. So until that does kick off and get started, let's go jump back out to the White House press briefing. Violence in America was a topic that Jen Psaki had to address, as well as the COVID-19 variant of the Delta variant being spread, and Afghanistan. We continue that troop drawdown. So what's going on over in the Middle East? It's all going to be here in this White House press briefing.
Suspend the debt limit and protect the full faith and credit of the United States. Now, it is not, I give you all of that context because it is not out of the ordinary, even though they're called extraordinary measures, for Treasury secretaries to present to Capitol Hill steps that they are going to take, even as this is being litigated on Capitol Hill. That was what this update was to provide. In that letter, she also noted that the period of time that extraordinary measures may last is subject to considerable uncertainty due to a variety of factors, which are exacerbated this year by uncertainty related to the pandemic and calculations about inflows and outflows. So the October timeline that she was referenced in there, or the October 1st date, I should say, was referenced, was because there's a very large reduction in the cash balance on October 1st, or we're projecting that, due to outflows on that day to meet our obligations to the Department of Defense. So she was giving a sense of what the timeline looks like, while also conveying that we can't give a sense at this point on the length of time for extraordinary measures. We certainly expect Congress to act in a bipartisan manner, as they did 3 times under the prior administration, to raise the debt limit.
Given that uncertainty, is the White House communicating to congressional leaders that you'd like to see this debt limit extended before they recess for August?
I'm not here to set a new deadline. I'm conveying to you the history and conveying to you that we think it's clear Congress should act in a bipartisan manner to raise the debt limit as they have in the past.
And then just one more on the bipartisan infrastructure framework. Is the White House getting involved in this dispute between Democrats and Republicans over transit funding? And are you recommending any solutions as to how that should be resolved? Are you backing Democrats who say it should remain with the 80-20 highway transit split?
Well, transit funding is obviously extremely important to the president, the MTAC president, as we may call him, but we believe that that members can get this work done and can work through these issues quite quickly. And as you know, the issue is about the balance of funding and how it would be allocated between different forms of infrastructure. But we're encouraged by their progress. They're having conversations, and we believe they can work through any disagreement. I'm just going to go to the back because I'm not always good at that. Mike Memley, do you have a question today?
Yes, Jen, thank you. We've talked a lot this.
You didn't raise your hand, but you usually have a question.
I often do. We've talked a lot.
I'll go to the back too.
See, now everyone's into it. We've talked a lot about this week, the protocols that are in place at the White House to ensure the president's safety with COVID-19. But we've seen over the last few weeks, the president has been traveling the country quite a bit. He's been engaging in more uncontrolled environments. He went to an ice cream stop. He was on a rope line for almost an hour in Philly last week. He's doing a campaign event
Best
today.
hour he spent, probably, in a while.
Given, I remember well how COVID changed the way he would campaign last year. To what extent is the rise in cases that we're seeing in this country leading to any discussions behind the scenes about whether the president would continue to engage in this kind of activity in public settings where you can't control for people's vaccinations?
Sure. Well, first, we're always going to abide by public health guidelines. And right now, the public health guidelines continue to be that if you're vaccinated, and we expect them to continue to be, if you're vaccinated, you're very much protected from severe illness from the virus. And the president will continue to be a model in following those guidelines and also engaging with the public in a manner that, one, is his role as President of the United States and is certainly aligned with and appropriate according to those guidelines. As you all know, he has an event later this evening with future governor, former governor Terry McAuliffe in Virginia, where he will be certainly engaging with people and with people of Virginia who are making decisions about their future leadership. But I expect he'll be engaging as he did at events last week. So nothing has changed about our approach or protocols over the past week or how you've seen him engage at the ice cream shop or at larger crowd events we've had.
And then a question about infrastructure with some key votes coming up, obviously, next week. Again, we've seen the president not necessarily engaging in the kind of meetings at the White House with lawmakers on this specific set of proposals in the way we have earlier on in the process. He's been meeting more with outside stakeholders. It seems like there's an outside-in pressure campaign. But can you give us an update on what his specific conversations might be with lawmakers involved in this process? We haven't really heard much about that.
He has had a range of conversations with lawmakers over the phone, and he's always conveyed to his team that if it would be helpful to bring members down here, as he has continued to do, he's always happy to do that. The door to the Oval Office is always open, and he is available and will be through the course of the weekend, but also through the coming pivotal weeks as we work to get the infrastructure package across the finish line in the Senate and also the reconciliation bill moving forward. Okay, we're going to go all the way to the very back. Todd Gilman, I see you somewhere there.
Thank you, Jeff. So the Texas Democrats who broke quorum from the legislature they're about halfway through their 1-month quorum break. They've been trying really hard to get into a meeting, even if it's a Zoom meeting with the president. Is he going to meet with them? Is he specifically not meeting with them because of fears that they are spreading COVID?
No, the vice president, who is leading our voting rights effort and our voting rights movement we're building across the country, met with these lawmakers last week, as you well know. And the president is very proud of their activism, their vocal support and advocacy for voting rights, but I don't have any meetings scheduled for him.
In a kind of similar vein regarding COVID, will the First Lady be quarantined away from the president when she gets back from Japan?
The First Lady will follow all public health guidelines. I don't believe that's part of the protocols. All right, let's go, to the middle here. I'm just jumping around today because, trying better. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Does the White House have a reaction to Mississippi's decision to ask the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade?
Well, certainly we are supporters, the president is a supporter of preserving Roe v. Wade. That is our position. In terms of a legal reaction, I would point you to the Department of Justice. Let's go to you, Patsy. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have a question on China. China just announced sanctions against 6 individuals and an entity in the U.S. in retaliation to the sanctions imposed by the Biden administration on Chinese officials over Hong Kong. Do you think that this announcement will complicate or impact any plans for Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman's visit to Tianjin? And is the administration concerned on the escalating sanctions, a potential escalating sanctions war?
Well, first, I'm not aware of any changes to her planned trip, and certainly we discuss not only areas where we agree, but areas where we disagree when we have engagements and diplomatic meetings. In terms of the sanctions, we are aware, of course, of the reports that the PRC has imposed sanctions on several individuals and NGOs, including at least one official from the previous administration. We're undeterred by these actions. We remain fully committed to implementing all relevant U.S. sanctions authorities. These actions are the latest examples of how Beijing punishes private citizens, companies, and civil society organizations as a way to send political signals and further illustrate the PRC's deteriorating investment climate and rising political risk. These actions would follow the baseless sanctioning in March of 2 commissioners from the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, the PRC's January sanctions on 28 U.S. officials, and their July 2020 sanctions on U.S. officials and organizations promoting democracy and human rights around the world. Americans of both parties oppose these outrageous moves to target those who defend universal human rights and fundamental freedoms, and Beijing's attempt to intimidate and bully internationally respected NGOs only demonstrate its further isolation from the world. Let's keep going. I'm just going to keep going around because go ahead in the back. I'm just going to keep going around so I can get some more people.
On vaccines, you've been asked about the travel restrictions for international travelers before, but I'm going to try something different. Would the president drop those restrictions if airlines adopted vaccine passports or vaccine mandates? I know you've, sort of encouraged businesses to take steps to get everyone vaccinated that they possibly can.
I would say first that there are ongoing working groups that are having discussions about how to hopefully move forward to a point where there is international travel and is returning something we would all like to see, not just for tourism, but for families to be reunited. There are a range of topics in those discussions that are ongoing. The president receives regular briefings on them, but we rely on public health and medical advice on when we're going to determine changes to be made.
The president continued engaging with Chancellor Merkel on the subject. I know they talked about that at the bilateral press conference the other week.
That was raised. He has not had another follow-up conversation with her since that point in time. Why don't I go to the young man next to you?
Thanks, Jen. A lot of parents are concerned about the coming school year. What's the White House doing to sort of make sure that we're not doing remote learning again nationwide?
Well, our plan and our objective and our desire and commitment is to push for and ensure 100% of schools are open across the country. That's also, of course, up to school districts to implement. But from the federal government, the role we have played is by advocating for funding in the American Rescue Plan that can help provide funding for mitigation measures for schools so that they can invest in social distancing opportunities or repairing vents that need to improve ventilation. We've also put out public health guidance from the CDC that includes specific mitigation measures that schools can take. And our Secretary of Education has been focused on this issue from the first day he was sworn into office, working across school districts to share best practices and ensure we can work towards returning kids to in-school learning.
Delta doesn't change that, right?
Delta has not changed our public health guidelines. No. Okay, let's go back to the front. Go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up on infrastructure. On the transit spending, we know that's important to the president. Is that a red line for him? If that is dropped from this package, would he still support it?
I'm not setting red lines here, but we are confident that they can work through the funding issues and the breakdown of funding issues between Democrats and Republicans over the coming days.
And then one other question just on Alabama, and then I have one on Hunter Biden. On Alabama, the big concern here, and the reason why these comments from the governor are so alarming is because of the low vaccination rates, right? So is there some concern from the White House, and does the administration fear that some elected leaders may just get so frustrated and accept this fact that there are just some people in this country that just may not want to get vaccinated?
Well, I didn't hear those comments as accepting the fact. I heard those comments as being frustrated that it's an effort to protect the citizens in your state and trying to figure out what steps you can take to encourage people to get vaccinated in and save their lives and the lives of their loved ones. We always knew it would be harder as more people got vaccinated. That's the stage we're in now. But we also believe that there is still opportunity through a range of approaches and tactics and partnerships with governors and leaders and civic leaders to get more people vaccinated. There are a range of factors many of you have reported on that are leading individuals in these 5 states with lower vaccination rates to get vaccinated. Some is the Delta variant and reporting, frankly, and fears of the transmissibility of the Delta variant. Some is, unfortunately, individuals are experiencing people in their communities, family members who are getting sick and getting hospitalized because of the transmissibility of the Delta variant. I don't think we have complex data quite yet to determine what is leading to the increase in vaccination rates in some of these states, but we think that's an encouraging sign. We know it's frustrating, we get it, but we have to stay at it to save people's lives.
And last one on Hunter Biden, you confirmed yesterday that he will be meeting with prospective buyers, but you also said that he's not going to have any conversation.
Not that he's meeting with prospective buyers, that he is attending gallery events that had been prior planned and announced.
There could be prospective buyers there.
He's not, those discussions will be happening with the gallerists, but that is different than meeting with prospective buyers.
If there are prospective buyers there, you said yesterday that he is not going to have conversations related to the selling of art. How can the administration guarantee that?
The selling of his art will all happen through the gallerists, and the names and individuals will be kept confidential. We will not be aware, neither will he be aware.
Is there anything stopping anyone from directly telling, though, Hunter Biden that they're going to purchase his art, and if they do, the American people won't know who they are?
He will not know, we will not know who purchases his art. Go ahead, Jeff.
The president said yesterday that the 25-person COVID group is, quote, investigating every aspect of any change. What specifically are they doing, or is he looking for them to do in regards to the Delta variant? What information is he looking for them to bring back to him?
You mean the CDC or discussions with our public health experts? I think what he was conveying, Jeff, is that he gets regular, weekly, if not more frequent, updates from his COVID team about what is happening with the virus, the rise of certain variants, including the Delta variant, and certainly steps that they suggest we take as a result. That's an ongoing process. That's not new. So I think he's, of course, looking for their updates and guidance on what the spread is, where we're seeing the spread, what impacts we're having, and any mitigation measures they recommend we take from a public health and data-driven perspective.
On testing specifically, does the president believe that more testing should be done? It's fallen some 75% or so since November. What specifically do you think should be done, or does he think should be done on testing?
He relies on the guidance of his health and medical experts. If they are advising that that is a factor, then certainly his role would be to advocate for expanding it if in his role as president, but that they obviously provide recommendations publicly as well.
And final thing here, you said it's not your role to place blame, but a president has a remarkable ability to use the bully pulpit, pick up the telephone. It happens all the time with the corporations and things. What is he doing specifically with celebrities, perhaps, or with business leaders like we saw the NFL this week, to use his power of the office to try and get some companies or groups to do mandates or make changes? Is he doing anything himself, reaching out like this?
You mean aside from getting enough vaccine to make sure every American is vaccinated and donating more to the world than any other country, and ensuring we're expanding accessibility to pharmacies, to community groups, and giving $3 billion to empower local voices to get into local communities to get people vaccinated? I'd say that's a fair amount that he's done.
But you've said several times that it's not the role of the government to essentially, talk to private corporations, but a president talks to corporations and leaders all the time, certainly during the rescue plan when he was vice president. It happened all the time, talking to private corporations. If a corner is to be turned here on the hesitancy, is there anything that he believes that he personally can do among some different leaders, not giving a public speech, but that he can do?
Well, first, I think I referenced the $3 billion because the most powerful and impactful role we've seen across the country from community to community is engaging, educating, and empowering those trusted local voices. We know the president, the vice president, Olivia Rodrigo, who we're very grateful to, and others have been out there advocating for the efficacy of the vaccine, and we're hopeful that's effective. And it can be, and he'll continue to do that. And we'll continue to look to partner with more voices and more creative, well-known individuals to elevate the issue of vaccine, of the effectiveness of the vaccine. But we've seen that actually local
And just a heads up, some of our viewers are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break.
Are actually the most powerful people in this fight, and we'll continue to empower and fund those efforts. Go ahead. Oh, Jeff, go ahead, and I'll go to Karen. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Pfizer says the U.S. government is purchasing another 200 million doses of its vaccine for children and for potential booster shots. Can you confirm the purchase, and can you say whether the thinking about the need for booster shots is crystallized within the administration?
First, HHS has all the specifics, but yes, we have made that purchase. Here's the bottom line. We've always prepared for every scenario. The federal government is exercising an option in its contract with Pfizer to purchase these 200 million doses of the Pfizer vaccine to be delivered between the fall of 2021 and the spring of 2022 to prepare for future vaccination needs, including, as you referenced, Jeff, vaccines for children under 12 and possible booster shots if studies show they are necessary. I will note, I have said from the podium many times that we were like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, and we were going to prepare for every contingency. That's the job of the federal government, right, to ensure we have maximum flexibility. We don't know if we'll need a booster shot. That's going to be up to the research that's ongoing with the FDA. That's not a recommendation that's currently made. We also don't know. We also can't predict what the outcome will be of research on kids under 12. We're certainly hopeful, and we don't know which vaccine will be most effective, but we want to have maximum flexibility, so this is an effort to provide us with that.
All right, and just one on infrastructure. We understand that Senate negotiators are looking at repurposing COVID relief funds for hospitals and nursing homes to pay for parts of the bill. Is that something the White House would support?
Well, there's a range of final nitty-gritty discussions between both sides, but I'm not going to give feedback on each of the discussions from here. Okay, Osman, go ahead.
Karen, go ahead.
Oh, Karen, sorry. Go ahead, Karen.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Sort of keying off of what Jeff Zeleny was asking, the NFL is telling teams that they could potentially forfeit games for a COVID outbreak among unvaccinated players, and the players could lose their pay for any missed games. Does the administration support a policy where players, or more broadly, employees, could lose pay if they are unvaccinated and cause a COVID outbreak at their place of work?
Well, first, I'm not going to make a sweeping private sector conclusion here. What I will say is the NFL policy is making clear how they're going to proceed with their season. That's their role to do, right? We certainly believe the biggest takeaway is that getting vaccinated is our ticket back to normal, and that vaccines are effective and allow all of us a high degree of protection, importantly avoid hospitalization or death. So this is guidance they determined, the NFL, about how they're going to proceed with their season. That is their role to do.
All right, guys, we're going to be switching gears because we do have the police chief giving his update. We do want to jump into that live out in the D.C. area. We're going to hear on Live Now from Fox.
That occurred last night at 8:20 here on 14th Street at 14th and Briggs. We still are on the hunt for the individuals that are responsible for this, and there's an up to a $10,000 reward for anyone who has information related to the shootings that occurred here last night. I just want to echo my comments. I've been talking to business owners along the way. I've been talking to residents along the way, and people are really mad as hell right now, and I don't blame them. I am too. That's the reality. And the other reality is, I think that people are sick and tired of being sick and tired. I think that people want to ensure that there is accountability for what's happening in our communities. When these individuals are caught, somebody, please look at those images. Look at that vehicle. If you recognize that vehicle or who was operating that vehicle, please call us 202-727-9099 or text us anonymously to 50411. I'll end my formal statement at this point and answer any questions that you might have for a minute. Yeah, right here. Yeah.
You're out here today, but the woman that spoke with you because you guys walked said she
Yeah, what I said to that woman specifically was, she said 14th and Irving. And I said that we had officers there, part of our community focus patrol last night, and they recovered a gun from that individual in that community last night. And what I also said to her is that now it's our responsibility to watch that case. Let's see what happens with that case. Did that case get paper? What happens when it goes through the judicial system? How is that individual held accountable for his actions? Our officers were there in the community. Somebody brazenly fired shots in that community. A gun was taken off the street. An illegal firearm was taken off the street there. How do we hold that individual accountable? Next question. Yes, ma'am.
Police were here when the shooting happened last night. They responded very quickly, within 5 seconds. But the individual shootings don't seem to care. So how does the department handle that?
We're going to do what we do. We're going to arrest people. We're going to lock them up. And what I'm asking is that the system, the ecosystem, our justice system, does its part in terms of making sure that these folks are held accountable. I'm asking community members, join with me. If you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, join with me. My voice is only but one voice, and I've been saying this for a long time. I've been in this city for 30 years. I've been in this city all my life, but I've been in this police department for over 30 years. This is the same movie. This is the same movie that when I was a boy growing up here, the same movie. When are we going to do something different? And what different looks like, what does not happen here is accountability. We're not ready. People are not ready to have that conversation. When I start talking about accountability, people start talking mass incarceration. I'm not talking about mass incarceration. I'm talking about holding people accountable who make our communities unsafe, who make it unsafe for you, for me, and for the people who were out here walking around, who made it unsafe for Nia Courtney over in Ward 8, who made it unsafe for the young man who lost his life over in Ward 7 last night. I'm talking about those individuals who brazenly use illegal firearms in our street. Another firearm recovered last night, 1100 block of S Street, moments before this. When are we going to be sick and tired or sick and tired? These voices need to be echoed beyond this space where I am. People who are responsible for making decisions, hey, call them up, let them know, send them an email, whatever it is. The mayor has supported me in what it is I'm trying to do here. She has said, hey, chief, whatever overtime you need, make sure that you use whatever it is you need. And I appreciate that from the mayor. But here's the thing, that does not solve all problems. The reality is we have a shrinking workforce. I have a definitive amount of resources, 200 and some officers less this year than what I had last year. With that being said, what am I going to do with these resources? I can't work these officers to death. I'm not going to have them out here making bad decisions, getting involved in use of force incidents. We need to make sure that we are a police department, a major city police department in the nation's capital, that we are properly staffed to where it is we need to be. I know that's a long answer, but that's the truth. This lady.
White House is right up the block. How is it an issue that you don't have the resources? You don't see this going down where Biden lives, and you don't see him getting shot at and getting shot.
Ma'am, I see it happen. Ma'am, I see it happening every place. Ma'am, in our city, we had over 922 people shot last year. That's shocking to the conscience of most people, because most people don't see that. I see it every day. 198 people lost their lives in our streets last year. With the White House, it may be close there, but I tell you what, where I see it popping up is where we start to see pain points for people, where it's happening when people can't sit down or walk down the street with their kids. That's when people start to speak up about the issue. All I'm doing is amplifying something that's been happening in this city my entire life. I've been here all my life. I grew up over in Carver Terrace. Everybody over there know who I am. I know who they are, the good, the bad, and the otherwise. And the one thing that I know about this city is if you don't hold people accountable for the things that they do, people will continue to engage in bad behavior. We're not holding people accountable. This gentleman here, then this gentleman here. Yes. Hold on. This gentleman here, then you. Yes, sir.
Chief, are calls to defund the police helping you?
I don't think that those calls are helping right now. I mean, those are conversations. I don't fund the police department. Those are conversations that legislators and whoever else, I mean, you can really kind of point that to them.
Do you make you mad, though? Do you make you mad that
why so many of these folks evade detection and arrest? There are cameras on every single building here. How is it not possible to find the license plate, to find these people in a more timely manner?
Well, a lot of times individuals are operating in stolen cars. The second thing is, it's not a movie. Crimes aren't solved in 60 minutes like we see on the movie. It doesn't happen that way. The car is probably stolen, might not be, I don't know. It's part of the investigation. The key point is, when we do identify these individuals, let's think about the individuals who we locked up in 2020 during COVID that have not been through a judicial process. Where do you think those individuals are today? They're out in community. They're out in community right now. Individuals who have been locked up for violent crime, individuals who have been locked up with firearms, they're in our communities today. This, hold on, this gentleman here,
Chief Conti, tonight and this weekend is supposed to be another beautiful weekend. People want to get out. We saw what happened last weekend. What is your promise to folks out here who want to get out, who are scared about going out?
I'm asking that people who are in the community, or not asking, but let's letting folks know that our police officers will be out here. Every available resource that we have, we're putting out to community, to assist in community, not just with a visible patrol presence, but in addition to that, with the investigation. These cases, they have to be investigated. So our detectives are working hard. We continue to make progress on the cases that we've been dealing with, but I want the community to know that I stand by them, that I'm with them, and I'm asking the community to also be with me on this issue. My voice is one voice, but I'm asking for the community to help amplify what's really happening in our streets. One last question, Lou.
Chief, yes, one of the merchants on the street thinks the cause of last night's shooting was a fight between drug dealers. Can you say what the cause was? And if you know?
Lou, I wish I knew, but let me tell you something that I'm seeing. Since you asked the question about drug dealers, we have taken on a mindset that marijuana is not really a big issue in our city. I can tell you that marijuana undoubtedly is connected to violent crimes that we're seeing in our communities. When you have something where people get high reward, they can make a lot of money by selling illegal marijuana, and the risk is low, the risk for accountability is very low, that creates a very, 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 very bad situation, because those individuals get robbed, those individuals get shot at, those individuals get involved in disputes all across our city. I'm seeing it happen more and more all across our city in all different wards. Last year, we had a murder up in Ward 3, up on Western Avenue, tied to an illegal marijuana pop-up. Here recently, on North Capitol Street, we had another illegal marijuana place that somebody entered into with guns, duct taped somebody, and put a gun to somebody's head in there. Unlawful marijuana pop-ups, unlawful distribution of marijuana in communities, that is a bad recipe for disaster. And again, think about it. People, what's the risk for people? Is there a prosecution that's going to happen? Really? Is there a prosecution that's going to happen of a guy with marijuana? I've heard from some community members that say, hey, these guys are keeping scales on them where they're measuring out their marijuana to the T so that the police are not able to lock them up. That's something that we have to look at as a community. I know, again, marijuana, not a big issue, but it's tied to violent crime, some of the violent crime that we're seeing in our city. Thank you all for your questions.
Chief, are you 200 cops short or 500 cops short?
No, we're a little bit more than 200 cops short. We're at this time last year we were at 3,800. This year we're at 3,584 as of today. Thank you.
All right, the chief, they're wrapping things up. And again, we've been taking some look at the video from the scene last night. But let's go ahead and take a look again at the video that they released of those two suspects running to their car. It happens very quickly, so we have this a little bit on loop here for you. But they are offering, once again, $10,000 to anyone who is able to identify these suspects and help lead to a conviction. So again, $10,000 is what's being offered up, and police saying that they're tired of the illegal firearms that are being used in their communities. And earlier we heard from community members, business owners, residents who live nearby who say this isn't anything new. This has been going on for quite some time. They hear it happening all the time in their neighborhoods. They're ready for this issue to be addressed. So what we're going to do is send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute break. Then when we return, going to be switching gears. We do still have many House Democrats who are in the D.C. area. We're going to be jumping out to a press conference with some of those leaders after a quick, again, 2-minute break.
Appreciate everyone coming. Thank you to everybody who's on Zoom. We'll get started in just a minute. I will.
Please.
I will. Seriously?
It was a mistake. The media was. Yeah. Made a little error. Yeah. Not intentional. I don't know.
And as the Democrats get ready to hold this press briefing again, they left the state of Texas over some election bills, and we've heard from their governor, Greg Abbott, who has said that this won't stop them from trying to take a vote on some of these election and voting right bills. He said he's going to be calling special session after special session. He also is urging all of these Democrats to come back to the state.
Y'all ready? All right. All right, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. I'm Chris Turner, Chair of the Texas House Democratic Caucus, State Representative, District 101, Arlington and Grand Prairie. And we wanted to visit with you today because today is an important milestone. Today is day 15 of Greg Abbott's special session. It is the halfway point of this special session. And because of the unified efforts and courage of conviction of the Texas House Democratic Caucus, nothing in Greg Abbott's agenda of far-right priorities that are out of touch with the state of Texas, none of them have passed in the Texas House of Representatives, thanks to the men and women behind me and all the other Democratic members who have joined in our effort to deny the Republicans a quorum in this special session. So on this important day, the halfway point, we thought it was important to speak to you from the chairs of the Democratic Caucus, the Mexican American Legislative Caucus, and the Texas Legislative Black Caucus to provide some perspective about where we are at the halfway point. I want to take a minute to talk about how we got to this point. So this special session has been poisoned from the very beginning because it all started out with Greg Abbott defunding, unconstitutionally defunding, the entire legislative branch of government through his veto of Article 10 of the state budget. And so then he compounds that profound mistake with calling a 30-day special session that is simply a month-long campaign commercial for his reelection campaign. And we know he's got concerns about his reelection campaign because he's under attack from the right wing of his party. And so by vetoing the legislature and then calling this special session, what Greg Abbott is trying to do is essentially blackmail lawmakers into doing his bidding instead of protecting our constituents. Well, we chose to protect our constituents instead of being blackmailed. And with the context of all these anti-democratic actions, the governor and Texas Republicans are pushing for legislation that will make it harder than ever for Texans to have the freedom to vote. And Texas, as we all know, already has some of the most restrictive voting laws in the entire nation. So, Texas House Democrats took bold action. We broke quorum to say no more to Greg Abbott and other Republicans. And we are determined to kill their anti-voter legislation and protect all Texans' sacred freedom to vote. But it doesn't have to be this way. The reality is Republicans control every lever of government in Texas. They have for a generation now. Greg Abbott has control of this process, and he could change course if he's willing to admit his mistakes and make a change. The problem is, so far, he appears to continue to just have all the wrong priorities. But the reality is the governor is, in fact, a governor. He's not a tyrant. He's not a dictator. That's not our system of government in Texas. It's a give and take. It's a governor and a legislature working together to come up with policy. And so that's why, halfway into the special session, the governor has the choice. He could change course. First, he should agree to restore the funding for the legislative branch and agree with us that nothing else would be done until the legislature is fully funded and take that blackmail attempt off the table. And as you all know, we are pursuing that case in the Texas Supreme Court as well. But the governor doesn't have to wait for the court. He could take action on his own. Second, we would urge the governor to put aside his campaign considerations and political posturing, and focus on the real solutions that our constituents, who are also his constituents, are demanding. Solutions like fixing our power grid, so no more Texans die in their homes in extreme cold or extreme heat because the state can't keep the power on. Solutions like expanding access to affordable health care in a state that has the highest rate of uninsured in the entire nation, so Texans don't get sick and die prematurely from untreated chronic conditions that are very treatable if they simply had access to health care. And the governor could begin to lead on COVID-19. We know, unfortunately, that in Texas, only 43% of the population is fully vaccinated. We have plateaued in vaccinations in Texas. And cases are up, hospitalizations are up. This new Delta variant is highly transmissible, and that is driving the spread of COVID-19 anew in communities throughout Texas. And the unvaccinated population is particularly vulnerable and susceptible to that. And Ms. Thompson wanted me to assure people, because one of the news networks mixed it up the other day, but she's perfectly fine and healthy. Yeah. And we're so glad she's with us today. That's right, has not been sick at all. But unfortunately, too many people around the country, including in our beloved state of Texas, are getting sick because they are not vaccinated. And so the governor could use his platform and his leadership to lead a charge to overcome the immense vaccine hesitancy that we're seeing in populations around the state of Texas, to get people protected, to keep people out of hospitals, and to save people's lives. Those are the things the governor should be focused on. Those are the things that all of us would be more than willing to sit down with him and any other Republican colleague and work on together to find solutions that work for our constituents. So to conclude my comments, we hope the governor will set aside the partisan politics. We hope he'll put away his blackmail threat with Article 10 of the budget, and we hope he'll work with us on real solutions. In the meantime, and until he does, we are committed to continue our fight to protect the freedom to vote for all Texans. We're going to continue to use our voices here in Washington, D.C., and we're halfway there, and we're looking forward to finishing the second half. And now it's my privilege to introduce my good friend and the chairman of the Mexican-American Legislative Caucus from Dallas, Chairman Rafael Anchia.
Thank you, Chris. And I want to thank the brave Texans and American patriots behind me. When we met with Vice President Harris, she made it a point to call out this patriotic defense of the freedom to vote by the members that I am proud to stand with today. I wanted to just let you know a couple of things. First, that the Mexican-American Legislative Caucus is the oldest and largest Latino legislative caucus in the country, and we have over 40 members in the Texas legislature. And we are united as a group to fight the unrelenting attacks against American democracy. We feel that these attacks are really unprecedented, especially coming from within. We haven't seen anything like this since the Civil War, and they're unconscionable. People who overtly are trying to subvert democracy, whether they be insurrectionist or passing anti-voter bills in furtherance of the big lie. And this anti-voter legislation, I wish I could say it was novel, but it has darkened the doorstep of many state capitals throughout the country. And we have, in Texas, long suffered from anti-voter attacks from the Texas legislature. In fact, during the last decade alone, 3 different federal courts across this country have found the Texas legislature in violation of the voting rights of Texas, not once, not twice, but 10 times, repeatedly, in both strict photo identification and in gerrymandering and rigging the rules, essentially, of our elections. And so when we come to this current session, where again we have bill after bill after bill filed in the Texas legislature, more anti-voter bills, more bills that attempt to restrict the freedom to vote than the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th states combined. We had to take bold, necessary action to stop these bills, and that included having to leave the state from during the regular session, leaving the chamber during the regular session to pass a bill that even Republicans have now walked away from. Even they have disavowed provisions that they were willing to put in the middle of the night and were willing to pass, not only pass, but also defend on both the Senate and the House floor. Now they're saying they don't know how it got in the bill, even though they talked about it on the House and Senate floor. Now they're saying that there were typos. Now they're saying it should have been AM as opposed to PM. And they walked back those draconian anti-voter measures. And so that in the regular, the special session, just to set the stage, we had the brave members of this caucus sit through 24 hours of testimony from concerned Texans. That was 6-1 against these anti-voter bills. And people who came from all over the state to express their concerns about the attacks on our democracy. Republicans did not even let the bill sit out for the 24 hours that our constituents came and testified against the bill. They immediately, and on a partisan basis, and without any Democratic amendments, passed that bill. With no regret, no remorse, and in furtherance of the big lie. So we really had no choice but to take this bold action. And we would really love to be back with our constituents in Texas. We love Texas. And we love this country. And we would ask Republicans like Greg Abbott and Dan Patrick to put politics aside. Greg Abbott, stop worrying about your reelect. Stop running for President of the United States. It's the worst kept secret in Austin. Let's not pretend that the special session agenda is anything but a paid political commercial for you. So let's stop with the politics, and instead let's work on a bipartisan basis on a bill that strengthens our democracy in Texas, which is one of the states that is hardest to vote in. And because we were rebuffed from that, we had to come to Washington to fight for meaningful federal protections, for meaningful federal voting rights legislation that would protect the vote of millions of Texans. And so this week we pivoted. In addition to doing our work on Capitol Hill, meeting with members of the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate, we also heard from secretaries of state from across the country who, instead of attacking people's freedom to vote, are helping eligible voters in their states gain greater access to voting through online voter registration, expanded vote by mail, drive-through voting, and to make our elections more accessible and more safe. And it's time for Congress to listen to these brave patriots behind me, and to listen to a vast majority of the country, by the way, who are demanding us to pass federal pro-voter legislation that stops anti-vote, anti-democratic, and autocratic governors like Greg Abbott, who are deliberately erecting barriers to our freedom to vote because they engage in politics and fear the outcome of future elections. Thank you. And it is my great fortune to now introduce a sister in arms, someone with whom I get to work closely on a daily basis, and a fantastic Texan and representative of her community from Tarrant County, and that is the Honorable Nicole Collier, head of the Texas Legislative Black Caucus.
Thank you, Chair and Chia, for the information.
And just a heads up, some of our viewers are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break.
Legislators from other states like Arizona and Georgia, and what we learned is that Texas has been giving out the playbook. There is a concerted effort across this country to mimic the restrictive laws that Texas has implemented when it comes down to your right to vote. So we're here in Washington because it's not just about Texas, it's about America. But today I wanted to just take a little time to talk about the human factors that are part of this movement, and why we're so committed to making sure that no matter what the risk is, and no matter the sacrifice, we will continue this fight. Now, you know that there's members of our caucus who represent solid blue districts, and then there's those who represent purple districts. And you know, what I notice and admire about them is how they've held their position to protect the freedom to vote. above any title that they have now. And that's because they know, like I do, that this fight is not about us. We know it's about people like Crystal Mason, who we had the pleasure of hearing from earlier this week over Zoom. Now, Crystal Mason faces a 5-year prison sentence for submitting a provisional ballot that didn't even get counted. This is while she was on federal supervised release. Now, Crystal was never notified about her ineligibility to vote. And then also, we've heard about the recent story of Hervis Rogers. Now, Hervis Rogers waited 6 hours at Texas Southern University to cast his ballot. He finally voted at 1 a.m., and this was in the March 2020 primary. But this was only 3 months before his probation ended. Now, he made national news for being the last person in Texas to vote after working 2 jobs. But 15 months later, while the country watches the attack on our right to vote, Hervis Rogers is made an example by Republicans to support their big lie. Now, keep in mind, you heard the hypocrisy that Representative Anchia mentioned, and this is even further evidence of the hypocrisy. While we live in a state where our own Republican Attorney General has been under indictment for fraud himself. If only justice was swift. But Texans are subject to criminal prosecution in multiple years, prisons, sentences for making honest mistakes while voting. It's shameful. So we will not stop fighting for Crystal Mason, Hervis Rogers, or anyone else in the same situation until we can continue to protect the freedom to vote for you and for all of America. At this time, I'll turn it over to Chair Turner to take the question and answer time.
Thank you, Chair Collier. Thank you, Chairman Anchia. We'll be happy to take a few questions. We'll start, and we again have journalists joining us via Zoom. We will address questions in the room first and then go to Zoom. Anyone in the room? Sir?
Give us an update on the COVID situation. I know you all took some tests. Were there any more positives? Are you all negative? And do you hope to start in-person meetings again?
Yeah, thanks for the question. The question, for anyone who didn't hear, update on the COVID situation. So there have been no new positives in the last 3 days. The last positive was Tuesday for a total of 6 in our group. We continue to do rapid testing daily for all members and support staff who are here with us. And they've all been negative for the last 3 days. So I should say that the members who did test positive are all doing very well. They are quarantining in their rooms, so I think their biggest challenge is perhaps going a little stir crazy, understandably. But we are making sure that people are bringing them food and books and other things to kind of occupy their time. But in terms of their health, they're all suffering very mild symptoms or no symptoms at all. In addition, as Representative Cole just reminded me, we had George Washington Hospital come in the other day, contracted with them to do PCR testing, which is the more accurate testing for everybody involved, and that also did not reveal any additional cases. So we're proceeding, we're being cautious, we're going beyond CDC guidelines to protect the health and safety of our members, staff, the hotel staff, and others in the hotel, and but we feel good about where we are. So.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I just want to emphasize to the press, I'm Symphonia Thompson, that I have been vaccinated and I've never been ill, I've never gotten COVID, I've never got any of the variants. I know they went out over the news wire, but I am healthy, very healthy.
Yes.
And we are so grateful for that. So, yes, ma'am. No, not at all. Look, we're in continuous contact with the White House. In fact, I've been trading phone calls with them today. We have a great partnership with the White House. We're fortunate to have a lot of Texans working in the White House that a lot of us already knew from years past. And look, the Vice President of the United States has met twice now with Democratic members of the Texas House and Senate just in the last 5-week period. Which is, frankly, an extraordinary statement about the important work Democrats in the Texas legislature are doing with respect to voting rights. So we have a great relationship with the White House. Obviously, we'd welcome the opportunity to have additional meetings, including with the president, but we'll just stay in touch with them, and we look forward to continuing to work with them. What's important is our shared commitment between members of our caucus, President Biden, Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, James Clyburn, and other congressional leaders to passing strong federal voting rights legislation to protect the right to vote, protect the freedom to vote for all Americans.
Chris, if I can follow up.
Sure.
Just to add one data point for you, that on the date of our first quorum break, the president, who is the leader of the free world and president of 330 million people in this country, turned his gaze to the Texas Democrats, who, in their walkout, he acknowledged our efforts, and we know that deep in his heart he has a great reverence for voting rights, and that's been communicated to us very, very clearly. The last thing I'd mention is that the day after our arrival, he gave his historic speech at Freedom Hall, and I don't think it was any coincidence that our activities over the last 5 weeks have helped him sort of comment favorably on what we're doing.
Yes, Kara, go ahead and give us some of the questions from Zoom.
And just another heads up, some of our viewers once again going to see one last 2-minute break here in the end of this hour.
So, thank you for the question, Eleanor. There are 56 members of the Texas House Democratic Caucus who have signed letters locking their voting machines in the Texas House and instructing the House not to unlock them until we've given them permission to return. We have over 50 Democrats with us here in Washington, and we have well more than enough members to maintain this historic quorum break and to continue our fight for the freedom to vote for all Texans and for all Americans.
Diane with CNN asks, halfway through the special session, what do you feel are your tangible accomplishments aside from stopping the current special?
Okay. Thanks, Diane. Well, the first tangible accomplishment is we have halted all progress in this current special session, which was our primary goal when we left. So, as I say, we're halfway into it and halfway to our goal. So it's a major milestone that we celebrate today. In addition, there is no question, as Chairman Anchia just said, that our collective voices in this caucus have elevated the issue of the urgent need for federal voting rights protections now. And we have heard that repeatedly from congressional leaders over the course of last week and this week in our meetings with them, that our presence here, our strong actions both at the end of May and especially now in this special session, have accelerated the urgency for Washington to act and get legislation to President Biden's desk for his signature. So we feel like we are making definitive progress, and we're going to keep at it.
And then Jasper with the Houston Chronicle asks, if Governor Abbott does restore funding for Article 10, are there any ways Republicans could amend House Bill 3 to make it more acceptable?
Well, there's a lot of ways they can amend House Bill 3 to make it more acceptable. The good news is they don't have to start from scratch, because Democrats have been providing them those ideas for months, going back to the regular session. But the reality is that Republicans so far have consistently rejected those efforts. We've said you can't have unfettered access for partisan poll watchers to roam around polling places and harass voters and election officials. But they keep that in the bill, and further they say someone who does that, potentially committing a felony, gets a warning first before they're even removed. They continue to make it harder to vote by mail. They make it harder to apply for a ballot by mail. They make it impossible to do drive-through voting or conduct overnight voting. What they should do is say, you know what, our elections are safe, our elections are secure. Those are the words of their Secretary of State, Greg Abbott's Secretary of State. And we don't need to pass a bill that's based on a lie. This bill is based on a lie that Donald Trump somehow lost the last election due to widespread voter fraud, which everyone knows is false. And until Republicans are willing to stand up to Trump and stand up to the big lie, we're going to continue to have this problem. So that's ultimately a problem they're going to have to fix. Yeah, Justin, well, what we've said repeatedly is that we are committed to killing this bill for this session and using this time to use our voices on Capitol Hill and in Washington to advance the national conversation around national federal voting rights legislation. So that's our plan. That's what we've said from day one. That's what we're going to continue to do. Again, I refer back to my earlier comments with what Greg Abbott should do with respect to this special session or any future special sessions. You ought to focus on the real priorities facing our state: health care, COVID-19, the grid, and when he does that, we'll look forward to working with him.
And last question, and this is both from Emily with the Dallas Morning News and Priscilla with NBC asking similar ones. What is the plan for next week? Do you all anticipate holding events virtually, or will we see more in-person events or meetings?
Sure. Thank you for that question. And let me just say, reflecting on this week we are concluding today, we have had an excellent voting rights conference that our members have participated in each day, Monday through Friday. And it's been very instructive to our members, and it's given us a lot of good ideas to be able to interact with policymakers from other states, secretaries of state, other state legislators, and leaders on the issue of voting rights to understand new policies we can bring back to Texas. And hopefully our Republican colleagues will work with us to make it easier to cast a ballot, easier to register to vote in Texas, where it's already very difficult to do so. So we've had a very productive week this week. Next week, we do anticipate continuing our meetings here in Washington. I anticipate it'll be certainly starting out some virtual meetings, and we'll look forward to hopefully being able to do some in-person meetings as well. In addition, I want to add, and perhaps another member would like to comment on a personal experience on this. What our members have been doing in terms of serving their districts, they have been working incredibly hard in staying in touch with their districts throughout these last 2 weeks. I know I did a virtual town hall meeting last night with my constituents in Arlington and Grand Prairie. I know a lot of other members have done the same. Different county delegations have come together to do those types of outreach events. So that kind of work is continuing, and members are keeping up with updating their constituents and letting them know why we're here, what we're doing, and addressing a variety of other issues unrelated to the current special session back in their districts. Representative Crockett wants to share a.
I am Jasmine Crockett, State Representative for House District 100 in the heart of Dallas. And, I think the elephant in the room, we already heard a couple of questions as it relates to COVID-19. As you can see, we are going far beyond what is required of us. And that also includes our service as well. We have gone far beyond what probably many of our Republican colleagues are doing, to be perfectly honest. We are not only making sure that we study up and we know what we're talking about when we talk about this bill, unlike so many of our Republican colleagues. We also understand the impact that these bills will have on real people, and we're able to communicate that not only to our constituency, but also to lawmakers on the federal level. So many of them have benefited from us being present here and explaining to them how Texas is different, say, from West Virginia, and how much more difficult it is to vote in Texas versus West Virginia already. We also are making sure that our constituents do not feel neglected, because there is a rhetoric that for whatever reason we have run away. We have not run away. I am actually a lot more tired than I probably would have been if we were in session, because we are working day and night, because we are fighting for democracy, and not just for Texans, but for the entire country. We have talked with lawmakers throughout this country that are thankful to us for what we're doing, because some of them aren't necessarily in situations where a quorum break would even be possible. So along with that, when it comes to communicating with our constituency, we are very active on social media. I answer all DMs on all social media platforms. We're doing Instagram Lives. We are doing Facebook Lives. We obviously had our MSNBC town hall on Monday. So the one thing that we don't have to talk about is us working, because that is not up for debate. And we will continue to work until this bill is killed, and we will deal with the next chapter when we get there.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Thank you very much, Representative Crockett, and thank you all for being with us today as we mark the halfway point in this special session, and we look forward to visiting again next week. Thank you. Thanks.
And there you have it, Texas Democrats still in D.C. there as they continue to try to fight for against some of those election bills that Republicans are trying to push through. Some of our viewers just left us, but we continue to roll on here as we give you more updates and stories from across the country. Do want to say thanks so much for being here with us. We do have a live look here at the Dow as we've been staying pretty consistent above that 200 mark, and we are just only a few short hours away from that end of the day bell that will also wrap up a week which started off in the red. You can remember Monday we were down nearly 800 points. Now it's looking like we've been recovering a little bit here this week. So once again, thanks to all of our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox. The COVID-19 pandemic has certainly put a toll on many people, especially when it comes to those planned trips, including fishing trips just north of the American border out to Canada. But now the Canadian border is set to reopen for fully vaccinated Americans in the beginning of August. I'm bringing in Dan Lehman as we talk about getting ready for fishing trips in Canada. And so, Dan, let's just first kind of get into how you have been handling this COVID-19 pandemic. Obviously, a lot of your business comes from those Americans coming up to do their fishing trips each and every single year.
Well, certainly in our part of Canada and in Northern Ontario, virtually all the resorts are reliant on Americans. And so we've been doing kind of the same thing everybody else did. Last year, completely shut down. This year, trying to ramp up slowly, hoping the border would open. And obviously we did get that okay to open on August 9th. Now it's just getting our guests aware what the restrictions are, what the requirements are, so that they can cross the border without any issue. Certainly they're traveling from all over the U.S. They don't want to get to the border and then be unable to get across.
Yeah, so let's just kind of go over that. Fully vaccinated Americans can cross the border coming August 9th, but they do have to have that second dose done at least 2 weeks ahead of time. And that also means that they have to have proof of the COVID-19 negative tests as well. There's a lot of things that they have to do to get things in place. What are you hearing from some of the people who have their vacations booked with you guys?
It's kind of mixed. The majority of the people are vaccinated, and then they're past their 2 weeks, so they're good there. And we're just making them aware of exactly what kind of test they need to take, which is that 72-hour PCR test or 72-hour window for their PCR test. They can't take any quick tests like an antigen test. That's not going to work with the customs agent. Canada has a nice little app that you have to use. You have to go on and register on ArriveCan, it's called. You're going to let them know exactly when and which border crossing you're going to be at. That way they're at least a little bit prepared for who's going to be there and when they're going to be there, because I'm sure there's going to be some long lines those first few days.
And for some people who may not be familiar with the environment that is in Ontario for fishermen, let's just kind of describe what you guys have up there, because it can be a lot of great fishing that you can get done in Canada.
Yeah, it's really a great area, and being someone who grew up in Minnesota and was used to those Minnesota lakes, as soon as you cross the border, it's really a different experience. You're either going to see bigger lakes like the lake that we're on, which is Lake of the Woods. Really lots to water to get out and fish on. Some 14,000 islands, creating all kinds of great structure and fishing opportunities. Then you're going to see other places a little bit different than us, but still in the same general area, really remote lakes, either difficult to get to by any kind of road, but a lot of them are going to have fly-in only, and those are great experiences too. Very different in this part of the world in that it's there's not homes surrounding the lakes, and it's a real pristine environment.
Yeah, and it just seems like, too, as you mentioned, the environment's different, but then also the fish there seem to be a little bit different. What are people catching when they're doing these fishing trips with you at Duck Bay Lodge?
So most of our guests are going to go out guided because the fish are certainly moving around the lake through different structures and different depths, and then they're switching species. So here on Lake of the Woods, muskies are the big trophy fish that people want to come and fish for, and it can be elusive. They don't tend to gather in groups like other species do. They'll just be like one in a small area, and they're very territorial. So the guides are great for putting you on those. And then of course people are wanting to come up and walleye fish, smallmouth fish, fish for other pike, and at least turn some of those into to shore lunches.
Right. There are some restrictions then, of course, on what you're able to bring back to the U.S., but I'm sure when you catch it and you have it that same day or that same evening, there's nothing quite like being able to eat that fresh fish that you just caught that day.
Yeah, that's definitely popular. The guides here at Duck Bay Lodge are going to not only put people on the fish, but lunchtime rolls around, they're going to take care of preparing everything, and it's as fresh as it can be.
So let's just kind of talk about ways you guys are now preparing for these visitors to come back. Obviously, you've had to do a lot of conversations about these restrictions and what things they're going to have in order to be able to keep that reservation with you guys.
Yeah, so for them, we've really tried to send out as much information as possible and really make sure that they understand what's going to be expected when they get to the border, have questions coming in, where you're really not sure where they're getting that information. They're concerned whether or not if they get into Canada, are they going to be allowed back into the U.S. because the U.S. isn't ready to let Canadians across. But of course, that's not going to be the issue for anybody who's a U.S. citizen. If you show up at the border and want to come back, you're going to get back into the U.S. And then the other things, just like we've been doing across the U.S. and Canada, there's lots of little protocols that will still be in place for dining and things like that, and we'll be prepared to do those as requested by the province.
And you can only hope that then once September rolls around, even more restrictions start to loosen, that you guys are able to continue to have these guests come. And I'm sure that you encourage people who aren't able maybe to get that second dose of their vaccine to make the trip this year. You say, hey, plan ahead, because that's what a lot of these fishermen have to do, is that go into next year's reservations.
Yep. So I don't think we've had really anybody cancel permanently. If anything, this year isn't going to work out for whatever reason. Either they're not vaccinated, or people in their party aren't vaccinated, or they're concerned about getting that PCR test and getting the results back, because you have to have those results when you get to the border. And virtually every one of those who hasn't been able to make it has just pushed their trip to next year, because it's getting up to this part of the world and making these trips it's special for them. Many of our guests have been coming here for decades, and one lull of a couple of years isn't going to stop them from getting up here in the future.
Right. Yeah, I know. As we chatted before, my dad, a huge fisherman, loves to take trips up to Canada. As you said, it's just a different environment. You get to really dive into some of these great bodies of water. So hopefully people can continue to do so, not only into this fall, but also plan ahead for next year. And Dan, just want to say thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I hope that people are able to get their doses ahead of their trip to come see you at Duck Bay Lodge.
Me too. Thanks for having me.
Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more news stories your way after that. And welcome back to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue to give you stories happening across our country. Since COVID-19 cases continue to rise, it's been a focus for many of our different counties and state leaders, especially when it comes to going back to school. So speaking of school, we're going to head out to Minnesota, where we do have Governor Walz. He is touring a school and praising educators on their response during the COVID-19 pandemic. Plus, he does answer some extra reporter questions afterwards. So let's jump into that here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Has once again put down their marker that public schools matter in our state, and we could not be prouder to be serving in this capacity along with our partners up in St. Paul. So with that, Governor Walz.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Well, thank you, Superintendent Peterson. Principal Rusted, thank you. To our school boards, which I'm going to say some more about because of what we asked you to do this year. Representative Frederick, thank you for the work of working together. And then, of course, Dr. Mueller. It's good to be back, and I like to say good to be back. The Commissioner and I were talking. We're the class of '96 in teaching in this. And Superintendent Peterson is exactly right. This is a community that cares deeply about their children. It's a community that invests across the board in their children, and it's some of the strongest public schools in the country, and we're just incredibly proud. We're here for a couple reasons. First and foremost, to give a thank you. Thank you to the students who endured an incredible year and a half, and to the staff, both the teachers, the educational support staff, the building administrators, to say thank you. When we put together, in conjunction with our educational leaders and with our communities, the Safe Learning Plan, the goal was very clear: to protect the health and safety of our students and staff, and to make sure that we did everything we could to make sure that students were given opportunities to learn, both content learning and then what we all know is so important, that social emotional learning. And listening to Superintendent Peterson talk about that these kids in this building were in-person learning most of the year and had opportunities. But what we all know, parents had different situations. COVID was hitting places at a different rate, and parents needed to make decisions whether their children would be home or would be in person. And what we asked of these educational leaders was to figure out a way to make that possible to everyone. And I said this as a 20-year teacher, as the father of an 8th grader last year. I don't know how they did it some days, but they did. And they created incredible learning opportunities. And watching this summer, talking about learning enhancement and learning acceleration, that's what we're excited about. So we really feel like these students, their parents, these educators, the support staff, and the school board, who was asked to make incredibly difficult decisions, they had our children's back. And I'm just pleased to say, with Luke and with some of our folks who were advocating and knew what these communities looked like and what they needed, we're very proud that we were able to create a budget that's centered on children post-COVID, that had a it's been a couple decades since we've seen the type of investment in education, but also some of the ability to innovate and moving the COVID relief dollars and the American Rescue Plan dollars to allow educational leaders and local communities to decide how they were going to do that. And I would just highlight, we've heard this all across the state. We were in Nisswa yesterday. We were up in Brainerd a day or so before that. And one of the things we heard, it seems like the littlest of things, but I think Minnesotans, it's something where we can learn from COVID. We know there were challenges, and we know there was heartache and tragedy, but we also know that we learned during it. We also found out how resilient our kids are, how resilient our teachers are, but we learned better ways of delivery. And one of the things that just struck me listening to superintendents talk about this is that the ability to use the relief dollars in a manner that was a little broader than what we're used to, and especially for summer programming, to be able to add transportation and other things to that. I'm hearing leaders in Duluth, they are convinced that their summer attendance was up over 30% simply based on that ability to move the kids there. And when you think about that, we've got little ones, we know what they get out of this, we know the impact it makes, that they weren't attending a safe, nurturing place where they could thrive. They weren't doing that simply because we weren't providing transportation to getting them there. And I want to just be very clear. This is set up in the funding of the biennium funding in terms of the regular budget that the legislature passed. That will continue, of course, for the several years. But these COVID dollars, this will not be just this summer. It will be the next summer also. So we're going to take this group of kids from this through the school year into the next school year. And the idea there is the enhancement we get out of this brings them to level, brings them to thrive, gets them back in that safe, nurturing environment, and to make that happen. And then I think I'm going to make the case, and the commissioner is much more eloquent than I am about this, that we remove those barriers to access. We start having these high expectations. We start closing achievement gaps. We start hiring teachers of color that look like the students they're in front of. We start doing those things, and we start to see that achievement that we really want to see. So I would hope folks are starting to show and to be able to see results from this, that this is not a one-shot injection of money. It is going to be a point where we start to do things now in a different manner that gets the results we want to, trusting our local leaders. So this is exciting. It's good. It's a thanks to both the legislature, the people of Minnesota, in terms of that they've invested in this, and also to the smart work at the federal level and to President Biden on these Recovery Act dollars. They're making a difference in our students' lives. They're making a difference in our families. And I always say, during COVID, one of the things I was most proud of is several outside independent groups like Save the Children and Children's Defense Fund looked at all 50 states, and they looked at the well-being of children, how much food security they had, housing security, what were they doing in terms of education, what was their access to health, all of those things, and they ranked the 50 states, and Minnesota came out first in that we protected our child care services, we protected our schools, we protected our children, we protected those educators, and we did it in a manner that was consistent with what both the science was saying and what we knew there would be a day that looked like this. So I'm just incredibly grateful. Thank you for having us. We knew that this is what had happened, that these folks would take this and run. And during this whole time, I am grateful that the person that was leading this effort, that was bringing a whole of government emphasis around moving through COVID and protecting our children, was our Commissioner of Education and, of course, a longtime Mankato teacher and administrator, Dr. Heather Mueller.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to echo Governor Walz's thank you. Thank you very much, Superintendent Peterson, Principal Roosted, board member. We really appreciate your time and effort, and also Representative Frederick. And so we just are thankful to be able to be back and in Mankato. But I think one of the things that you've heard most is in this conversation, you've heard children, right, who are out and about, who are learning, who are active, and who have the opportunity to be really positive and together and building those relationships. And we know that that was one of the things that the governor and lieutenant governor prioritized from the very beginning. When we talked about the Safe Learning Plan, we talked about the safety, health, and wellness of our students, staff, and family, and to use the science to really determine how it is we were going to be able to help to support students continue that high quality education. And we knew that we wanted to be able to maintain relationships. And as we walked through that year, we knew that the governor and lieutenant governor put forward a budget as well as a policy proposal that really allowed us to be thoughtful about continuity of learning, thinking about where we start this summer, how do we move that into the following school year, what do we look like the next summer, and then how is that going to go back into the next following year. It really provides opportunities and strategies for our school leaders to really be thoughtful in each of our communities to help to determine what each community needs, because we know that we want to have equal access, but we also know that every single community looks different. And that means that they have the opportunity to choose as they think through the funding of those dollars. It allows our students to come back together. And what the governor had talked a little bit about, and what we've heard also Superintendent Peterson talk about, is the ability to utilize those funds in some ways, like in transportation. And I think what we've always talked about historically is that access somehow seems to be the ceiling. We're all striving toward access, and I think that that's a misnomer. Really what we mean is that access is the floor. That is where every single student should start, and that is a given. And then from there, we need to build on participation and representation. What you've heard here is that we have more students who not only have access, but because they have access, they are participating. And because they are participating, you are seeing representation of our students. And so that continues to be a really important piece. The $75 million from the ARP funds that the governor identified to help support our preschool programs, to help to support expanded learning opportunities in field trips and thinking and being thoughtful about hands-on learning opportunities and experiences, to help to support mental health of not only our students but of our staff. And then the funding that was identified not only in the general fund but also looking forward into the following school year and recognizing that this all ties together. And so we're deeply grateful for our school leaders, for our teachers, and for all of our staff members and our students and our families for the work that you've done over the school year and what we are going to be doing as we move forward. We know that it's not easy. We know that it's not going to be easy again, but we know that we also have the support of a governor who believes in education, who has lived in education and has a passion for that. And for that, I think we are truly lucky. And with that, I would like to hand it over to Representative Frederick.
Hi, my name is Luke Frederick, State Representative for the Mankato, Eagle Lake, and Skyline area. I just want to thank the Governor for coming down. I appreciate your leadership, especially during the last 18 months. It has been one heck of an unprecedented challenge. Serving on the Behavioral Health and the Human Services Committees, there's been a lot of conversations about mental health and how we can help people. And the sooner that we can help Minnesotans from the top of the state to the bottom, the better off they're going to be. And some of that help starts in the schools, starts early on in life, making sure that we're supporting them in every possible way that we can, whether that's just a full belly, that they have access to good nutrition and a roof over their head. Those basic things are incredibly important, because if they have to worry about those things, then being able to get and absorb that really outstanding education is just that much more of a challenge. So I think the investments that we were making in the state is a good starting ground. I would say it's not a ceiling. That really resonated with me, and I think that's an excellent way to phrase it. We need to keep building, keep doing better, and I think under the leadership that we have, we're going to do a really good job. So thank you again. Thank you, everybody.
Well, thank you, Representative Frederick. I will say this, he's being very humble in this, something that doesn't get mentioned, and one of the lessons we learned in state government is 24 state agencies siloed up is not the best way to do it. We created the Children's Cabinet early on, which meant that the Commissioner of Education was not only working with the Commissioner of Health during COVID, she was working with the Commissioner of Transportation, she was working with others. And one of the things of the committee that Representative Frederick is on, and these are independent folks, and it was done in a bipartisan Democrat and Republican manner, that the Health and Human Services budget, especially focusing on our most vulnerable and our children, is by all accounts now, the verdict is coming in on this, is quite possibly the best budget that has ever been passed. And it's a testament to that we still can get along, we still can work together. They made massive investments in reimbursement rates for child care. And we knew when COVID first started, one of the industries we needed to protect was so critically important was the child care, because you can't have doctors go back to work or police or firefighters go back to work if their children don't have a safe place to go. So focusing on child care and pumping those resources into that also was a big issue. And what we're seeing across the country now, states that did not do that are starting to see that they can't hire workers. And one of the main reasons that you can't hire workers when you ask folks is parents have nowhere to take their children. There's no safe learning environments for them. So this was both, one, about protecting the children. It was, two, about protecting our economy. And this bill that they passed, Minnesota had ranked at the very bottom in reimbursement rates to child care providers before this session. And I believe we doubled or close to doubled the rate of reimbursement. So we moved ourselves clear back up on that. That'll make folks do this, and that's where we want kids to be. So we're just grateful to be here. Again, Superintendent, thank you. We're very proud of this district. We're very proud of the work it's done. We're very proud of Minnesota's communities and how they support education. And again, our future, it's not a cliche, our future depends on it. So glad to answer any questions.
Yeah, first question. Kind of were already asked it, but what is the likelihood with the Delta variant, running so much? What is the likelihood of seeing those COVID protocols taking place again?
Yeah, and you had a little one ask this question. It's good. No, it's really good, and it's because when we need to focus on them, we're concerned as the nation's concerned. Minnesota still, I believe, is 48th or 49th in test positivity. We're in a very good spot. One of the reasons for that is as we said in January, we were in a race against that spike back in the March to May timeframe about vaccinations. We were one of the 15 states to cross the 70% threshold. We are still moving up in that, and that has blunted it. But the stark reality of it is the Delta variant is much more contagious. And what we're seeing in states, and I saw the governor of Alabama came out today pretty harshly and told people to get this thing done. We're concerned. We're concerned that if we have communities and areas that are a large percentage of unvaccinated folks, they are going to be incredibly vulnerable to this. And what that ends up doing is it puts vulnerability into our children. These little ones don't have the option of getting vaccinated yet. They don't have the choice. There's kind of a perverted sense of privilege to say I'm not going to get it because it puts an incredible burden on everyone else. So we're going to continue to push on the vaccine. We're going to continue to learn lessons. The interesting thing about COVID is you can look at other states and it's like a time machine. You know where you could end up unless you make some changes. And we know there's things that impact it. Vaccination rate impacts it. Social distancing and being outside impacts it. Masks do make a difference. And so as we look to the fall and we look to the CDC guidance, one of the things we're going to do, and I think what you'll probably see is a more regionalized approach with local leaders having to make some decisions. And I say having to because I'm not going to act like this is going to be an easy situation. For all those who were concerned about the emergency powers or whatever, I have no authority to do a mask mandate, even if we go up. Now you've got Republican governors asking for these things in states as the Delta variant went up. I think Minnesota's in a good spot where we can maintain this locally. I do think there are going to be pockets where we're going to need to do that. And again, we will follow CDC guidance as it comes about the masking of our children in their schools. But I'm right with them. I'm our little learner who said she's tired of it. I couldn't agree more. The thing is being tired of it. End this thing. Get your vaccine and end it. We're counting on you now. 70% of the folks over are done with this. You need to add to that number. Get this thing done. Over 3 billion people have had this. There are almost no instances of adverse reactions. Right now in the state of Minnesota, every single one of our deaths since the 5th of May is an unvaccinated person. 99.7% of the hospitalization.
All right, guys, we've been listening in with Governor Walz here making some remarks as they continue to fight COVID-19 and focus also on all those educators who have had to deal with some social distance learning, also in-home learning. So what we're going to do, though, is head on out to some breaking news that we have coming in here to our desk. Just turn that chopper audio off. Obviously, we're not getting any audio there, but this is a live look as we do have police investigating. You can see this is a wide shot right now, but in that parking lot, we do have a heavy police presence as they're investigating a homicide that happened in this grocery store parking lot. So Richardson Police Department detectives investigating this. It happened around noon local time. Officers responded to the Tom Thumb parking lot after receiving 911 calls that a man had approached a parked pickup truck and fired a gun multiple times. Then sole occupant in the truck, there was one person inside of that truck who was shot, and the suspect then fled the scene in a vehicle. Now, paramedics had arrived on scene and did transport the victim to the hospital where, unfortunately, it was a female and she did succumb to her injuries and was pronounced deceased. Now, information obtained by detectives indicates that the suspect and the victim did know each other. And, of course, the identity of that victim not being released quite yet until a family has been notified. But detectives are working on some active leads, and the suspect has not been located at this time. So they are saying if you have information, you're down there in that area, please contact police. But you can see here again, this is a large grocery store, and in the parking lot is where this incident did take place. So once again, taking this live look as our Skyfox is flying above. And again, this is some breaking news happening out of Texas. And now you can see exactly the location of where this incident did take place, where our police presence is over here to the side corner of the lot. And again, these police have said that they have a few leads that they've been following up on. And there you can see police using a drone as well. So a lot of technology has changed the way police conduct their work. So this is a live look. We wanted to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, we're always trying to get you out to the latest breaking news and events that happen across our country. So our chopper following this drone along, but again, we were out at this breaking news here for you. We do also want to give you another look. Hey, we do have other breaking news that's also going on. This coming to us from Minnesota. So another Skyfox up in the air, giving us a look at what is a crane collapse. And as soon as we zoom out, you're able to just see quite the mess that's going to have to be cleaned up, as they again are out here showing us this live look. Now, a picture submitted by a follower did say that this crane collapsed in the last hour. This is in Minnesota. There's no injuries being reported at this time. Several, though, surrounding area is without power because of this collapse, possibly. And temperatures today going to be climbing up into the 90s, so not something you want to deal with, especially with that humidity. It just makes everything feel a little bit hotter. But you can see here, this crane collapsing out here on this construction site. Looks like earlier when we saw it, and they zoomed into the base of that crane, it looks like it had just completely, the base had just completely tipped over, which then sent everything else tumbling down. You can see it has taken out that corner wing of the top part of that construction of the building, and it does look like it did also damage the roof as well. So it looks like this could be some apartments, and once more, this is, we're trying to work on getting more information, but this is a live picture of Skyfox up in the air as they are outside of the Minneapolis area, giving us this look at this crane collapse. So just a few different pieces of news we wanted to bring to you here on our stream, and we'll of course try to continue to get you updates on anything new that could develop from those stories, and of course other stories happening all across the country. But I'm going to send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to be talking with Mrs. International. We're going to play out that piece where she's talking about passing along the crown to this year's winner. Much more again after 2 minutes. All right, guys, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I was going to take us back out to Minnesota. The chopper is leaving now, but we did get a little bit more information. That chopper was flying above that crane collapse that was out in Blaine, Minnesota, which is just a little bit north of the Minneapolis area. It's still a suburb, though, of that Minneapolis city and metro area. But they did say that nearly 900 customers in that area were without power. Again, it's going to be a little bit of a warm day for those folks out there in Minnesota, especially if they are without power for a length of time. But we will, of course, if we get more live breaking news coming to our desk, take you out to it. I'm still seeing on our radar, we're dealing with strong storms happening here in the Phoenix metro area, but also across central and southern Arizona. There are a lot of flash flood warnings. Again, we had that incident just yesterday where a 4-year-old unfortunately is still missing. So crews are trying to find her after her family got stuck with their car. They were standing on top of their car when some flash floods had hit, and they were being pulled along with that stream. And some family members were able to be saved, but unfortunately a 4-year-old girl is still missing. So flash flooding is not a joke. A lot of people just warn you. If you see some water on a roadway, if you're seeing it start to get a little bit deeper, just turn around. Don't try to drive through it. Don't try to make your way into it because it could possibly pull your car away. So, of course, we'll be keeping an eye on these storms for a lot of our Arizona viewers as it continues to hit here in our region. New winner will be crowned as Mrs. International 2021. I'm bringing in the current, though, reigning crown title holder. We have Ashley Ray Klinger joining us from Tennessee. And Ashley, let's just talk first about this past incredible year that you've had as the title holder. You've done so many great things holding this title.
Thank you. Yes, we are back here in Kingsport, Tennessee once again. I was here 1 year ago when I was crowned Mrs. International 2020. And then I spent my year representing my platform, Be a Foster, which I know we'll talk a little bit about. But now we're back here crowning Mrs. International 2021. And she will do exactly what I did, spend the next year promoting a cause, an organization, her platform that she is very passionate about and she believes can make a difference in this world.
So let's talk about the pageant this year. There's so many incredible women from across the states here. And so let's just kind of go into what they're going to be experiencing. You guys all arrived earlier in the week. So what have you guys been doing since that time?
Yeah, so I arrived on Sunday and then orientation kicked off on Monday evening. So all the women came together. I believe this year we have 53 women from around the world. So not just here in the United States, representing different states and regions of the United States, but we have different countries. Japan is here, Ukraine is here, Thailand is here. So we have 53 women from around the world. We came together. We've been spending the entire week together. Tuesday was an outing day. So we were able to go do some volunteer work because that's what this system, the international pageant system, is all about giving back. It's all about service and making a difference in the community. So we were able to go volunteer at some local organizations. We did some fun stuff. We took a tour of the mansion here. We did lunch. We've just been doing a lot of fun things. And then, of course, lots of rehearsals. So right now is Friday. Tonight is prelims. So the ladies are getting ready for the preliminary competition. Yesterday and Wednesday evening, they did their first half, which was private interview with the judges. So each lady had 5 minutes with 5 different judges where they were able to share their heart, their passion, their commitment to wanting to make a difference in this world. And so they had those interviews. That was 50% of their score. And now this evening we go into the on stage.
And Ashley, I'm just going to let you know we're having a little bit of trouble with our signal. So right now we're taking some look at some video from last year. But you were talking about there's a lot of different categories and scores that these women accumulate ahead of what's to come tonight and tomorrow is what we were saying.
Yes. So tomorrow night they will come and they will announce the top 15 and then a People's Choice winner. And and then they will go into the final competition. And tomorrow's final competition will be an on-stage interview question, and then they will once again compete in their evening gown and their fitness wear. So we have 3 areas of competition. We have interview, evening gown, and fitness wear that make up their total score. And then at the end of that, they will announce the winner.
So just kind of talk about, for these women who are out here competing in the pageant, what is it really like for those girls and these women? You know, I'm sure they make a lot of new friendships when they're there, but they also are there to really accentuate and talk about, each one has their own platform that they try to emphasize.
Yes, and you know what it is? It's about making connections with the other women that are here from around the world and networking with one another. This is a system that truly supports one another, and we lift one another up. We don't have to bring another woman down in order for us to look better or to do better. Helping another woman shine doesn't take away from who we are and what we have to offer. And that's what I love about International. But in addition to the connections that we make with the women, it is all about our platform, our cause that we represent, an organization, a mission that we believe can make a difference in this world, that we spend the week promoting and talking about and just getting that information out there with women from all around the world, which is fabulous.
It really is a time when you can kind of band together. But Ashley, let's go into your platform that you've been focused on in the past year and how it's kind of really made a huge impact on your life.
Yeah, so our journey through infertility, adoption, and then foster care led my husband and I back in 2019 to launch the Be a Foster movement. And really at the core, what it is just wanting to bring awareness to the impacts of foster care and the increasing need for loving foster families. We have been a licensed foster family for the past few years. We just recently, and I know we can talk about this, but just recently adopted our 3 foster daughters. Just a few weeks ago, that was finalized. And so we have just been, you know, before this year happened, before I became Mrs. International, we were sharing the message of foster care. I spent the year really using this title, this microphone, to get the message out there even more. And we will continue to share that message long after this title is done. And so really just wanting to share Be a Foster and foster care with people around the world.
And I'm sure too, I mean, you guys have gone through quite the experience being foster parents, but it's just as rewarding for those children as it is for you guys. I'm sure that they too, you know, are looking for those forever homes or looking for a temporary home. And that's where really some great people like you and your husband can step in and help provide that roof over the head, that security and that safety for those kids.
Right. Yeah. And, you know, I should just mention, you know, here in the United States, we have about 440,000 children in the foster care system and only about 200,000 licensed foster homes, 30 to 60% of which drop out each year. So we're constantly trying to recruit and retain good foster families. And so, sorry, a car just started right next to me, so you might have a tough time hearing me. But these kids need homes. There are about 200,000 kiddos that, you know, age out of the foster care system that never become adopted each year. And so just really wanting to provide them with that support system and that stability. Ultimately, foster care is about reunification with the birth family. That's why we are here, to provide love and care to these children while we're also supporting the birth families. And that is our goal, is to reunify them with their families if at all possible, but that doesn't always happen. It isn't always appropriate for the children to go back to those birth families. And then it's situations like that where we are able to adopt the foster kiddos that were in our home. But the need is great for foster families. The pandemic really hit the foster community hard. You know, numbers went down for a while because things just weren't being reported because of quarantining. And then all of a sudden we knew this was going to happen. When things started getting back to normal a little bit, the numbers were going to start going up again because things were going to be reported again. The abuse, the neglect, and that's what's happening. Numbers are going up again. But we need foster families because, again, we kind of took a hit during the pandemic where families were nervous about bringing strangers into their home. They didn't know what they had been exposed to. Right. And so we are desperately in need of foster families right now to serve the increasing number of children that are coming into the system.
And what a great way to be able to help promote this across our country, around the world. And I have to ask, Ashley, though, you're getting ready to pass along that crown. So as you've been able to really absorb this whole last year in holding this title, are you ready to crown a new Mrs. International come tomorrow?
I am. And that's one thing I've been asked all week. How are you feeling? Are you sad? And I'm not, because like I mentioned to you, this was our life. This wasn't just something I picked up and did for a year so that I could have a title. This is our life. And we were promoting foster care and living this life before this title ever happened for me last year. So we were doing it before. I simply did it this year with a bigger microphone, a different opportunity to share it on a larger scale. And we're going to continue to do it long after this is done. And so really nothing's ending for us. All I'm simply doing is welcoming another woman into this incredible sisterhood and supporting her on her journey to make a difference and to make an impact.
And I'm sure there's a lot of people who've been asking you what's next. I know that you're involved you had launched a magazine a few years ago. So what is next for you? I know you're going to obviously still be an advocate for fostering kids, but what else is new and going to be happening for you?
Yeah, so of course we're still going to be a foster. And I don't know, you could hear the crazy, I don't know if it's a cricket or what the noise is, but there's an animal out here making a noise right now. But yes, you know what? The magazine, It's Her Brand magazine, that's a part of my business. It's Her Brand Enterprises. So I've still been done as much attention. I'm a coach and give it everything that it needed and deserved. So I'm looking forward to getting back into that role again and coaching other women and young ladies who are on their own quest to be international and just to guide them and help them along that journey. So I'll be doing that as well. And of course, raising my 4 kiddos that we have at home.
It's going to be, I'm sure you're going to be just as busy as you were while holding this title, but we do want to just say thank you so much for being here with us, and we just hope everything goes well as you guys continue to push some really important topics across the platform. Look at them joining you there. Do you want to introduce them?
Sure. This is Micah right here. Micah is 4. He's going to be 5 next month. This is Kinsey. Kinsey, you are 4, just turned 4. And then we have our twins at home that just turned 3. So the twins and Kinsey are our 3 foster daughters that we have had for over 2.5 years. And we just finalized their adoption a few weeks ago. So it was the perfect bookend to my year as a title holder. And this is what this was all about. This year and everything that we do with foster care and adoption, it's these kids that we did this for. And it was our journey through infertility that led us to the adoption of our children. And infertility didn't prevent us from becoming parents. It just changed the way in which we became parents and who we became them to. And we are so grateful that God led us to them. Clearly, you can see they keep me very busy and occupied. So
I was going to say,
this is what this is all about.
I'm sure it's going to be another busy year for you ahead and more years to come. And just want to say thank you for sharing your platform. And I can't wait to see who's going to be crowned this year's winner so that we can continue to learn more about different important platforms of things that are happening here across our country. So Ashley Ray Klinger joining us again here on Live Now from Fox, wishing you well and wishing the kiddos well too as they cheer you on as you pass on that title.
Thank you, Christy.
And we are getting closer to the end of the day. Dow still looking great. We'll have more coming your way here on Live Now from Fox after a quick 2-minute break.
Child order bill. Child order bill. Pending replace. Order replace. Child order replace. Child order filled.
All right, once again, here is a live look at the stock exchange. Ending bell getting close to ringing. Just has about less than 8 minutes left before we close the markets for the end of the week. So what I'm going to do is, so that you can continue to keep an eye on that, we're going to be also, though, playing out an interview with our astronauts up in the International Space Station. So I'm going to throw us into a triple box as these astronauts answer questions about life in space.
It's not really far. It's if Megan has the globe. So if this is 400 kilometers, not really that much. It's like way that much higher than the Earth. So it's not that far. When we launch, it takes about 8 minutes to get into space, into orbit. That's about we call space, about above 100 kilometers above the Earth. But after that, it took us about 23 hours, almost a day, to dock to the International Space Station. Now, some of the spacecrafts comes to the space station a lot quicker, maybe in 6 hours or so. So hopefully in the future, it will be a shorter trip.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Thank
I
you.
did not know that.
Yeah. Hey, Ryan.
So, how can me and my friends become astronauts?
That's a great question. So the way that Aki and I became astronauts, we went to school for a long time. So in high school and then college, we studied math or science or engineering. And for me, it was engineering. And then I went to graduate school, and I have a PhD actually in oceanography. So most astronauts that are chosen by their countries, by their national space agencies to become astronauts have a background of studying science, math, or engineering, and then some experience working in that field. And that's true for both with Aki and myself, and we were chosen as part of a group of astronauts for our nations to train and fly on spacecraft to come ultimately here to the International Space Station. Of course, you probably heard now that there are other people flying on different kinds of vehicles to go to different altitudes above the Earth and get some experience in microgravity. So there's a couple of different ways now to do it, but to come and live aboard and work aboard the International Space Station right now, the path involves working for your National Space Agency and getting selected to become an astronaut.
Oh,
nice.
Thank you for the information. Maybe some people watching the stream will become astronauts.
Right? Yeah, in the future, yeah, for sure.
That's how you become astronauts, guys.
So I have a question. How do you guys sleep there without, floating all around space?
Yeah, that's a good question. So if we slept on a bed, just like on the ground, everything's going to float. So you'll lose your blanket, you'll lose your pillow, and you're going to be floating somewhere else, right? So what we do is we sleep in sleeping bags. And the sleeping bag itself has a couple of strings attached to it. So we attach our sleeping bags to the wall. Or in Megan's case, Megan's has her room on the ceiling. So her bed would be on the ceiling. Mine's on the deck side on the floor. So I'll attach my sleeping bag on the floor. And we all have individual rooms. It's very small. It's like the size of a phone booth. But we have some, some privacy there and spend our own time there.
Oh, wow. The ceiling, like backwards? You're sleeping backwards? Or is there such thing as backwards or forwards in space? Forwards.
So there really isn't a difference in how you feel, whether you're on the ceiling or on the floor. We kind of designate which surface we call the ceiling, which is where Aki is right now. We call it the ceiling or the overhead. And then my feet are towards the deck. But Aki can move to put his feet on the aft side. And it doesn't feel any different to him whether his feet are on the ceiling or on the floor. And that's because we're essentially in a free fall around the Earth, and it doesn't feel any different to us whichever way we turn. So what is really convenient is we get to use all of the available space. And so if Aki was working right here and I need to get past him, I can just fly underneath him without asking him to move. And so we really get to make use of all of the space we have available, which is great.
Oh, wow.
Nice. Can I ask a question that's not on here?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay. So is it called outer space because it's like out of the atmosphere and there's a lot of space?
There's a lot of space, really a lot. But like I said, we're so close to Earth. We have a big window which is looking down to Earth. We can't see the Earth as a sphere. We're only like right here, so we only see the surface of it. But we do see Earth, the space. So we see blackness of space. And if we had a window on the top side of the International Space Station, we only have a couple of those. We can see the universe, but it's just pitch black, and it's humongous.
Well, what happens if you spill a drink?
Oh, yeah.
So we brought along one of our drink bags to show you. Aki has some actually punch in the drink bag, and so that comes up as powder inside that bag, sealed in the bag. And then we have a water dispenser that we can use to put water inside the bag. And then Aki has put a straw in there so he can get some liquid out. And so there's some pretty neat things that liquid will do in this microgravity environment. So you can drink it straight out of a straw, just like you would on Earth. But Aki will put a little bit of pressure on the bag, and he'll show you how the liquid moves in micro-G, because it's pretty cool. And we're going to try not to make a big mess here in the Japanese experiment module while we do this with the red liquid.
What?
Wow.
So you can see that he's released a sphere of the juice there. And then you can have a lot of fun with your beverages. And so he's actually blowing on that sphere from below to try to get it to move around. And he'll eventually drink it before it hits one of the walls. Otherwise, it would make a big red splotch. So I hope you got to see that. It's like a shark coming up from below to grab that big bubble of tropical punch.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you for showing us.
Well, Can you walk on the ceiling?
I think we saw a little bit, huh?
Yeah. But they were walking on that side, right?
Oh.
All right, let's. Megan's going to demonstrate for us. Can she walk on the ceiling in space? Whoa, she can. Yeah, so if you want to walk, you actually have to have gravity, right? So because once you touch the surface, you're going to start flying or floating. But in our case, we have things called handrail. We use those to translate or keep our body in a certain position. So Megan was using those handrails to put her feet under it and walked using those handrails.
Interesting.
What are some food that you guys miss eating because you're in space? Because I know there's like limited type of food that you can bring up there.
So you're right that we do have, actually our food lab works really hard to provide us a variety of food, because food, of course, is very important to us, not just for nutrition, but also it's how we gather to enjoy each other's company. We spend time as a crew having dinner together, and food can be a very, emotional thing for people. So we do like to have a variety of different foods. Aki is showing you right now, this is dehydrated berries. So the berries come up in a pack like that that's been dehydrated, and again, we can put water into that pack to rehydrate the berries, and we give it about 20 or 30 minutes, and then we cut that bag open and eat it with the spoon. He's going to show you another one of our favorite treats. But you're right, for me there is a lot of foods that I miss at home, and some of those foods are mostly fresh foods, so things like tomatoes or apples or oranges, avocados. I love avocados. Things that perishable foods that you keep in the fridge, like for me cheese and yogurt are some of my favorite things. Hummus. Now I'm thinking about all the yummy foods that I'm not having right now. Ice cream. We do occasionally get a delivery of ice cream, so I'm told. I haven't seen it yet, but when our cargo vehicles come up to deliver cargo, they often have freezers that are bringing science samples. But if any of those freezers come up empty, they will occasionally put a little bit of ice cream in there for us. So I'm, fingers crossed, hoping to see some ice cream with this next cargo vehicle. Aki's got some candy treats there that he's going to show you. Those are a nice familiar thing from home as well. You might recognize.
Boing. Oh, she got it.
Yay!
Wow.
So does all the food that goes up into space have to be dehydrated?
That's another great question. No, we have different varieties of food. So we have the dehydrated food, and then we have food that's been heat treated to be shelf stable. So it's kind of like canned food, but most of it comes up in pouches instead of cans because they're lighter weight, and that's better for launching. So we have things like chicken fajita or chicken with peanut sauce, chicken teriyaki. What are some of your favorites, Aki?
One of my favorite is shrimp cocktail. Yeah, it's very tasty. I think up here we tend to like spicy food or a little salty food. Of course, we have some salt shakers. The interesting thing is salt is not like a powder. It's liquid up here, because if you shake the salt, it's just going to float all over the place.
Interesting.
Huh, liquid salt.
Yeah. Is there a limit on how often you can, or how long you can stay in a space station?
Yes, there is, and it has to do with astronaut health right now. So one of the wonderful things that our Earth's atmosphere does for us is it filters out some of the radiation that we would otherwise experience just living in space. And so here on the space station, we are exposed to higher radiation levels than we would be if we were protected by Earth's atmosphere. And so in order to protect our long-term health, they do limit the amount of time and how frequently you can live long duration in space. And so we have a great team of folks on Earth that tracks that for us and make sure that when you're eligible for your next mission assignment, that enough time has passed before you come out into this environment again.
Here I am.
Oh, what's the coolest or weirdest thing you've ever done in the space station?
Let me think. Yeah, I guess, yeah. So, the Tokyo Olympics is coming up very soon, actually tomorrow, I think. And we thought, well, why don't we have a sport event on orbit? So all 7 of us got together, representing our own country, and did some sport events that we can only do on orbit in microgravity. For instance, we did long jump. So we tried to go as far as possible without touching the wall, the floor, or the ceiling. If we touch that, you're out. So that was a lot of fun.
Oh, that does sound fun. Who won?
Okay. All right.
Okay, I have the next question, which is super important. How do you guys use the bathroom or shower in space?
Well, the sad news is we don't have a shower in microgravity, so you can imagine that the water would just kind of go in all directions, whereas on Earth it's going to come down from overhead and just fall down over your body. But we don't have that here. What we do to get clean is we use a wet towel, basically. So we stay clean that way. And then, of course, the bathroom is also a little bit tricky without the help of gravity. So what we have is basically suction that helps pull everything away from our body when we push it out. So we have a tube for urine, and then we have a special toilet seat for everything else.
Oh,
wow.
Huh. Do you guys get to talk to your family at home?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, all the technology that we have, we can email, we can call home, and we every week we have like a TV conference so that we can see each other. And that really helps because you want to keep in touch with your family, your friends, and understand what's going on Earth. We're living up here and we're enjoying it. We're doing a lot of great stuff up here, but at the same time, we miss our families as well.
Of course, I'm sure they miss you guys too. So you guys don't actually get to write a physical mail, right? It's just through conference, video conference, or email, right? Just all digitals.
That's right. What we can send down is all digital. We do occasionally get care packages. So when a cargo vehicle comes up, we'll get a few small items from home. And so I've gotten some letters and cards from loved ones at home, which is really wonderful.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Can you play online video games?
Good question.
Good question. I think there are some games on our computers. I've never played with it, but online might be a little tough because you have to be constantly in communication, right? But on orbit, we do have communication, but sometimes we have dropouts, so it's going to be tough doing an online game.
On your off time, what do you do to pass the time or have fun?
That's a great question. So we're all a little bit different. Do you want to show what's in there? So a lot of folks up here enjoy sports, and so they've got some sports items up here as well as they like to watch sports. I like to read books, and I think all of us enjoy looking out the window, of course. And sometimes we'll get together, put up a projector and a screen, and we'll watch movies together on the weekend. So there's a variety of different things that we can do to have fun. And as Aki mentioned, we recently had an Olympics Games, and that was a lot of fun to get everyone together and have some silly sports together. Aki is showing you from this bag some of the toys that we have on board, so we can invent our own games.
Nice.
Whoa, I love how they're just floating around.
Yeah.
Oh, look.
A little stuffed animal.
Oh, penguin, cute.
What's the weather like in space? Is it cold or hot?
Oh, yeah.
So inside the space station, the temperature and humidity is controlled, so it's maintained at a very comfortable temperature. You look at us, we're in short sleeves and pants. When we work out, we're just change into like short sleeve T-shirts and shorts and work out. So it's very comfortable inside. Outside, it's really, really, really cold in the darkness, in the shadow. And it's really, really, really hot in the daylight. So you have that contrast right there outside.
Wow.
Okay, I think we're out of time. I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time out to answer these questions for us.
Thank you
We've
so
learned
much.
so
Thank
much.
you so much,
Yeah,
guys.
nice meeting you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us. It was a lot of fun for us, too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Station.
So cool little talk back interview with those astronauts in space. We'll play out part 2 of that conversation here on Live Now in just a little bit. But I want to head into a bit of weather news that we were tracking right here in Phoenix, Arizona. We don't always get to cover weather news here on Live Now out of here because it's mostly sunshine. But in Phoenix, scorching heat has been swapped for rain, lightning, and flooding thanks to monsoon thunderstorms. Residents across Metro Phoenix woke up today to a drenched landscape thanks to overnight rains. We all heard that. We all saw that. It was all accompanied by crackling thunder and gusty winds. The impact actually knocked down trees, fencing, even power. It also triggered flash flood warnings in some Phoenix suburbs. Right here, you're taking a look at our shot from Sky Harbor. Interesting statistics coming out of that. We'll get to that in a minute. But in Scottsdale, city officials reported outages in the Old Town District and in South Scottsdale. Crews have been working to restore power and clean up debris. Multiple streets in flood-prone areas have also been closed. Rainfall remains ongoing and scattered. Today, Sky Harbor, tweeted out by National Weather Service in Phoenix, has broken the daily record for rainfall with 0.44 inches so far. The old daily record was 0.41 inches. That was set in 2002. The rain has kept it cool with a noontime temperature of 74 degrees. The first time that a sub-80 temp has been recorded in July at noon since July 4th of 2012. So interesting things to be noting right there. Want to show you some of these visuals that we have gotten in, though, of these monsoon storms. Take a look at this. Cars in the flooding, you could see the lightning right there, but this car pushing another one through the water as it got stuck there. Just not smart to be driving in this type of weather, as people in other cities know probably a little bit more than here in Phoenix, Arizona. Like we said, in more urban areas like Phoenix, there were flood risks on highway streets and underpasses. Drivers are still being advised not to try to cross any flooded path like all of these drivers are doing right now. One positive is that temperatures around Phoenix are expected to stay below 90 degrees Fahrenheit throughout the weekend. So good news right there. But we'll turn over to a story that is just devastating. We're hoping to be speaking with a Fox 10 reporter tonight about this. A young girl inside of a vehicle got stuck in the Cottonwood Wash near Safford. The girl's mom called police saying that she and her children were stuck in the wash and had climbed out on top of their vehicle. Rescue teams were able to rescue everyone but a young 4-year-old girl. So we're going to be following up, hopefully, on this story coming out of Pima, Arizona. As you can see, the monsoon storms causing severe flooding out there as well. So flood warnings are still issued throughout the day here and into the night, into early morning tomorrow. We'll be keeping our eyes on any more updates when it comes to Arizona flooding, thunderstorms, lightning. Back to our live look from Sky Harbor right now, where many flights have been delayed or just outright canceled into the rest of this Friday and into the weekend. We're going to be right back here on Live Now from Fox with some of those other conversations, not out of Arizona, but from space. See you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now 115 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We want to go back out to a conversation, life in space, speaking with the astronauts up in the air in the space station. This, as I'm actually hearing thunder and lightning right now coming out of Phoenix, Arizona. Here's a live look out of Sky Harbor where planes are canceled and delayed going into this weekend here. If we hear of any new information when it comes to severe thunderstorm/flooding warnings, we'll bring them to you as soon as we get them. But for now, let's go back out to space for a conversation on what it's like to live out there.
Houston, station on Space Ground 2.
Station Houston, Space Ground 2. Have you loud and clear? How me?
Yeah, that was interesting because I was on 2TG on both Columbus ATUs, and yet I didn't hear. I've heard you from Node 2, and apparently you didn't hear me, so I don't know what's going on. And I've repressed 2 on both of them, and now it seems like it's working better.
We concur, Thomas. European Space Agency, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is RFI in France 24 for ESA. How do you hear me?
Yeah, have you loud and clear? How do you have me?
Bonjour Thomas, c'est Simon de RFI. Je suis avec Sylvain.
Hello, Thomas. This is Simon from 24. Thank you for giving us your time for this interview. We're going to start with a little presentation, and then we'll have some questions afterward. And we'll retain our questions for you until later.
Okay.
Well, welcome aboard the space station, and we're off. We're beginning.
Bonjour, bienvenue sur France 24 et RFI. Nous avons le plaisir d'être avec Thomas Pesquet.
24. We're here with Thomas Pesquet for an interview, special connection with the space station. Hello, the International Space Station has a lot of activity going on at the moment. And through MLM Nauka, with the colleagues from yesterday. Mr. Pesquet, hello, thank you very much for being with us. Well, when you first came aboard the station, you might have felt a little bit constricted in your emotions, but you seem to have you adjusted. Yes, something will be changed, especially with the Russian colleagues in their space station. It gives us a little bit of extra room, actually. There is a little bit easier place for them to live. There's going to be increasing in research done by the Russians on their side. And so hopefully this addition to the size of the space station will be beneficial to all. This module will be engaging in several days of maneuvers before attaching to the space station. There's certain technical questions regarding this module. What's going on from your side as you see it? Yes, we've been passed on the information that we're concerned about the receivers and the users. This went very well. The launch also went well. our maneuvers to enter orbit was subject to some small glitch which delayed things a bit. Maybe the older technology perhaps is partly responsible, but it's not completely not completely surprising to see that everything doesn't work exactly perfectly right. But especially on the Russian side, we are accustomed to highly secure and reliable systems. And if things don't work well, there's always a plan C, which is the way the Russians do it. Here from Houston, which is following our events very closely. It's not just on the part of one partner, but all passenger partners, so that we get a constant flow of information. We keep our fingers crossed so that we can receive our model and new equipment, as well as new team. For the moment, the space station, International Space Station, is operational until the year 2028, but this is 7 years from now. Is it really appropriate to add a new module at this time? Well, yes, it is useful. What we have to say is that, as I mentioned before, it is a module that was thought about for launching over a course of several years, and so I think perhaps a little bit late, that's right, but these are blows that were absorbed over the past several years, i.e. problem solved. But nobody is forbidden to think that the space station may continue for a certain period. We are soon going to be returning to the moon. We have an ambitious schedule in that regard. And 2028 is the announced end of this partnership, which unites all of the international agencies. For example, if our Russian colleagues decide to continue, there's nothing to stop them from doing that if they wish. And the space station can continue to remain in orbit autonomously, but it is not impossible for that to happen. And so right now, this will give them possibilities they haven't had until now. And this will also enrich the dynamics and enable us, if we wish, to go beyond 2028. Since your arrival, you've been out 3 times into the space to install 2 solar panels, and you have been there for about a week. And how do you feel after 1 week on board? Well, we sleep rather well afterward. The weekend. We also passed a weekend. At that time, it was intensive, but we feel well, especially because we were able to install them. This is our first sortie or exit did not go as well as we wished, but the duties, the jobs are a little bit challenging, as our American colleagues say. It's a little bit like playing with a video game as a beginner. It's a little bit begins easy, and then it gets increasingly more difficult. And then all of a sudden, we found it in a difficult mode, and these various changes, the choreography.
All right, we want to cut into this event out in outer space for a moment to bring to you some breaking news that we're getting in out of Michigan right now. Michigan State Police investigating after a tow truck driver's back window was shot out when another driver was apparently unhappy with him after a road rage incident on 696 today. MSP said they closed down westbound 696 just after 2:30 local time. And as you can see, some of that traffic really backed up here on the freeway. The tow truck driver said that the shooter was in a passenger car and became unhappy that the tow truck was, quote, in the way when the suspect shot out his back window before speeding off from the area. Police say that luckily nobody was hurt. The westbound side of the interstate is closed as police are investigating this incident here. Drivers heading west are urged to find another route. So here we are, live pictures up above in Royal Oak, Michigan. Again, luckily no injuries in this incident here, but definitely an active investigation underway. So if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we appreciate you being with us here on this Friday on Live Now. We'll be bringing you the latest from Michigan State Police. As we said, an investigation is underway of a tow truck driver's back window being shot out by another driver that was reportedly unhappy with him after a road rage incident on the 696 there. We'll be keeping our eyes on this traffic here as things are moving slowly but surely on this Friday afternoon evening out in Royal Oak, Michigan. We want to go out now to another live look that we're getting out of Phoenix, Arizona, a different freeway. This on Baseline Road. As you can see, the skies are still looking very stormy. We're hearing thunder and seeing lightning still into this Friday afternoon and evening here in Phoenix, Arizona. Across the entire valley, flooding and some pretty scary sights as this monsoon weather is going to hold through the evening here and into the weekend as well. We'll keep kind of going in and out of some of these shots as we get them. But we're going to go back into that conversation with astronauts talking about their lives in space. Let's listen.
And then all of a sudden, we found it in a difficult mode. And these various changes, the choreography that was with the robotic arm, the solar panel, this induced a little bit of stress. We paid attention, however, to get it done. And so physically, it was a lot more difficult. And it was rather difficult to install those panels. But at the end, finally, we were very happy. I've got to say, I a little bit feel relieved a little bit. While we are concentrating on the task, we remain calm, of course. But still, the station needed to have that. We've loaded it. We have 35 to 40% of added electrical generation on the circuits, which are served by the two solar panels, for which we're very happy. But we're a little bit, we're quite happy at the end that everything went well. We're a little bit tired. You say the installation of these solar panels was somewhat complicated, but you're able to use the professional in the manner that was planned. Well, what happens after, well, you've done it 3 times, you had to go out 3 times, which is the more important factor? Well, we were somewhat frustrated, but we kept our calm, our cool. In a few months, I'll say, sure, I will have been happy to have made 3 extravehicular sorties instead of just 2, but everything went well. The sensations are, of course, phenomenal. We're very happy to have experienced them. But for the moment, I'm not here to look at the landscape. We're not here to appreciate the job. We're here to really do the work. So we're concentrating on that. And this is something that we found to be very important. If had it been necessary, we would have been prepared to go out 5 or 6 times outside of the ESA. We were not demoralized, but nonetheless, we were telling ourselves this was going to be really complicated. But with the cooperation of the teams on Earth, we found different ways to approach the task, which gave us good results at the end. And this, of course, enabled us to go out of the second extravehicular journey went very well. The third as well. I'm glad we did 3. Had we been able to do it in 2, I would have been very happy about that too, if we just been able to make it in 2. So either way. This is your second time aboard the International Space Station. How do you find this station when you arrived? You left it exactly the way you left it, or have certain things aboard changed? There has not been any great surprise. It's a little bit, I don't know how to express it. It has changed a little bit from what we were accustomed. There's a little bit of a change in the bakery, but it's a little bit, it's rather the same. There's a small change here and there. Things have been moved around a bit. The modules, the walls, of course, are the same. The structure is the same. The manner in which moving around, doing exercise, of eating, none of that has changed. There are certain activities from day to day. There's certain that I did at the time. There are a lot of subjects that are the same as before, but nonetheless, there are plenty of new things. No 2 missions are the same. As my colleague, Mr. Piggy, who did 3 missions, he said there's always something to do, to renew things on a permanent basis, and so something old, something new. Well, congratulations on the beautiful view that you have. But is it the fact that sometime on a daily basis you find perhaps time to admire the outside? Or do things actually drag on? Well, sometimes it's true. Things do seem to drag. Psychologically speaking, the second mission is a little bit more difficult because there's perhaps less pleasure from discovery, less excitement of being in space. The first time I really wanted to do everything because I was telling myself, after all, 6 months is not that long. I wanted to take all the telephone calls and all the photographs I could and do everything I could in space because I didn't know if I was going to be returning. I knew I was going to be leaving. That's all I knew. This time it came with less pressure, maybe I have more time, and I don't know. Maybe this excitement is somewhat reduced. Well, there are 2 jobs that are difficult. There are military people who are accustomed to long journeys. This is not the most interesting or fun, but we're able to communicate by email or by telephone and to engage in teleconferences. And we concentrate on the positive aspects, and we know that the return to Earth will come at a certain time.
Thomas Pesquet, vous nous confiez avant le départ que vous espériez justement cette fois-ci en profiter un petit peu plus, prendre un peu plus de temps pour vous, quitte à moins communiquer.
You confided to me that you hope to have a little bit more time for yourself. Has that been the case? Well, no, that's certainly not. I am not able to. I tried for a while, nonetheless. But the fear of missing out, as we say on the internet, when the weekend is on, I say I'm going to have a little bit of time for myself. No, this is an outstanding pass over Europe, and I cannot miss that. Santa photography. And then I told myself a little bit. I try to take a lot of high-resolution photographs and immense photographs regarding this enormous view, like, for example, Paris or Los Angeles or otherwise. And this does keep me rather. It's true that this is an objective I'd set for myself, but for the to date, I've lamentably or failed in having more time for myself. But during the second mission, I can say that I finally learned to relax in space. In any case, it seems that the European Space Station has an astronaut aboard. There are over 1,500 candidates in Europe. And so the Frenchmen have benefited from the communications that you've been able to send to us. Yes, this is a great satisfaction for me, not in terms of personal pride, but because I think it's important in the end. If all astronauts are able to communicate, it's clearly part of the work, something in which we personally invest quite a bit of ourselves. we are willing, of course, to give up our free time for this. I've had a lot to do that I thought would be useful for many reasons, things that I would have liked to. I'd have enjoyed having a French-speaking astronaut or colleague, but nonetheless, I try to do it. I put in quite a lot of effort and energy in communicating. It's not certainly thanks to me. Shouldn't concentrate too much on yourself.
So again, we've been listening into this, I guess you could call a press conference as astronauts are answering questions out in space here, but we want to move into some other breaking news that we were getting out of Arlington, Texas. We do want to warn you, viewer discretion is advised for this. We're seeing some blood on the streets of Arlington outside of an apartment complex. We're just getting in from Arlington Police Department, 2 people dead, multiple people shot at this Arlington apartment complex. You can see very, very active scene out there. Several police cars stationed in this parking lot. Caution tape up. Not a whole lot of details at this time, but a major investigation underway. We're not sure how many people were shot at this apartment complex, but we do know that 2 people have been reported dead at this time. This just one of 2 shootings today, at least 2 shootings that we've had today. We have reported to you here on Live Now within the past couple hours. Richardson police working to find the person who fatally shot a woman in the parking lot of a Tom Thumb this afternoon. Also, investigators found that a man went up to that parked pickup truck and fired multiple shots before driving away. A woman was the only person inside of the truck and later died after being taken to a local hospital. The victim's name has not yet been released in that shooting. Police say that the shooter and the victim knew each other. They're still working to find that shooter. Back out to Arlington now, though, for this investigation. Arlington PD reporting 2 people dead, multiple people shot. If we get any more information, we'll bring it to you live here on Live Now, hoping to possibly get a press conference here in the future, hopefully the near future, to clear up some of the questions that we have, and there are many. We're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute break here on Live Now. We have more stories we want to be getting to on this Friday evening, 1:40 here in Phoenix, Arizona. So welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a live look over Arlington, Texas, where we're tracking gunshots at this apartment complex. 2 people dead, multiple people shot. The details are continuing to roll in here. We'll give you any more information that we have as we get it. Hopefully a press conference coming up soon. Until then, though, we want to go out to an event in Northern California, a small business relief fund, really providing a lot of relief for a Northern California business that was really hit hard by the pandemic. Let's listen in as they are going to present the check to some of these business owners.
Become more richer than anybody else. So please, can support local most business. ¡Sí se puede! Gracias. Blessings.
Look at the pictures, then we'll turn to you guys. Let's make sure we put it down a little bit. Okay, Carmen, this. Okay, tell us. Do you want to say a few?
Very much, everybody, especially to the mayor, especially one person very special to me, Diana Ponce. They're the one that helped me to put my applications and set it through, and that was the main thing and very favorable to me, because I didn't know too much on the internet or how to get involved. And when I got an email, I was really happy to learn how to read my emails, because it makes me cry. I told Diana, and I said, "This is true, Diana." I think Lily Lowe and his son, Douglas, that helped me to put my papers through and everything. The city, the mayor, and what you say is true. It's a big truth. We've been getting a lot of pushing, and it's good. We need a little push, a little. We do. Yes. Thank you, everybody. The community. I love it. Las quiero mucho a todos. Vayan a mi café. Bacon es la mejor. La conchita es $1.
I call up Cambis and Amy. And Anna.
Thank you very much. Okay, this way a little bit. All right. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes. Would you like
My name is Amy, and I'm here with my husband, Kambiz, and then also our manager, Anna. And we just want to say how grateful we are. You know, it's been just a tremendous support from the whole community this whole entire time through the pandemic. And we couldn't have done it without the amazing support of our team. I mean, I'm just so grateful for all of their hard work and care and compassion and just diligence. I think that everybody's been under a lot of tremendous stress all year long, and just to have people by your side that are just so diligent and willing to keep serving the community, that's what we're here for. And I think my husband also wants to say something, but I also just want to say, you know, during this pandemic, we also were working hard to raise money and also serve frontline workers, and just, you know, try to do just about anything we could to stay open and keep serving and then keep employing people as well. So, yeah.
Hello everybody, I'm Kambiz, and I'm so honored and privileged to live in such a vibrant city, in a live city, multicultural, that accept everybody come to this city to live and work together. We're so honored to be led by this amazing leader, London Breed, helping us out through this pandemic. We did a lot of effort to stay alive and help frontline workers and the community. We serve the community. Our passion to serve, to service, but also is in our most inner part of my heart is to see everybody come alive. This city is so powerful and known city of love, city of connection. So we want to bring all of these people back again. We want to make these people feel alive again in this city, this vibrant, amazing city of San Francisco. So we are people of this city, and we are the people that are going to make it happen, go through this and make it really vibrant city again. So thank you, everybody. And at the same time, I'm feeling for all the businesses. Yes, we are very privileged and thankful for receiving this, but at the same time, I'm thinking about everybody in the city, how we can actually share this help and love with everybody. So please, people, come and support the local businesses and yes, make it happen together. Thank you, everybody.
Amia!
Thank you so much. Oh my God. My name is Lamia Aburus. I'm the owner of Timus Cafe. I've been in business for 7 years. It's been very hard year for us since the pandemic started. We've been having hard time finding employee. The business went down, and I really appreciate and thank the mayor for all her help and support for the small businesses. I mean, each help and support for small businesses will make us alive, and it will make us run the business with positive attitude. And I really like to thank the community also for their support and their help and being there for us. I closed my shop for a month and a half, and when I opened, everybody was coming to my shop, so happy, excited we are open. They said, oh, we like you to be in business, we like to support you. So without the community, without the mayor help and the supervisor and Diana's help, we couldn't make it. And I like also to share with you the money I got today and the reward, and I really thank you guys for all this, and I appreciate it. It's going to my shop. I need to hire more employee. I'm doing remodeling at the shop, and just to make it running and looks good for the community. And I really thank you all for all your help and support, and thank you so much for everything you do for us. Thank you.
Calle 24, Latino Task Force, everyone working for the organizations around here in the Mission community. You guys helped us out a lot, tremendously, especially for my mother. Thank you for everything. What a beautiful day to promote to get these grants out. Thank you, Lynn Breed, as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
The last thing I want to say is, you know, one of the things we do hear from a lot of business had a lot of loans, a lot of no interest loans, fee waivers, and other things. But we hear from so many businesses that these grants make a difference. And I know with Give to SF, which we started at the beginning of this pandemic, when the private sector gives to Give to SF, it makes it possible for us to forgive some of those loans, which we've been able to do with the African American Revolving Loan Fund, which was absolutely amazing. And so as we begin to move forward, as we begin to reopen, the city will continue to make its investments, but ultimately these grants make the biggest impact, because oftentimes these businesses, they can't make up those lost revenues for the past year. They're not going to get, if you do hair, you're not going to get money back that you lost over the pandemic from getting your hair done, because people are going to go back to their regular schedule of getting your hair done, right? Or even your nails and your toes. I know, because that's just something I really missed during the pandemic. But the fact is, there is no makeup for that. So how do we make sure these businesses stay open and that they thrive? We try to provide as much money that they don't have to pay back as possible. So to all of you out there, you see this and you want to help, no dollar amount is too small. Give to SF is a program that we started. The supervisor, Ronan, and I worked really hard on getting those small and large contributions to the community. So you see this, I can't help but get emotional and think about the fact that there's still rent. Even with this, there will still be rent to pay, and there are kids who families can't take them to Disneyland or can't take them on these great trips because they have a business to run and they have to put all of their resources into survival, into food, into school clothes, into all the challenges that exist when you, again, live in an expensive city like San Francisco. So we're going to continue to do what we can to try and get as much resources in the hands of our small businesses. I want all San Franciscans to do everything they can to shop at and to support and to uplift these businesses. We appreciate you all being here today. San Francisco, we got a lot of challenges still. You know, that Delta variant is no joke. And so just make sure that you guys are out there getting vaccinated, because I do not want to go to a point where we are shut down again, because if we have to go there, guess who suffers the most? Many of our small businesses and our low-income families. So let's keep each other safe like we did during this pandemic. We did an incredible job. The sun is shining. It's always shining in the Mission. And so let's continue to support, uplift one another, support our small businesses. Thank you all so much for being here today. And finally, let's get a group picture with all the grantees. Hey, we can do one with the checks, without the checks. Okay, let's do one without the check so we can get everybody close. I know, it feels good to see the stuff we're doing. And
Okay. One I told Miguel also.
Okay.
We're gonna make it also special because I lost my husband. So the day we have 7 years anniversary is the day.
We do one more. Ready? Okay. So a lot of bars and restaurants are looking at having their own vaccine requirements to come in.
Yes.
And that brings up an interesting idea of having this public-private partnership to get as many people vaccinated as possible. I wonder if you could weigh in on that, and then also on whether the city is looking at the idea of having a vaccine passport. I know the city has its vaccine program for city workers.
Well, what I would just say to people, if there are bars or restaurants or places that are requiring proof of vaccination, just honor their request. Don't make it so difficult. If they're asking you to wear a mask, just follow the instructions of any of the places that are asking you to do that, because you don't know the situation that they're in and the concerns that they may have about their employees or their family members with underlying health conditions. So let's just, follow the orders. I support them wholeheartedly. I think it's important to send a strong message that our expectation is that people are vaccinated, because, again, it is about saving lives. Dr. Colfax provided some information last week. We estimate that if we continue down this path and more people are not necessarily vaccinated based on what we see with the data, we can expect to lose at least 300 more lives. Now think about that. Since the pandemic, not more than 600 people died throughout this entire pandemic in San Francisco. But right now with this variant and even having 86%, around 83% of San Franciscans at least receiving their first dose, we expect to still lose at least half of the people that we sadly lost throughout this pandemic. That is really something that people should be concerned about. And so from my perspective, I do think it's important that we send a strong message. Are we looking at other requirements of proof of vaccination? I mean, we're requiring city employees to be vaccinated. Right now, we're asking them to upload their status, and we're trying to get to the bottom of that and making sure that people have the vaccine. And UCSF is doing the same thing. We're asking other employers to join us, because ultimately, this is really about saving lives.
Mayor, who's not getting vaccinated? Because this, our region is different from, let's say, Alabama or Missouri or
Sadly, my people are not getting vaccinated. San Francisco has less than 6% of an African American population, and they have the lowest vaccination rates. When we opened our vaccination sites, which were no appointment, in the Bayview Hunters Point at 2401 Keith, we opened it in the neighborhoods where we knew there would be challenges. We embedded an equity program to reach out to these communities to make sure that they understood the importance. And I think that the challenge I'm having with a lot of, folks in the African American community is major concerns, of course, about the history, the Tuskegee experiment and what happened then, and how this government has a history of a lot of injustices inflicted upon African Americans. But what I want people not to do is, put these two in the same category of what happened then, to remember and acknowledge the past and what happened when there was a cure for syphilis in the Tuskegee experiments and we were not provided that option, and here we're being provided that option. It's a different scenario, but there's still a lot of distrust and uncertainty, and I get that. But at the end of the day, the people who are in hospital right now, we're seeing a rising number of African Americans and Latinos. We expect that disproportionately, those are the people who are going to die. So if we want to protect our grandparents and our elderly in our community, then we owe it to them to do our part. And in fact, the people who are actually in the hospital now are getting younger and younger and younger. So, we're trying to answer the questions. We're trying to break down the mistrust. We got community folks going out into the community to get people to show up. I've asked people and have showed up with people to get that vaccination. So it's going to be a process, and it's going to continue to be really challenging. But we have no choice. This is how we're going to stay safe. We see numbers spiking all over the world, and San Francisco, it's not been as bad, even though we see those numbers going up rapidly. We know this thing is fluid and it can change at any given moment. So it's important that we do our part. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Kate, I know your name, but if I could have you say and spell it in the office that you're with, so the next person who gets the tape can get it.
You bet. So Kate, K-A-T-E, Sophis, S as in Sam, O-F as in Frank, I-S, and I'm the director of the San Francisco Office of Economic and Workforce Development.
And we also get an audio check off that too, so
Yep,
I'll ask
great.
you every time.
No problem.
Okay.
Can you hear me well enough?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That lets Eckerd set all the levels.
Okay, great.
So we were talking about the idea of a lot of these small businesses, bars, restaurants are starting to require vaccination for entry, and this is a really interesting way that private businesses we can leverage the power of private businesses to do public good, right? And it gets everybody rowing in the right direction.
Yeah, I agree. Just yesterday, actually, the Department of Public Health officers for 3 counties, San Francisco, Contra Costa, and Santa Clara, all came together to really implore our businesses to be part of our toolkit of getting more folks vaccinated. And there are really 2 things businesses can be thinking about, as part of that citizenship, if you will. One is where you started, the idea of requiring vaccination for their customers, which helps keep their other customers safe, helps keep their employees safe. And we would hope, to the degree that we have customers who are really excited to be able to go to their favorite bar or restaurant, that it's sort of a carrot way of also inspiring folks to get vaccinated. The other thing that yesterday our public health officers really wanted to put out there is for businesses to start looking for ways to inspire their own employees to become vaccinated. And really there are 2 approaches right now. One approach is actually mandating as a condition of employment that folks need to be vaccinated. We're starting to see that happening in the private sector with airlines such as Delta, for example, American. We are seeing that with our very own city, where I think we may be one of the first U.S. cities to announce that we will also be requiring vaccination as a condition of employment when we have final FDA approval, which is expected soon. The other that they can be doing, if that is not yet something they're comfortable with as an employer, is we're also seeing great examples of employers offering incentives, so sort of the carrot, a few extra hours of vacation time, a small bonus for their employees to be vaccinated, and we're seeing that happen with folks like Trader Joe's, Amazon, Starbucks. I think the real message here is employers and our small businesses are a real part of the solution. We also know that for every small business that ends up with an employee who tests positive, that has a a distinct, dramatic impact on that business, right? They often have to shut down. Other employees have to quarantine. So it's really businesses helping themselves and helping communities at the same time.
If I could have you repeat that.
We're going to do that again.
just the last part
Okay.
that you said that.
Yeah.
So we've been showing you just some of the highlights of this event. As you can see, Fox 2 in the Bay Area interviewing some of those officials out of San Francisco. You just heard from San Francisco Mayor Breed as she is speaking about COVID-19, the surge in cases, what it's going to look like for restaurants who maybe are requiring people to show certification of vaccine status. Definitely an interesting conversation out of Northern California right there. The very beginning about that small business relief fund, though, $10,000 granted to local business out there in Northern California. A huge help during this tough time. We want to pop into some of these other stories that we're tracking right now. This one right here out of Arlington, Texas, police saying 2 people have been killed, multiple people shot at an apartment complex. We are hearing that a public information officer is on their way right now. That means that we shortly should be getting a news briefing on what exactly went down today, the specifics, how many people were shot, the suspect or suspects. So more information on all of that. But then in the next couple of minutes here, we have another live look. We are waiting for an event out of Long Beach, California. So staying in California, a major announcement from Mayor Garcia of Long Beach about a migrant shelter. The mayor and leadership involved in working with and supporting children at the emergency intake shelter at the Long Beach Convention Center. They're going to be holding a press conference to give a final update on efforts at the shelter. The mayor is going to make a significant announcement and update the community on progress with child reunifications and the closure of the shelter. So this should be starting in probably the next 5 or 10 minutes here. We'll take it live for you here on Live Now from Fox. Until then, let's take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We want to go out to Mayor Garcia out of Long Beach as he is making a major announcement when it comes to the Long Beach migrant shelter there. Let's listen.
Care, had access to food, had access to education, and most importantly, would be reunified with their family. The average stay of a child here at the shelter was 19 days. And it is such a feeling of just hope and love, I think, that I feel. I know that our friends feel here as well, who you're going to hear from in a minute, that I've been really focused on, most importantly, the care of these kids. I want to start by giving a couple thank yous, and I'm going to ask Bill Doon from UCLA Health to say a few words, and also from Ilana Johansson Mendez, who is from Immigrant Defenders, who also is going to say a few words. But I do need to start by just more broadly, I want to thank President Biden and the Biden administration, Secretary Becerra, who of course visited this shelter just weeks ago, a couple months ago, and most importantly, the incredibly dedicated team here that have been here every single day working on reunifying these children. And that includes social workers, educators, the Office of Refugee Resettlement, which are doing incredible work, the incredible civil rights attorneys that were here, everyone from the folks cooking the food to organizing the volunteers. Just a huge, huge thank you. Also want to thank, this would not have been possible without our city team. I know that our assistant city manager, Linda Tatum, I know has been the point person for the city. Just thank you for your incredible work. And our partners at the Convention Center. This would not have been possible without the facility team and the Hyatt and the Westin in particular for assisting. We know and are proud that every single child here received great health care from UCLA Health, and each also received incredible support from a team of attorneys from Immigrant Defenders. I want to begin by turning over to say a few words to Bill Doon, who is the Administrative Director at UCLA Health. Since day one, they have been on site providing health care for these children. I mean, kids that were over 12 and eligible received their vaccines. They had for COVID, they had care 24 hours a day, doctors on site, nurses on site, and UCLA set up essentially a field hospital here at the center. So, and with that, I want to have Bill say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is truly an honor to be here today. And on behalf of all of our clinical team, our doctors, our nurses, our support teams at UCLA Health, and in coordination with UC Irvine Health, the Orthopedic Institute for Children in Los Angeles, and also the Children's Hospital of Orange County, it has been an honor to support this particular mission. Since April 22nd, when this facility opened, our clinical care teams have been here to take care of every single child 24/7, providing intake and baseline medical exams, urgent care visits, COVID testing, and wraparound services. And we've treated everything from bumps and bruises to more serious acute conditions that required additional care at our medical centers. And most of all, lots of psychological support and encouragement for these children. But most importantly, our over 200 clinicians that were here provided love and care for these children. Many of them had very difficult journeys just to get to the United States. And at the end of the day, the most important thing for us to remember was that they were children. And they needed love and care and compassion. Hopefully we've given them a strong foundation, both in their physical and mental health, as they move forward in the next steps of their journey. We are inspired every day at the incredible resilience of these particular children, and grateful that so many of them were directly reunified with their families. We especially want to thank all of our partners here at the shelter. As the mayor mentioned, all of our partners, from social workers to case managers, youth care workers, all of the contractors, the HHS team, but especially in the medical care component of the Long Beach Fire Department, Long Beach Public Health, Long Beach Memorial Medical Center, and St. Mary's Medical Center for helping us provide all kinds of wraparound assistance for these children. So again, been a great honor to be here, and thank you to this city of Long Beach and all of you for supporting this effort. Thank you.
And thank you to UCLA. Also, before I introduce Ilana, who is an amazing leader and just activist, and most importantly, part of a team of attorneys here from Immigrant Defenders, I want to also just thank the community in some other ways. I want to begin by thanking the Long Beach City Council, who unanimously supported this effort. I want to thank our community for donating over 130,000 books and toys to the kids here at the migrant shelter. I also want to thank the city and others for donating a variety of other types of things, from backpacks to rosaries, from the aquarium, bringing educational opportunities here at the shelter, to our organizations like the Camerata Singers and Musical Theater West for performing performances and having art available for the kids. Also want to thank the incredible work of the Community Foundation. Together with the Community Foundation's incredible support, they were also able to put together, and the community donated about $250,000 for a variety of these activities for the kids, including gift cards that were given out to children to help with basic needs and food and shelter as they exited the shelter. Want to also note that the one thing that gave us a lot of satisfaction and just a sense of calmness knowing that Immigrant Defenders was here every day. I want to introduce Eliana Mendez, who represents Immigrant Defenders. We've had a chance to work with her greatly, and she's going to talk about the experience of the children.
Thank you, Mayor Garcia. First of all, I want to express our sincere gratitude to the City of Long Beach, to Mayor Garcia, and to the community for being so welcoming to the children that were in this center. Immigrant Defenders Law Center provides legal services to all of the children detained locally in ORR facilities. We were here the very first day that the children arrived to provide Know Your Rights presentations and legal screenings. And we have been here every day since, meeting with the children and assuring them that this community cares about them, that we care about their rights, and that there are people fighting to ensure that their rights are respected. The children who we saw here have come from long, treacherous journeys, fleeing violence, fleeing the effects of climate change as hurricanes devastated some of their countries and communities. They're seeking a better life, many of them joining family members here in the U.S. Almost 90% of the children that came through Long Beach were reunified with immediate family members, with parents, with siblings, with grandparents and aunts and uncles. They are part of our community, they are part of this country, and we were here to be the first to say, welcome. We are so happy that you are here. And we couldn't have done this work and been a comfort to these children at such an important time without the support of this city, of this community, of the mayor's office. We are so grateful for the partners that have been here with us day after day, serving these children. And while the work that we did inside this facility was so important, the most important part comes next. Now that they are with their families, their immigration proceedings are about to begin. IMDEF, Immigrant Defenders Law Center, will continue fighting for these children's rights. For all of those that are being reunified locally, we will be working with the mayor's office, with the Community Foundation, with This Is About Humanity, to create an event where we will connect these children with legal services providers and community service providers, education and medical service providers, to ensure that they continue to receive the support from the community now that they are with their families. California and the city of Long Beach is really a model for the country of what this can look like nationwide, how we should be supporting these children who are in such great need of our support and of legal services. And I cannot thank the city of Long Beach and Mayor Garcia enough. It has been a pleasure to be here in Long Beach, serving these children and serving this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A couple closing comments. I'll say something in Spanish also as soon as we conclude. I want to also note that one of the things that's been incredible to see, if you see some of the art that's here, this is all art that has been created and done by all the kids. And even here, the logo that you see for the actual shelter was actually developed by some of the children here at the shelter. The dresses that you see are actually designed and constructed by some of the children, some of the girls that were here. In fact, these dresses are going to be, I believe, on display at the Latin American Museum of Art, as will some of the other art that the kids have created here in our city. I will tell you that I've had a chance, obviously, to visit on a few occasions and also talk with some of the kids that have been here. And the one thing that I have found just really striking is listening to their stories and how grateful they are to be here and how grateful they are to this country. And I will say that as an immigrant myself, every time I've had a chance to meet one of these kids, you just see a little bit of yourself in every single one of these kids. And I'm just so thankful to the entire team for this incredible work. And at the end of the day, thank you to HHS and the entire staff for operating what I also believe is the model shelter in the country. Both Secretary Becerra and many of our partners have said that the Long Beach shelter became a new